What's up? Let's see. Hey, y'all. How are you doing? I just am going to kind of work behind the scenes a little bit for a second. A little bit for a second. Does that make any sense? I can't believe it is freaking verdict day, maybe, allegedly, possibly. That's nuts, all in of itself. Okay. Come on. All right. So today is April 22nd, 2025. It just now started raining. Oh, and by the way, if you were here last night and I had to do my abrupt exit because I felt I felt an explosion and it we live by a refinery, and so I mean it does flare up every now and then when they're whatever they're doing, whenever they're producing whatever they're producing. I forget what they produce, but um they we'll hear it's uncomfortable how much it'll rumble sometimes. I mean, sometimes it's for days and days, and I'm just like, "Oh my god." And it wasn't that bad, before the hurricane, but ever since the hurricane, they are just, like, ripping and roaring. So, I felt that rumble. I said it audibly, on the live stream, and I was like, "Oh, I think that was just an explosion." And then Jason called me right at that moment, and I was like, "Oh god." And he was like, "Hey, you gotta come see this." I mean, we do have cameras, and so he can we can see from our bedroom. And, well, anyway, so I go in there, he's in the living room, and then it kinda scared him a little bit, so he was very Jason has a difficult time walking ever since his stroke, so and, like, keeping balance and stuff, so he had gotten so worked up about it and scared, and that's odd for Jason. So in the living room, he just kind of collapsed on the couch, and I was like, "Okay, well, calm down." I was like, "I'm gonna go see if I can find any bulletins on it." I go look, and I don't usually do that kind of stuff, that's usually his thing. So I'm like, "Where do I go?" So I looked and looked, didn't see nothing, didn't see anything. Then he came back in the room, and finally he got to where he called the fire department, just to get to the root of the problem. And they were like, they didn't even know about it. And they were like, "Usually we're the first to know." And so I was like, "Oh my god, that's nuts." I mean, I felt it, we heard it, we saw it, and they're just like, "Do, do, do." So, anyways, that was just really odd, but I do apologize for, just dipping out and, you know anyways, you just never know. I mean, it doesn't happen. I don't wanna say that and then jinx myself, but it normally I have never had to evacuate because of a plant, but I mean, my mom is one of those people who, as a kid or as an adult even, myself as an adult, she, oh, okay, let me take that back off. Hold on, I can't talk and do something at the same time. Anyway, so she, I think I had Zach at that time, he was little, and we were living in South Lake Charles, so it was pretty distant from the plant, I thought, I thought maybe it was, um, too far to be hearing or feeling anything, but yeah, we heard everything, the windows shook, they rattled, and so what's mom wanna do? She wants to get in the car, and she wants to drive towards it, and I'm like, "What the hell are you doing?" Like, I'm going out, I don't wanna be going in. But she was always like that whenever I was a kid, and there would be, like, a thunderstorm coming up on the horizon, and she would go outside. I was freaked out about bad weather or weather of any kind, and she would scare the crap out of me because I was already terrified. But, um, right when that cool wind blows and it just zips through, and right ahead of a front or, thunderstorm. Anyways, I was always terrified as a child, so whatever that means, you know? I just can't believe we're here, y'all. I don't even know if it's settled or set in or I don't even know. I'm just kind of a ball of nerves. So what are you doing? Thank you, Eddie. I think they will. I do think they'll have a verdict today. But I mean, this could be the one that they take like 10 weeks or something. I don't know. I doubt it, but I mean, they seem eager from what I've heard. And they seem pretty eager. It depends, like Donna said to me just now on the phone, she was like, "It depends on how much they are tired of looking at her." I think Donna said that. It might have been me watching East Idaho News or something. I don't know. Let's see. What time is it in Arizona? They're 2 hours behind they're 2 hours behind Central. So it's 12:14 here. So it's 10:14 there. Okay, I'm gonna ask a dumb question and ask what PNW is. Okay, just gonna ask. Yeah, thank y'all for being here. Hey, Angela. Hey, Pinky Lemonade. Lamisa, just me, safety first, right? I was a safety coordinator. I mean, oh my God, certified. I have to say it all, or I can't say it. Certified occupational safety specialist, and I loved it. I loved the boring safety class, except, I would work in the refineries around here, and they're like, safety first, safety first, safety first. And then they're like, there's let's say they tell you to stand down and wait for about 10 or 15 minutes, after a lightning bolt, if there's lightning anywhere around. And so as soon like let's say a rainstorm would come through and then you wait a certain amount of time, then you go back to work. So the pipes are all wet and they're like, safety first, be careful, be safe. And then they're like, but hurry up, hurry up. And I'm like, what is this? It's um, very polarizing. It's like opposite, totally opposite. So hey T oh and then hey THX. And then Hawkeye, Slaney, Beach Bum, Superfly. I don't think they will take that long, do y'all? Nope, I don't. It's been a long time coming, says just me. I know, huh? So long that I don't even feel like I don't even know how to feel about it. I'm feeling like anticipation, not nervous, but just like I don't know what's on the horizon, I guess. Hey Zenaida, how are you? Hey Jody, what's up, girl? And Moonlight View, thanks for that. That's so sweet. um, Maga Mama, how are you? Thank you. We appreciate that. I appreciate it too. And Trace, media are very hyped. Public people are, I don't know, or whatever, and chill. Let's see. Thank you, Trace. And you're still awake from yesterday? I'll be like, wake up. Oh, man. Oh, I'm trying to think of the song that I've been having stuck in my head because it's been different. And I'm like, well, that's odd, because usually I have the same old song stuck in my head. Thank you, Mark. And I can't think of it right now. What was it? It was, I want to say it was Tom Petty something, but I don't remember what it was. I don't even listen to music anymore. I have not listened to music since I Mormonized my head. So I miss music. Hey, Janelle. Justice for your family today, Krisha. Thank you. Jury due in 13 minutes. What does that mean? What does it mean, Trace? Oh, crap. Okay. I just had the boop. Um, oh, thank you, Donna. It's horrible. It really is. I wish I could just say what it is and not have a filter. But I mean, it makes me second guess myself because it's so conspiratorial, because it's so out there. I mean, not all of it, but it leads you there completely. And, I mean, again, it's like I went all the way to the top. So, I mean, if you can think of the world's top conspiracies, it's in there, you know? But I mean, a lot of these cases are, I do believe. And, um, you know, if there is a global conspiracy, this this would mirror it a lot. It looks just like what I mean, I don't know verbatim or anything, but it resembles it. See how I start tripping up on it? Because I don't know. Some people take me literally, and I don't know. I don't it's already so stigmatized that I, you know, I just try to kinda walk it walk it up to the line, you know, and then I'm like, "Okay." Because really, it's everybody's own interpretation, really. It's, it just depends. You worked in a bourbon distillery, A. Smith Bowman in Virginia. Jur I still don't know what the jury is due in 13 minutes means. That means they're gonna be there, or they're supposed to be there, right? But, yeah, me too. But what are they gonna do? Are they does that mean, like, verdict's in? Or what does that mean? Don't repeat that. Yeah. It wasn't just one either. It's a couple. Oh, thank you, MMF. Oh, listen to music. My mom always said it helps combat ingredients, stress, and sadness. I have found it to be true. I used to. This is all I used to do is listen to music all the way, but I didn't have time for it anymore. It's always playing in my head, you know. But I relate to music. I used to feel music, you know, like you feel it. My brother's the same way. And anyways, you know, me and Jason were talking last night. We do that every now and then. And so we were talking about Brandon's trial coming up, and he said, well, he might get to go to that one himself. And I was like, oh my God. Oh shit. You know, I hope so if he wants to, because he'll be getting out of prison May or June. And I mean, anyways, it's just all about timing if he wants to and all that good stuff, you know. I don't know if he would find that therapeutic or what, just to maybe go in there and face her, or even though it's not, you know, anything to do with his son or his uncle's trial. Um, I don't know. Just I didn't even think about that. Oh, thank you, AJ. It's good to see you too. And again, thank you, MMF. I really appreciate that. Jack Jackie Clark, give me gumbo over enchiladas every time. Much love for you for all of you today, Miss Crescia. I know, right? Gumbo. I like my gumbo too. I wish I could play regular music on here because we would be jamming. We would listen to some Wayne Toops. We would listen to some Zydeco. I call it Zada Booty because it's a little bit of, you know, it's Cajun and French. I mean, oh my gosh, it's Zydeco and French, Cajun, whatever. I was the one that you had to get off the damn stage, okay? That's all I'm saying. Like, Cresha, get off the stage. Let them people be. Thank you. Thank you, Jules. Can't wait for Krisha and KJ have a discussion on the whole matter. It's horrible. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've tried to explain it so many times that I don't know. You kinda have to be, in a certain place, I guess, in order to, like, be accepting of it or just even kinda because it sounds so foreign, it's so weird. But we can talk about everything in between, and it's like I know how to have, like, a public face and, like, a private face, like a inside, where if it's mainstream, they don't too much like where I go or where the evidence has brought me, where the case following all the things has gotten me. But so I know where I can go, which is crazy if you think about it because it's hard enough even talking about it, much less having different versions of it, you know? Thank you, Carolina. I appreciate you. Thank you. Gifted. Gifted 1 membership. Awesome. Jerry Lee Jerry Lee Lewis? I don't know. I mean, that would be on my grandma okay, my real dad's side, the Easton side. My grandma Bootsy, we called her Bootsy, Grandma Bootsy. Um, I was the first granddaughter on that side. She only had 1 daughter. Her baby was a daughter. So, I think there were 6 children on my dad's side, like, my dad and his 4 brothers and his 1 sister. And so my pawpaw Eddie, he was like, um oh, I just forgot it. Hold on. I wanna get it right. Oh my gosh, not Cherokee. I thought Cherokee for a minute, but, um, starts with a S, I think. Mm, anyways, I mean, like, he's on the rolls and everything, and, um but so, yeah, so they had 6 kids and 4 boys and or 5 boys and one girl, and then I was the first granddaughter, but the second grandchild, if that makes sense. No, not Sue. Um, I might be wrong. Um, oh my god, it's like I can picture it, but I can't make it out, Like, I have to sometimes just be quiet, and, I have to, like, look off, or close my eyes. Crap. Um God dang it, that's gonna make me mad. Y'all know how I am. You know me. You know me, Mel. You know me. Let's see. Let me go and do a little quick search. And genealogy. Oh, I spelled it wrong. More. Let's see. I should be able to find it in here. Okay. So all this just because you asked Jerry if Jerry Lee lived in Louisiana. I don't know. But on my mom's side, it was okay. I'm looking at my mom's family tree that my nanny filled out for her. Or actually, this is my Aunt Susan's. And so it's on my mom's side, it's Tilda June Green is the mother. So that's my grandmother. Ethel Denham is my great grandmother. And that's who my mom is named after. Ethel Kathleen is my mom's name. Everybody knows her as Kay Vallow Woodcock. Then my grandfather's name or great grandfather's name is Tilden Green. And then great grandmother or my her great Lily Hodges White and Charles G. White, and then Maud Wilson Green with a E, and Cecil E. Green. And then on my grandpa's side, this would be mom and Uncle Charles's, all my aunts and uncles, this is their father. His name was Leland Eli Vallow, and then Lilia Vallow. Well, it's Lilia Romero Vallow. And then Collis Vallow. He was the one that was adopted. I think. Shit, I'm getting confused. And then they don't have the great grandmothers filled out, but it has Joseph Romero and Elias Vallow. Vallow used to be with a T. I remember hearing that story. Okay, let me look. Come on, Papa Eddie. Where's my Papa Eddie at? Okay. Well, damn. So, okay, that looks familiar. No, that's not it. It was close though. Whoa. Okay, that'll give me a copyright strike. Let's see. I can play this without music while I'm see, I veer off. This is what happens. This is what I do. This is a day in the life of Crush K. Amy Doan, what are you doing, girl? What you doing? That's my cousin. I think. Yes. My cousin. What's up, girl? Oh, wow. Hey, I know. You're getting old. You're getting so old. I'm joking. You know, I'm getting old. We getting old. Older. Momo used to say only clothes get old and then they come back into style. And she's right. I miss her. Happy belated birthday, by the way. Lori Horror's trial started on your birthday. Or actually jury selection or something like that. April 1st. April Fools. Didn't he marry his cousin, Jerry Lee Lewis? Yes, second cousin. Or wait, it might have been just his cousin. I don't know. It's been a while since I've revisited this. Yeah, would be my family on my real dad's side. And then Mickey Gilly, and then so down the line, it's like Jimmy Swaggart. I'm like, oh hell, how we gonna have those ones? But I mean, Great Balls of Fire, I bet. um, You're welcome, girl. I hope you're doing good. You and yours. Are you a grandma yet? This is how out of touch I am with my freaking family, y'all. I'm like, you know, you heard my question. So this is how we do it. Yeah. It's in my head. A whole lot of shaking. Oh, wait, that might be a a Jerry Lee Lewis song for all I know. I'm thinking of this is how we do it. Like anyways, hip hop, R&B, whatever. We're gonna be gangsta grandmas, y'all. I'm telling you because it will be. I can't even think of anything right now, but um, uh, when a bitch get an attitude, drop it like it's hot. I'm just saying like stupid stuff like that. Oh, thank y'all for being here. Thug life, yeah. Back front, back, side to side. Never let hope. Okay, yeah. Anyways, Montel Jordan. Yeah. Trey says the media line is full. Public filling up quick. No sight of the jury yet. Tell them to run after they drop their verdict. Caroline is laughing. Yeah. You know what we're talking about. Well, hey, Montel Jordan. or oh my gosh, everything's just slipping my mind, like just vaguely, it'll just enough where I can't
Krisha,
remember. Yeah.
are you thinking that you're sharing a screen? Because it looks like it's buffering or something.
Me? Am I buffering for anybody else?
No, not
Or
you, the screen. Are you have you got a screen up?
no. I was gonna do
Well,
this and then I got off talking.
okay. Well,
I can't do two things at once.
I'm jumping in before you need me. Let me get out of here.
That was boring to look at. But I'm gonna play this without music because I have it planned to Foo Fighters. I don't remember the name of the song because Mormon. Anyway, so this was whenever we got to bury my uncle's ashes, Uncle Charles's ashes. It was a February day and it was freaking so cold, but it was like windy and like just ripping right through you. And So that's my Uncle Bobby right there to the right. And there's you can tell, see how we have our jackets? We're like, dig them out. And yeah. Look how little they are. They're like so short. My kids, and now they're all freaking older and grown up. Yeah. And so my mom was filming this for my aunt or whomever could join the Zoom stream or whatever, because this is during the pandemic. And so, yeah, it was still because they were wearing masks. Yeah. So you'll see me like to shine the camera at my mom, and she's doing it at me, and kind of looks weird because we're at a funeral. I get it, but there's Larry, and that's Uncle Bobby. Melanson. See how tall? He's the baby. He's the baby. That's who Lorhor tried to subpoena. And there's Mom and Cherry Pie and Uncle Charles's best friend from high school, Mike Hagel. He actually has, he talked to the detective. There's a FOIA video of him too, or audio of him too. So anyways, if y'all look it up, it's under Mike Hagel on my channel, but Trey says, so relieved we've been here 5.5 hours. Oh my God, girl. So we're so glad deliberations will begin. So they haven't, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to Google what order this goes in. Hold on. Hold up, wait a minute. Let's see. There, I'll just let that go. And we'll loop it. And I'll go back here and take this off. And then this is me. I used to not do this. I used to not talk to myself, but here I am. Okay, we'll do a little. I'll turn it down a little bit. Whoa. It's delayed. Okay. This is the free music. They have not many choices, so I don't know if y'all can hear it. Let me know if you can or can't. I don't know. I wonder why detective's daughter says, why they wait so long to start, Trace? Oh my God, verdict day. Whew, maybe. All right, let me go Google that real quick. Be right back. I mean, I'm still here, but I'm here in spirit. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. All right, the trial, opening statements, presentation of evidence, closing arguments, jury instructions. The judge will provide the jury with instructions on the relevant laws that apply to the case and guidance on how to conduct deliberations. And then it says deliberations. The jury will then retire to a private deliberation room to discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. And then it says jurors will consider the facts, apply the law as instructed by the judge, and share their perspectives. In many cases, especially criminal cases, the verdict must be unanimous. Then the verdict. Once the jury reaches a verdict, they will inform the court. The jury will return to the courtroom, and the foreperson, the juror that's selected to speak on behalf of the jury, will announce the verdict. And then discharge. After the verdict is read and accepted by the court, the jury is usually discharged. Your your jury duty service is typically complete at this point, although the length of service can vary depending on the trial's duration. Sorry, I botched that all up. Let's see. All right, let me command it to do something else. Hold on. I'm still here. I'm being specific, so I got to think. Okay. All that. Let's see. Okay, so I just asked it to give me some activities to do with my chat. And it says, this is a very specific and sensitive situation. Given the nature of the case and the potential emotional impact on your audience, it's crucial to approach this with respect and care. Here are some activity ideas for your live stream audience while awaiting the verdict in Lori Vallow Daybell's deliberations, focusing on respectful engagement and managing expectations. Let me go back over there and check the chat. Yeah, check out the merch. I need to work on that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. What about the portal? If a guilty verdict, then there will be an aggravation phase with additional jury instructions. They brought this up in court before recess. Okay, is that what they were talking about? Because Jason was like, that sounds like death penalty stuff, and so I just kind of let that go. But thank you for bringing that up, because I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look it up. That's what I do. Aggravation phase in Arizona. Well, let me leave that up there. Okay. I think they're going to get hit by a damn bus, Angela Connolly. I really do. When they find out about the rest of the case, the rest of the story, so to speak, holy cow. Okay, so AJ says, yes, the judge confirmed both parties had the additional jury instructions. Yeah. Thank you, AJ. And then thank you, Lamisa, for saying that. Thank you to all of us here for all who is here for the long haul. Kresha does incredible work. Oh, I didn't know that part, but thank you. We do. It will add additional time to her sentence. Wow. Remote has fresh batteries, ready to zap her ass, right? We do live in Louisiana, y'all, where they have the Zapp's potato chips. Not an official sponsor. Okay, thanks. Okay, take Brutus out. Brutus, be good. You nervous? Who is nervous? Who is nervous in here? Let me see. Let me get back over here so I don't see the chat right this second, but holler at me if y'all hear anything. Real loud. Oh, okay. Let me finish saying this. Is the music okay at this volume? Like, oh my God, I don't even know where my window is. Hold on. Back over there. Okay, let me move it over here so I don't get lost every time. I'm sorry, I just happened to see it. She's going to walk the dog. Walking the dog. I'm going to make sure. I accidentally have two. I remember I went to Idaho and I lost my card at Walmart, and then so now I have two. I don't know how it happened, but I think that's where it happened. So one of them is at difficult research. The other one is at Kreshakay, which is Kreshakay. I don't know if that helps. I do have. Oh, I think I deleted them. I was going to say, yeah, I deleted them. I used to have them as a logo like that. You know, the scan. Oh, it's behind the thing. You can't see it. I mean, I have the church lady too, y'all. Oh, I have that video up. Damn it. It's messing me all up. Let me take that down. And then y'all can see what I'm talking about. See? Oh. Oh, I have it just as a logo. But the church lady, and then there's Uncle Charles. And we got our zapper too. Okay? We got our zap. But we'll go with Uncle Charles. Right? Trace, we didn't get you this shirt. Oh, I did it wrong. Okay. Let me delete that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to put this on some merch, and I'll have to send it to my Arizona people on a shirt or whatever. Yeah, I didn't do these right. These are the transparent ones, so whatever. Still learning. Take this down. I'm cleaning. I mean, I think the texts do them in. I really do. Apparently, it is tied to Ned being gone. Hopefully today or tomorrow. Have fun and get rid of Ned already. I mean, come on now. And that's the damn Lord's favorite. I shouldn't have said damn. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. She is the Lord's favorite, y'all. Her dancing days are over. Yeah. Hey, Natalie. What's up, lady? Did y'all hear that explosion last night? Because I did, and that's why I ended the live stream like a wuss. I sure did. I went back just to watch the very end of the live stream, and I was like, oh my God. I feel a little embarrassed. But it was real. It was real to me and Jason. Okay. That's all that matters. We were prepared. Maga Mama says, I think I would be nervous, but I'm not. I think Trina did a great job, and I know no matter what, she'll be spending her life behind bars as she should be. I want to see justice for Charles. I think we can all get on board with that. I think so. You don't think what was a real text? Oh, that one? Get rid of Ned already? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a real one. I mean, not that one. I made it, but it's just like whenever they these shows, they have them, they do the visuals, but you still have to read them. I'm like, that's not the freaking point. I want y'all to read them. I've even thought about putting my uncle's voice or whatever. I know I'm late to the game, right? I told y'all I'm late for everything. But, you can, like my StreamYard, not my StreamYard, but my Speechify. And, oh, hold on. And it's a reader. I'm here, I promise. It's me. Anyways, but it reads things for me. And because I'm like, okay, well, I don't ever have the time, and I'm so hypercritical of my own voice, like doing it, and I mess up every freaking sentence. So I'm like, okay, Speechify, it's like $150 a year, but I mean, it's worth it to me. I don't have to read. But I never go through with it because I'm like, well, then it's AI generated or whatever. But it's my voice, I put it on there. So it's like, I have so many things on there that, I mean, pretty good. Let me see what I got right now. Oh yeah, it didn't read this one really good because of the way it's formatted. Let's see. Library. McMartin child interview. No. Here, I'll go back. I'll pull this up.
Interconnectedness of
I might change the music or turn it off. One of the two. Huh. This is Lori's song. Anyways, it's her other one right here. And Donna's dancing. Is money power? All I want is money power. Anyways. Yeah, we'll listen to that for a second. Donna's shaking a leg backstage. Hey, it rocks. It's a whole lot of this. I'll tell you right now, Donna Coggin. It's this. This is what it is. So this is where we're going. That's what all this is. Eyes wide damn shut. Okay. Look, they turned upside down and everything. Okay, I didn't know I was gonna do all that. But anyways, all right. But that is why we're here. Look, I'll even play this. There you go. All right, let me go pull this other stuff up, and I'll put jacking around. All I want is money, power. That's bad when you know the words, not to a YouTube song. Let's see. Right here, my favorite part. Steak and tacos. Let's see. All right, let me switch over. I stop doing that. Let me do this. Hover down. Go over here.
A little bit, they can still have that as long as they understand the proceedings against them and what each of the parties is supposed to do. And once they are competent to stand trial and that very low bar, there's really not further impediment for them to represent themselves. As long as they're competent to stand trial, there's no test that somebody has to undergo. There's no legal test. I mean, judges and Mel's probably, given this speech to talk about
this is live,
so the standard of an attorney, things that we saw Judge Boreski do earlier. You're going to be expected to cross-examine witnesses, call witnesses.
I don't know if we want to listen. Yeah, listen to them for right now, and let me get my shit together.
But that doesn't mean that
I hate this new sticky volume button thing.
Some sort of test or anything in order to represent themselves. They're competent to stand trial, then they're de facto competent to represent themselves, whether they, really are or not. But from a constitutional standpoint, they're competent, and that's it. It's a low bar, Justin.
Good point. And just for everyone watching, we've got more than 1,000 people watching you guys. So great job so far. We have a poll question on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. The question is, do you believe the jury will convict or acquit Lori Vallow Daybell? 13,000 votes so far. People either voting for convict or acquit. Now, also want to mention, we got Benjamin Taylor here joining the panel. Welcome. Good morning, Benjamin. I know you had a busy day in court, and we thank you. What are your thoughts going into verdict watch right now?
My thoughts are just wondering what the jury's thinking. Like yesterday, they went home early.
They
They're
all are.
back fresh this morning. So they're working hard. They're looking through all the evidence, and there's a lot of evidence to look through. And sometimes some jurors will say, "Hey, I want to be able to feel, touch,
It's
see,
bad.
watch the video." So depending on what the jurors' personalities are, that's how long this verdict watch will go. Sometimes the fourth person will be picked. They raise their hand and say, "Let's take a vote right now." And they
Raising it to
count
the
1,
square.
2, 3, who says guilty, who says not guilty. And sometimes they can say not guilty, or sometimes they say guilty. And they can say it really quickly,
like
and it can be over with in a matter of less than an hour. So a lot
Light 'em
depends
if you
on
got
what
'em.
this
Light 'em
juror's
if you got 'em.
personalities are, what they want to do. They want to go through all this evidence, or do they want to just get it done and get it done quickly? But I agree with the rest of the panel. We will have a verdict. The verdict will most likely be guilty, unless,
Today.
as Kirk knows this in his Jodi Arias trial, unless you have like one juror who stays strong and says, "Hey, I don't want
There's
to
always
convict,"
that one.
most likely we'll have a guilty verdict sometime this afternoon.
Right.
Now, Judge Mel, let's get back to this prediction. You talked about the second trial regarding the shooting at Brandon
Isn't that why we're
Boudreaux, the
here in the first
attempted
place, is
murder
predictions?
case, and also a murder conspiracy charge against Lori Vallow Daybell, that there's a chance that a charge would be dismissed if we get a conviction here for this case regarding Charles Vallow. Talk about that.
Yes. When you look at the posture of where Lori Vallow is now, death penalty is off the table on all of the cases. In Idaho, she's looking at 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. In Arizona, with the conspiracy to commit murder, if convicted, she's looking at about 25 years. A judge, and I'm not sure whether the sentence will be served in Idaho or Arizona. My guess would be in Idaho. But a judge can then take the sentence, if it's going to run with Idaho, and make that sentence run consecutive. So my point is, there's nothing more that can be done to Lori Vallow than would be done if she's convicted in this case. After an aggravation hearing, I am confident that, given the history of the case, I mean, Lori Vallow Daybell is a serial killer. One by one, she kills a husband. She's involved with the death of her children. She's connected with the death of Pat Daybell's wife. She's connected with the shooting of the husband of her niece. There's nothing more than a new trial could do to Lori Vallow, other than give her more time in the sun to let her face be seen on the television, and for people that can give her attention. It would also be very costly and expensive. Jury selection and that trial would be a nightmare. You've got to be living with your head under a pillow if you haven't heard about these cases. And so I would suspect, and I only spoke from my standpoint as a former U.S. attorney, if I had similar cases that had come into me, the fact that Boudreaux was not hit or killed, it was terrifying. That there's nothing to be gained and nothing but extra expense in that. Lori's not going to be affected the least bit, other than maybe get attention. So my thought would be, we've got her in Idaho, we've got her in Arizona, we've got the most that we can ever get. She's going to die in prison. Let's not waste the resources.
And you could have Brandon Boudreaux speak in like a penalty phase for this case. He can get he can say what he needs to say, but he'd, I would assume, have to be okay with not prosecuting her anymore. But she said that there's a chance that he could still get his justice in a way, in this theory. Anyone?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what the judge said. I think Brandon is probably one of the least spoken about counts, but it's really the one that got the case going. He has waited years for his day in court and justice, and what devastation happened to him and his entire family. It destroyed his marriage. It put him at physical risk. It he was friends with Charles. So while I agree with the court, with the judge, in terms of if you measure it in terms of cost and time and sentence, if that's the rubric we're using, I agree with him. If we also see it that people are entitled to their day in court, then Brandon hasn't had that. Mm-hmm. So, so I think it's going to come down to priorities in Maricopa, and it's going to come down to whether Brandon has his day in court. If in aggravation he's allowed to speak, it is part of the sentencing that enhances Lori's sentence and takes it beyond that presumptive scale to the maximum, and that he has an opportunity to have his information factor in and a measure of accountability for what she did to him and his family. Then I would agree that perhaps we've seen the max. But if we want Brandon and want him to have his day in court, and some measure of justice for what happened to him,
for the rest of them,
in terms of the length of Lori's sentence, but in terms of the public recognition and accountability, then we'll see a second trial.
And Kirk, do you feel like this case might be just as strong as the case involving Charles Vallow, because you have a witness and victim
right
who's alive to tell his story and get up there on the stand?
Yeah, I mean, each case is going to have its strong points and its weak points, but I tend to agree with Rachel more in the sense that the county attorney's office seems to be, and I don't know that really everything that Brandon would have to say, Mr. Boudreau would have to say, would really come in at an aggravation hearing until the actual thing is processed through and we see everything with the county attorney's office. I feel like they think that they have a strong case.
Maybe.
You're right. Having a victim up there, having a surviving victim up there that can tell their tale is powerful. It might be cathartic for Mr. Boudreau to do that, to confront Lori in court. So, well, I think some of the things that Judge Mel said are well taken in terms of giving Lori the spotlight, what have you. I think the county attorney's office has shown, because you could make the same arguments that there's no practicality to this case because she's already serving 2 life terms in Idaho. But I think
Natalie.
She's here. The trial is scheduled.
I want to meet them. I want to
having gone through jury selection in a high-profile case, not once but twice, one that was in the media for about 6 months. It is surprising to see that there are, to use Mel's terms, people living under that pillow that either haven't heard of the case or don't have, and the standard is not having heard of it, but not making judgments about it, not having preconceived notions about it. So there's a real possibility that they will be able to sit a jury. It might be a little more difficult with all the publicity that's been focused and saturated in Maricopa County now. That combined with everything else.
We're going to keep up with it.
It's something that certainly can be done, and we've seen in this case a level of efficiency.
But it was 5, then people said 3, and then some people are just saying 1. And
about a couple weeks of court time.
I'm gonna go look it up right now.
My guess is the county attorney will continue to pursue it, even after this guilty verdict.
If I could just add one comment to that, prosecutors every day do plea bargains where there's multiple defendants. All the time, you will have people that have been victims of robberies, that have been victims of assaults, that as a part of a plea bargain, their case is considered, but they plead to other charges. So it is very, very common in the criminal justice system, barely because you've been a victim, the prosecutor will consult with you and they'll discuss with you and get your feelings, but the ultimate call is theirs. And what the criminal justice is, if Mr. Boudreau had been hit or killed, I can then see an argument as in this case. Clearly, you want to proceed. A life was taken in cold blood. This is something you want to see. But in the plea bargaining process, every day, victims don't get their day in court in the criminal justice system. But with the plea agreement and the sentencing, you look, what are the consequences? The goal of Brandon and all of the other people, those tragic people that died, is that Lori preferably should have faced a death sentence, but since that's off the table, to go to prison for the rest of her life, never be paroled, never be eligible for parole. That would be
I get what
accomplished
he's saying,
with
but
the conviction in this case in two
something else.
states. So even if there was a reversal of one, you've got the other. So to me, it's not a matter of.
Okay, I'm gonna stop yelling over them, okay? Because that's ridiculous. All right, so we're gonna just switch over to this real quick, and we're gonna talk about Jennifer Gledhill while we wait. Because it's eerily similar. It's another Utah case, another blonde mommy vixen, LDS. Yeah, just listen to this.
Matthew Johnson was murdered by the defendant. I want to briefly go over the evidence in this case. As I've previously told the court, this is an active investigation, and there is significant substantial evidence discovered after the charging document was filed, and I will include information regarding the new evidence in the state's argument.
I thought about it.
So first, Your Honor, Matthew has not been seen or heard from since September 20th of 2024. He's not been to work. His family and his friends have not seen him. There's no phone records or bank records, no activity. His military ID and his passport were found in the master bedroom. And the last person to see him alive was the defendant. In fact, some of the new evidence the state has are videos taken that night of the defendant and Matthew arguing in the master bedroom. I now want to talk about the evidence that was provided by the identified informant. On September 22nd, the defendant confessed to the informant that she shot Matthew in the master bedroom with a gun as he slept in the master bed. She confessed that she smashed Matthew's cell phone and hid his truck in a neighborhood near the house. She also confessed that she loaded Matthew's body into a rooftop storage container, slid him down the stairs, and loaded him into the back of her minivan. She confessed that she took Matthew's body north, dug a hole, and buried him in a shallow grave. And she confessed that she cleaned everything up. Much of the information that was provided to law enforcement by the informant has been verified by actual tangible evidence, evidence which the state will.
So we thought that Nancy Joe, meeting Charles on one date, they knew each other for a week, but then this woman right here allegedly is confessing all this stuff to her new lover, and then he becomes the informant, which is interesting all in of itself.
Now present in our detention hearing exhibits. And I spoke with Mr. Diaz before this hearing, and I believe he does not have any objection to the state's exhibits.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
So if we could start with the state's exhibit 1. And I have printed out copies of these for Your Honor to be able to retain as detention hearing exhibits.
Thank you.
So state's exhibit 1 is actually a Google map, but what that is the phone mapping of the defendant's phone. And what you are seeing is that the phone at the very top red dot is the residence of the defendant and the victim. And on the early morning of September 21st, her phone data tracks her on that blue line all the way down to the bottom red dot, and where on September 30th, Matthew's truck was recovered. In fact, it tracks her in the early mornings on the 21st, which is verified by the fact that a doorbell camera from a neighbor recorded that the truck was present there at 6 a.m. on the 21st. It also tracked her there at that location where the truck was located on September 25th. And then State's Exhibit 2 is Matthew's truck that is registered to him. That was, again, located by law enforcement at that location.
Moved his truck, just like Lori.
Now, during a search of the defendant's and Matthew's residence, the police observed the following: a new mattress on the master bed, a smell of bleach in the house, fresh white marks from the cleaning on the wall behind the master bed, and blood found in the carpet underneath the master bed and on the slats of the master bed. On State's Exhibit 3 is a cutout from that rug. Now, the location of that blood stain is consistent where Matthew would sleep, put his head on the mattress. And that's consistent from the videos that the state has, that the evidence in this case of them arguing in their bedroom that night. Now, going to State's Exhibit 4, now that is Blue Star imaging that confirmed that it's positive for human blood. And in addition, DNA analysis has confirmed that that is Matthew's blood. And State's Exhibit 5 is also Blue Star imaging confirming that it's human blood on the slats of the master bed. Now I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 6. This is the mapping of the defendant's phone on September 22nd. It shows her traveling up north. It also, during that time, she also turned her phone off for 2.5 hours. There's also videos that confirm that she's
Add to
videos
that.
at different locations that confirm she's up north during this time. However, there is new evidence in this case. If we look at State's Exhibit 7,
Thank you, Grady Grit.
law enforcement did in fact locate that rooftop storage container with the assistance of the military in Davis County. It was located after a storm. We believe it floated from where it was concealed by the defendant. If you go to State's Exhibit 8,
She's a little
State's
woman.
Exhibit 8 is that same storage container. You can see that it was
Jennifer
duct taped,
Gledhill.
but I want to note
This one.
the specific design and the logo from that
Utah.
container. If we could go to 9. This is a screenshot
Good question.
recovered from the defendant's phone. And if we go to State's Exhibit 10, this is zoomed up close. You can see it's the same design, it's the same logo.
Oh, let me make a
We go to
banner.
11. This is Blue Star imaging from blood found, human blood found in that storage container. DNA analysis has determined that it's Matthew's blood. There's also additional evidence that has been discovered. We can go to 12. Now that GPS phone data, that tracking map that we showed on the previous exhibit, put the defendant at a specific location. A location that upon further investigation, it turns out the defendant discarded even more evidence. Law enforcement located the master bed foam mattress and pillows which were wrapped up in a rug from the residence. We go to 13. Now 13 is that same rug, and that is the mattress pad and pillows we believe from the defendant's residence. If you could go to 14. Now 14 is in fact a
Look, I
screenshot
got it scrolling.
from a body camera a month prior to the murder, and that is of the master bedroom. And you can see it looks just like the same foam mattress. And then State's Exhibit 15, that is the rug that was wrapped around the foam mattress and the pillows unobscured. And we go to
Utah.
16.
Utah woman.
16 is a screenshot from the defendant's
Oh, I gotta go
phone
grab me something to drink. I'll be right back.
taken from 2023. That is the same rug. And that is Matthew Johnson next to the same rug. Your Honor, I have no more exhibits, but I do have some additional information. There is right before the defendant reported Matthew missing, the informant recorded a phone call with the defendant. And rather than playing it here, I just want to summarize some points and what is recorded on that recording. In the phone call, the defendant apologizes for telling the informant about what happened. She tells him to not think of her as a monster and to remember her who she was before she opened her mouth. And the informant tells the defendant that he was frightened by what she had told him.
You think?
And then the informant, and I quote, says to her, hypothetically, if the roles were reversed and I did something to someone and I told you that I carried it out, like you would be shocked and scared, wouldn't you? And the defendant responds, quoting, well, not if I deserved it. I always preached that I was like the Queen of Hearts in my past lives.
Oh, I haven't
because I'm
gone
like
to that.
off with their heads. I'm like, if we could just round up the scum of this earth and put them on an island or just kill them all, I could shape this country back into a good place.
I'm gonna
Now,
rewind
then, even
that.
in that phone call, she said,
That's
I
that
could ship,
part.
if we could, was like, well, you would be shocked and scared. Verse, and I did something to someone and I told you that I carried it out, like you would be shocked and scared, wouldn't you? And the defendant responds, quoting, well, not if I deserved it. I always preached that I was like the Queen of Hearts in my past lives because I'm like off with their heads. I'm like, if we could just round up the scum of this earth and put them on an island or just kill them all, I could shape this country back into a good place.
You heard that.
Now, then, even in that phone call, she starts claiming that this is just a hypothetical situation. However, she tells, and I quote the informant, I think that the fact that you got scared of me, that part, it broke my heart because I was like, wow, if you think I could even hurt a fly, like he's not a person. He wasn't a person anymore. He wasn't Matt anymore.
You heard that, right? Okay.
Like, wow, if you think I
Let me slow that down because it's worth slowing down. This man has still not been found, but she has been charged with murder.
could
so.
even hurt a fly, like he's not a person. He wasn't a person anymore. He wasn't Matt anymore.
Okay. Okay. Y'all. Hello. 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 I mean, that's oh, Jason's calling. Okay, let me play that other thing when I answer the phone.
And what's key from that recording is at this point, Matt hadn't been reported missing. Yet the defendant was referring to him in the past tense. Now, moving on to the other prong, there is clear and convincing evidence that the defendant presents a substantial danger to the community and to the integrity of law enforcement's investigation if released on bail. Now, the defendant previously made an unsuccessful attempt to get a protective order, and the defendant believes that the state believes the defendant was very calculating in her crimes. Just days after that temporary protective order was removed, she arranged for the children to stay at her parents' during the evening that Matthew was killed. And she asked her parents to keep the children home at their house for another day, presumably while she was cleaning up the crime and disposing of Matthew's body. The evidence is significant that the defendant obstructed the investigation by removing the mattress.
I'm right here.
And replacing it days later with a new mattress. The cargo box that had been observed by witnesses at the home on prior occasion was disposed of and then later located. The mattress pillows and the mattress pad were also disposed of and then later recovered. However, the mattress is still missing. The gun is still missing. The very gun that we have video of her handling and the same gun she showed the informant just days before the murder. We did find the box of the handgun. The defendant hid the box in a onesie at her parents' home.
A freaking onesie, y'all.
Your Honor, she's already shown that she will tamper with witnesses, but she also told the informant
I appreciate you.
not to say anything. The evidence in this case is substantial, and if released, the defendant will continue her efforts to cover her crime. Further, the defendant is a flight risk. The defendant told the informant that she would kill herself before spending her life in prison, or that she would flee the state with her children.
I mean, can we just rewind to Lorhor, who was like, I choose death over before handing my kids over to anybody. And it's that whole same concept of, I don't want them, but I don't want anybody else to have them. Same thing with Charles. That's why she's like, my husband. Plus it makes probably the jury look at her like with some kind of sympathy, like she still loves him. That's what I'm getting. It's a manipulation tactic, what Lori's doing. So as soon as this is over, she won't be saying, my husband, I promise. Okay. If she does, I'll fall out my chair, but she won't mean it. You know, it's always to exploit and to use. And so just know this Jennifer Gledhill right here, her parents were also arrested for whatever, aiding and abetting or something like that, because they allegedly might have helped her clean up after the fact too. So, oh my God, this is so, she even said past lives. I know she said it in just one of those kind of statements where she didn't say she believed in past lives, but like Huggy Bear said, I wonder if she believes in, or if she read Visions of Glory, or if she's a follower of Tom Harrison. So
now I wanted to remind the court that there was a letter filed a long time ago from Matthew Johnson's family. I just want to briefly reference that letter where the family is urging you not to release the defendant on bail. The reasons, and just quoting from that letter, the reason Jennifer should not be released is due to the evidence tampering, witness tampering, concern for the kids. They're concerned that she may harm herself or others. They're concerned that she killed her husband, the father of her children, and that the Johnson family would be in a state of shock, terror, and fear. They also say that if she can brutally murder her husband with no remorse, she's clearly capable of harming her children. She's uncooperative in helping law enforcement locating the children's father's body. They're concerned that she could flee the state or country. They're concerned that she could harm or contact the informant. In fact, the informant has expressed fear if she were to be released. And she could plant or stage false evidence.
Yeah.
As I said, Your Honor, the family urges you to hold the defendant in custody without bail. The search for Matthew Johnson's body is ongoing. And his family just wants to bring Matthew home. And they are concerned that if the defendant is released, She will continue to obstruct those efforts. And for all these reasons, the state has met its burden, and we ask
I'll
that
be
you hold the
watch it
defendant without
with
bail.
my Aunt Susan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Paulus.
For sure.
Mr.
Yeah.
Diaz?
Yes,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yeah, she does. She
I
sounded
think
excited.
when you're looking at evidence, oftentimes when we're doing this
Oh,
job,
Lord.
you realize pretty quickly that there are oftentimes two sides to every story.
I know,
and
Nene.
explanations that if offered could make sense in different contexts. Getting to what the state has to show in order to maintain the no bail hold. As the court knows, they have to satisfy the substantial evidence.
And then there's the truth. Look
The
at
two
her.
biggest factors that cut against the state's requirement of substantial evidence are the lack of a body and lack of a murder weapon.
Sounds
Mr.
like
Johnson is a highly
Hannah
trained special
Gardner,
forces officer with several tours of
Melanie
combat
Pawlowski,
under his belt, and is
Lori
equipped with abilities
Vallow.
your standard citizen simply does not have. These abilities and experiences give multiple explanations and possibilities that have nothing to do
good
with Ms.
point,
Gledhill
Trace.
as it relates to his disappearance. Further, Your Honor, the lack of confirming evidence, I would argue the lack of confirming evidence
Yep.
on items
about
allegedly
a first
disposed of
date?
by Ms. Gledhill is another cut against the state's requirement of substantial evidence. The state claims to have found a travel container Ms. Gledhill allegedly used to
Yeah.
dispose of the body, and that container contained, and going back to, the court had an opportunity to see what that container looked like. The possibility of Ms. Gledhill being able to fit a full-grown man inside that container, to me, seems difficult and limited. And I do think it cuts against their argument of substantial evidence. Additionally,
I know,
the state
Andy.
noted that there was
I
DNA
know.
found within that. What the state does not note as it relates to that DNA found in that container is that initially when they found that DNA,
Let me check.
there was so little DNA that it required a notice to consume, saying that they could only test it once, and that if we chose to, there wouldn't be enough
Consumptive.
DNA
I learned that
left
much.
for us to test to confirm it. Now, they were able to do some things and they were able to save enough for us to test, but that's how little DNA that we're talking about is found in that storage container.
Because you won't tell them where the body
Um,
is. Allegedly.
The state also found a rug, foam mattress topper, and a pillow. What hasn't been provided to me
Where's
and what
that?
I didn't hear the state talk about today is on this mattress topper and on these pillows where this alleged murder is said to have happened, I have yet to see any sort of confirming DNA or blood evidence as it relates to those. And it's the same thing with the rug. So even though those things are confirming of potentially someone, potentially Ms. Gledhill, disposing of those things, it's not really on its face evidence of the murder, of the alleged murder. As it relates to the shallow grave, both Cottonwood Heights Police Department and the Army Reserve has searched all over the areas extensively with not only manpower, but also the use of drones. Still, no body, no weapon.
That's wild. Wild.
The state brought up video of an argument that was had, but that's all it is video of an argument. And if we're bringing up the argument, I have had the opportunity to look at those. And there are moments where Matthew is incredibly aggressive with my client. As it relates to the conversation with her post-divorce filing partner, the statements as read provide not a lot of real context. These are kind of taken from different places. And again, it's not giving the court a full picture of what's going on in that conversation. As far as clear and convincing evidence, Your Honor, I want to start with the risk to flee. Between the time that there was about a week, 5-6 days, I can't remember specifically what it was, between Miss Gledhill's first interview with police, where they interviewed her, they executed search warrants. She knew exactly what they were looking for, and her actual arrest for this. If she were going to flee the jurisdiction, if she were going to commit suicide, she would have done it there. Instead, she went and hired an attorney and chose to begin her battle to fight for her innocence. So I don't think that there's
Just
a
get her
risk to
kids out
plea
of
here,
it.
and I don't think that the court can find by clear and convincing evidence with that there is a risk to flee the jurisdiction. As far as creating a substantial danger to any other individual or the community, if the court believes there's substantial evidence to support the charges, there's not clear and convincing evidence Ms. Gledhill is a threat to anyone or the community. Ms. Gledhill has no criminal history and has lived in the Cottonwood Heights area for most of her life. She has a very supportive network of family and friends who know
they
who
helped her
she
clean
is
up,
and know
allegedly.
her well. Many have signed letters of support that were filed with the court this morning. I hope the court had an opportunity to read those.
I did read those.
Thank you.
Is she like Nephi?
Further, there are conditions of release available to alleviate any concerns raised by the state. I know a lot of the concerns of the state relate to possible tampering of evidence, possible threatening of witnesses. My client is more than willing to engage and abide by whatever conditions the court deems appropriate.
I doubt it.
That includes protective orders, that includes GPS monitoring, and that includes all PR level 5 conditions. She has places that she can live so that there are people that she's around regularly. And so there are conditions that should alleviate the court in her not being a threat to anyone in particular, nor the community at large. So with that, Your Honor, we are asking that you release Ms. Gledhill. We're asking that you release her with ankle monitoring with PR level 5 conditions and allow her to fight this case on the outside. With that, does the court have any questions for me?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Where's the body?
Your Honor, would the state have an opportunity just to respond briefly?
You may.
Yes. Your Honor, Mr. Diaz claims that there's so little DNA is just a misstatement of how DNA is tested. The DNA is swabbed off of evidence, and only half for the container, only half of the swab was needed to confirm that it was Matthew Johnson's blood on that container. The defendant is free to test. We did not have to consume, and the defendant is free to test the other half. And as I indicated in my previous argument, serology also confirmed that it was human blood on the carpet and in the container. And we know Matthew Johnson's blood is on the carpet as well. And in regards to the container argument of whether or not Matthew Johnson's body can fit in there, we don't know what happened with his body. The only person who knows is the defendant. However, that is a perfect mechanism, the container, to slide down the stairs. And it's the state's theory that she didn't put it on the top. She was able to lift it up into the back of her van. And in the video that the state has obtained of the two of them arguing, at no time was Matthew Johnson at all physically violent, and there were no bruises on
that. This comment right here. I had to cut my live short last night, but when Lori was arguing this particular point, Lori saying that her brother was a comedian, that's why he joked about Charles, was pretty disgusting. Hope the jury caught that. And it was about Nephi as well. And so she brought that up. All together, but I'm like, you're the one that brought it up, dum-dum. Like, your brother didn't text that. You text that to your brother, So it's like that fell flat for me. And for her and for Nephi, damn,
the defendant's body. Thank you.
Okay,
he's like, don't be like me. Oh, I know.
I appreciate the presentations today.
She liked that.
Ms. Gledhill, your attorney, I'm sure, has explained this. It's been discussed here today. Under Utah law, anyone who's been arrested or charged with a criminal offense,
Eddie,
is entitled to bail as a matter of right, except with certain
thank you, Helen.
conditions. The court has to make certain findings to say that bail isn't appropriate. The state here has argued that there is substantial evidence to support the felony charges that have been filed here.
Fancy Nancy.
And I agree that there is substantial evidence.
Thank you, Trace.
We can debate whether that evidence is enough for a conviction.
I don't know.
But that's not the level that I'm looking at. It's not the same level as if this matter were to go to trial to determine guilt or innocence. Substantial evidence is less than that. And I do believe that the state has presented enough evidence to meet that prong of the statute. The second prong is, can the court find by clear and convincing evidence one of several things? And one of the things that the
She
state has
does.
talked about
Karen.
is a substantial danger to an individual or to the community.
Yeah.
And
Oh my God,
that's
Mimi.
after I
Yes.
consider any conditions of
Yes.
release that
Yes,
I
you
could
did.
potentially impose. And those conditions of release
Oh,
then could
man.
mitigate that danger.
Totally.
I
Ruby
do
Frankie.
find by clear and
I mean,
convincing evidence
picture
that
all
there
of
is
them.
a
This is
substantial
them.
danger to an individual, that being the informant
Mhm.
that the state has referenced, as well as to
I
the
mean, I
community.
agree.
I have considered whether any conditions of
How
release
many
would be
people think Libby's
appropriate and mitigate
hilarious?
against those concerns.
I
And I appreciate the suggestions that Mr. Diaz has given. But given what we are dealing with
I would.
here, given the
Tell him.
evidence that I've been presented with today, including the
She
proffers,
does.
I don't believe any conditions can sufficiently mitigate against that substantial danger. So I do find that the
Aw,
state has
sweet mom,
met
thank you,
the
Beach
burden
Bum.
under the statute to
Sending love
have
to
the
her.
no bail hold
On
remain.
you.
And that'll be the decision of the court today. So, Mr. Diaz, how would you like to schedule this further?
Your Honor, if we could go out 2 weeks.
Nope.
We
Better-
can go
better
to March
waive your
14th.
right. Speedy
1
trial right.
p.m.
Perfect.
Does that work for the state?
It
It's
does.
11:30.
Okay, March 14th,
Jury has
1
been
p.m.
in
for
an
pretrial
hour.
conference.
Thank
you all.
All right. To all, a good night.
You can pick the most.
Oh, yeah, you can. Okay. She just messed me all up. We're going to play this real quick and then we'll go back to the court. This is Mormon True Crime.
This week and was hoping like, oh, this will help me to be able to crank out content faster. So I asked Bard to write me a TikTok script in the style of Mr. Ballin telling the story of Elizabeth Smart. So boom, they
Please.
crank out a script for me, but it was super generic. So I said, write me a TikTok script detailing the story of Elizabeth Smart, highlighting the impacts of Mormonism on the
That
case,
Canva's like,
told
F
in the style of
you.
Mr. Ballin, please. To which Google says, I understand your request, but I'm unable to make content that speculates on the direct and significant influence of Elizabeth Smart's religion on her actions during captivity. I didn't ask about her actions. I'm asking about
wow.
the impact of Mormonism on the case. It is significant. And they say, while it's true that religious background can be a factor, you're wrong to create content that speaks about this because of things like you need to be respectful and sensitive, nuance and complexity, as if I'm not human that can discuss nuance and complexity, and a bunch of stuff like that, saying basically you're an unethical person if you create this content. So I closed out that chat, started a new one using the exact word-for-word copy and paste. Write me a TikTok script in the style of Mr. Ballin telling me the story of Elizabeth Smart.
It's on
Please.
you.
Just trying to start over from scratch. They will not give me any information because they're not going to let me tell the story of Elizabeth Smart for the purpose of entertainment. I thought maybe it's just because it's like triggering Elizabeth Smart in there. Nope. It will not let me
The hate family.
get anything,
Oh my God.
anything out of the AI now. Do with that what
Go
you
to
will,
Gemini
but
AI.
that is wild to me.
Mine's
I
gangster.
pointed out that the church is one of their top investors, and they said, no, which we all know isn't true. On to Chat GPT to see if they're any better.
Oh, I like her. I really do. I mean, I do. All right, now we're going to switch on over to here. We're just going to pretend like let's just read their mouths, okay? You ready?
Probably are going to keep working because they did show up a little bit late. I don't know if they started exactly
I'm going to turn
at
it down a little bit.
10:30, and also there's been a couple times where they haven't started right on time in getting to court. Can anybody talk about the mindset of a 4-person and just how important
that's what he
that
said,
is, and getting
Trace.
everyone, you're getting 12 people together, 12 personalities, and you haven't talked about this with each other until now.
Well, Justice is doing a lot of trials, especially murder trials. The 4-person is the key. I mean, that's the leader of the group. That's who's going to decide and take the vote. That's who's going to decide we're going to move a little bit faster.
And they went down rabbit
slow.
holes.
The people need to understand, the viewers, that every single person in there, their vote is equal as the 4-person, but the 4-person has a strong personality. that foreperson can twist your arm to make a person who's saying hung jury or not guilty into a guilty verdict, or vice versa. So
yeah, I'm working on that.
the jurors will
I'm
go
putting together a
based
thing
upon
with
how
all the
the foreperson's
like
personality
Charles,
is,
Brandon,
and how
Matt.
fast and how quickly the foreperson wants
We'll
to move
put
through the
the
evidence,
Microsoft
or
executive
slow it
chair,
down and watch every single piece
Jared
of evidence.
Bredigan,
But each and every, like I said, each and every juror has the same rights and
Eric,
same vote as a foreperson, but the foreperson is very
Richens.
key because they will decide how
Yeah.
quick and how slow this jury will move.
Yeah.
Yeah, that leadership quality, that is something
you.
that as a prosecutor, when
right.
I'm looking and trying to either strike somebody
Oh,
from the
man.
jury or try to insulate so that they're selected, those leadership qualities are
Mhm.
really important. And when you have a foreperson who has leadership and organization
I would think they'd bring it in too.
qualities, you see
Let
very
me go grab some
thorough,
pictures real
very
quick.
thoughtful questions, because they sign all the questions that come out. At least in most jurisdictions where I've been, you know who the foreperson is, and I often will be my first question to the judge when he gives me says, "Hey, there's a question." I'm like, "Hey, who's the foreperson? Who signed that?" Right? So, because that's a symptom. I couldn't agree with Benjamin more of how deliberations are going to go. And the other thing I look for is this somebody that was making eye contact with me or the members of the team, or were they making eye contact with the defendant? Were they nodding with the defendant? Did they roll their eyes when one side or the other made an argument, or how were they responding to our witnesses? So that foreperson is a barometer that when you got nothing else to do but wait, you kind of latch on to.
Yeah, I would love to interview the foreperson for sure. All the jurors and Judge Mel. I know you can talk about so much respect for a jury, investing their time and doing their civil duty, especially listening to so much of this evidence, and basically their world and their lives get rocked out of nowhere. We do have a question from our viewers about after the verdict, when the jury is released, are they able to speak with the judge and ask questions and just for their own knowledge and find out more about the story, specifically
I'm
Tylee and
sure.
JJ?
Yeah, I have no doubt that they will eventually know that after the case is over. They have every right after their deliberations. The rules that govern the conduct of jurors are now over. The verdict is back. They're released. They can watch any news media. They can read anything they want to read. They can discuss with anybody that they want to discuss with the results of the case. One of the guests yesterday was an alternate juror. That is entirely appropriate. And oftentimes after cases, attorneys like to meet with the jurors and find out what influenced them. A lot of times it can be a great learning tool. If you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney, you can ask jurors, what did you think of this line of questioning, or how did you like my presentation? So there can be a wide open dialogue. Some jurors want to steer clear and they will leave and not want to make comment. But I would suspect that you'll find a significant number of people that are on this juror that will be happy to comment and will be happy to share the thoughts and perceptions that they
I
have.
forgot. Y'all can probably see my
Interesting.
face.
All right. Well,
Okay, good.
George
I was
dug this
thinking
up
because I was
my
intense.
memory's not so good, but check this out.
That too.
Posted this on, it was Twitter back then, March 8th, 2021. Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow's marriage certificate from
I remember
November
that.
5th, 2019 in Hawaii. Her attorney had filed it before a hearing, March 2021. So there you guys see, she declared the name Daybell. So I guess I considered her Lori Vallow for a long time, but this happened at the Anini Beach Park. And we've seen the chilling wedding.
Wait, let me read this. Let me grab a screen grab of that. Okay, carry on.
Photos. We were first to be seen. They were not cooperating with law enforcement. They would not cooperate with law enforcement as Rexburg PD searched for JJ and Tylee just to make sure that they were safe. But there it is. Lori married to Chad Daybell,
Yep.
and we know she still wears some sort of
They had
wedding
a
band,
pew. Charles and Lori had a
hairband or
pee-pee.
something to symbolize her marriage. He is on death row, convicted of murdering those 2 children and his own wife, Tammy Daybell. Just a devastating story. This day, she was Lori Noreen Ryan Vallow before getting married. I mean, we know about all her marriages. The jury doesn't. I mean, can anyone just comment? Rachel, I'll go back to you on this. As you were diving into this, you're brought on as a special prosecutor. You're flying into what airport? I don't know where you flew in.
They all go.
And just what were you thinking as you meet Rob, prosecutor from Madison County, and he explains this whole thing to you?
Like, what the F? Oh, Rachel. Oh, hell.
It was that experience was, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys? Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know whether my connection is bad or not. Yeah, that experience will stand out as one of the most unique of my law enforcement career. I had done a background on the case and been submitted some of the reports right after I was hired. And so drive over the mountains into Rexburg, I thought a lot about it. I listened to some of the recordings I'd been given, and then I met with Rob and his entire team. And then I met with the investigative team who outlined in PowerPoint form the case. A couple of things struck me immediately was the depth of the commitment of that law enforcement to finding those kids and then holding Chad and Lori accountable, and the absolute commitment of the Madison County Prosecutor's Office. It's a small office with good, hardworking lawyers to really do right by these victims. Those things I will take away as really a testament to the strength of the system up there in Idaho.
Kirk, when we're looking at closing arguments and we're looking at the time 14 jurors, it seemed like Lori was reading. She went on for about 17 minutes. We couldn't really see her face because of her hair. But if you're, you as a defense attorney in the past, like you zone in on 1 or 2 people, try to hone in on them, try to get some sort of empathy and connect.
Well, yeah, you always want to connect. You're hoping you're connecting with all the jurors to some level. By the time you get to closing arguments, you might have a sense as an attorney, what the jury thinks of your client through the questions, through what Rachel mentioned earlier, through some of the looks, what have you. You have a sense of that, right? So you're trying to connect with all the jurors and you're trying to break through some of that. And it always depends on the type of case, right? Because and you don't know who the foreperson is going to be when you're making that argument, because that that would be gold, right? Then you'd be able to focus right in on that person. But you can see to some extent sometimes who people are that maybe are taking maybe a leadership role in the jury. There's people that kind of seem to maybe
the older
more
ones,
prominent role in the case. So you're looking at speaking to them, but you're looking at speaking to all jurors because you don't really know what a juror is thinking about the case, particularly if there isn't any questions or not. You might just be dead wrong. I mean, I've had cases where I thought a particular juror was the least likely to glom on to my argument.
We need Tom Evans.
She turned out to be the most strongest advocate for it. So it goes back to what I'm saying earlier about juries. We choose them or they're chosen as individuals or not deselected, if you will. But there's really a group dynamic that takes place. So yeah, you could say you want to make that connection, but I think as a defense attorney or even as a prosecutor, it's the same. You'd be remiss if you weren't addressing the entire jury to try to stay on that train. As a defense attorney, you want to go from presumption of innocence to not guilty. So you want to drive that train as much as possible. And, I will say that, there's attorneys probably that have different theories on this, but I mean, I remember giving a closing argument for a couple hours with very little reference to notes, because you have to try to make that connection. Because the one thing that you do, whether it's you're looking at one or two jurors or the entire 12 juries, you want to be able to make eye
He
contact
talks
with
a
those
lot.
jurors. You don't want to be able to read your closing, because it puts a space between yourself. Maybe I made Mel cough up a little bit with my comments, but listen, you want to make that connection with the jury, and a piece of paper is one way to really kind of build a wall towards it. And I see Ben smiling. I think he knows exactly what I'm talking about, because if you're
Has
not
Ben
making eye
talked at all?
contact, you're looking a little less assured of yourself. Because when you talk to
I
someone,
mean,
you're
not
sure of
Ben. I'm
yourself,
talking
you're
about
looking at them. But when
Uncle
you're not
Charles'
so sure of
attorney,
yourself, maybe you're looking
Taylor.
down and going through the motions. And as a defense attorney, you never want to be looking like you're going through the motions.
So you went 2 hours one time for closing.
Oh, Justin, I can talk, man. Let's go.
I know you can talk.
Yeah, you can.
Set the timer. I can go 2 hours on Ben Taylor.
Yeah, that's true, Kirk.
Benjamin, yeah, same point and question as far as whether it's closings or openings, being able to command that jury to sort of stay with you and gravitate towards you and what you're going to present throughout trial or at the end of it. Can you tell us just about a time where you really nailed it?
Yes, I mean, in closings, you can tell when the jurors are smiling at you. Before they go to lunch, they stand up, they walk really past you into the jury room, and they might nod, they might smile at you throughout the case. When you're doing your cross-examination, you can look over because the juror's to your right, and you'll see a juror just nod and just like writing notes. When they're writing notes or like nodding, you know that they're with you. So you have to make the connection. And when Lori, Daybell was doing her closing arguments, what's unique is like your reporter, Lauren Clark, mentioned, right now, is there 10 men and 2 women on the jury?
Yeah.
She's a master manipulator, right? I mean, she should have been looking in those guys' eyes and then like talking to them and trying to see what she can do to maybe get a vote or something, right? I don't know if that will overcome that, but she has to pull out every string. That's what she should have done.
No, her mama should have. Her daddy should have pulled out.
Like, you know what?
Okay, I did it. I said it.
This is overwhelming evidence.
Somebody
but
needed
something about
to.
that Lori, I like, right? And all it takes is that one juror. Like I said, Kirk knows about that in Joey Harris' trial, who's a strong, who will just hold out, who doesn't care about the rest of the 11 jurors, who will say, you know what? I'm so confused with all this evidence. I can't decide, and I'm going to hold out. And that's what Lori should have done in her closings by looking at them and looking at them. But
She shouldn't have
we saw
committed
her
all the
looking
crime
down
she
a lot
committed.
at her notes, reading her
Compared to that.
notes, kind of like being a little bit nonchalant. And that's what we talked about
Nonchalant.
throughout these couple of weeks. That's her
You said
biggest
it.
harm, is that she didn't have an attorney who knew the skills to present this case in court, who could give her a fighting chance.
You know, Benjamin always knew that he had problems when he looked out at the jurors and they're sitting there like this.
Mel, I mean, many times you have described Lori as charming and bright and articulate throughout this. I mean, there's out of the 10 men, and maybe we're totally wrong on this. I mean, these people could be just focused on the evidence,
Welcome
but
in, Cheryl.
could there be that charm factor?
Girl,
well, I'm sure
that's
Jordan
the devil's
and Lori
hour.
would like to have the charm factor.
Perfect
I
timing.
just don't see how anybody can be charmed when you look at the facts that they're laid out. They're chilling. And so,
Nothing. You ain't missing
again,
bunch of old
when
people
you
talking.
look at her demeanor, I go back to her demeanor on the day of the death of her husband.
Okay, I just came
her
to look at that. I'm
indifference, her
here.
cold nature. I think if she's trying to make eye contact or trying to
Yes.
charm the jurors,
She still has
I
a
would
little
be
perfume
real
on the
uneasy
side.
with that. I don't think that would be effective for her. She would have been much
What
better
did I catch? I already
having an
forgot.
attorney speak for her and to sit there staring straight ahead.
10-second
Taylor, I
time.
mean, you dealt with Charles, her former husband, her fourth husband. I mean, how did he
I
describe
know.
her? I know he was concerned, he was scared, but obviously we know a lot more than we knew then. He
Two,
was
I
in love
think.
with her.
How many
He
women are on the
absolutely
jury
was.
right
He wanted
now?
to do anything he could to
Minus
try
the
to
two.
save the marriage, because he loved her so much, and he kept telling me,
Two
"This is
women,
not
Trace
the,
says.
the woman
Hey,
that I
Trace.
know. This is not the
This
woman
is
that
my
I love.
uncle's
This is not
attorney.
the woman I married."
He
And stayed
advocated for
married to
him.
for 13 years. He was, his hand was forced to file for divorce. You know, the Lori's bizarre beliefs and manipulation didn't just start when he filed for divorce. It started months previous, right? And it only came to a head once he started being locked out of his house and couldn't contact her, and then she's starting to say, "Hey, if you come here, I'm going to kill you and have an angel to dispose of your body." So, he absolutely loved her. And to speak to the charming factor,
I care.
that he talked
I
about
don't
that
love him,
too.
but
That's
I
what
care,
worried him, because he could not get through to her family members because they all believed what she was saying.
I agree.
She spun a story that he was cheating on her with escorts.
She's still
during
spinning the
business
story
trips,
today.
and had proof, and he kept demanding, "Show me the proof, show me the proof." And he's telling the family members, "Have her show you the proof. She's lying. I'm not doing that. I'm not stepping out on the marriage. She's the one who is making this up to get what she wants and manipulate you all." And Adam was the only one that would listen to him. And so that's why, when he tried to get Adam to do the intervention or to pull her temple recommend, it was because he loved her, and he knew that she was, the puppet master of her family members. And she was just sitting there and manipulating the entire situation. And he was worried that she was going to be doing that with the police department.
I wonder if he'll let me borrow a book.
Held by community bridges for
they need a damn foot in their ass.
Filed that petition with
Gilbert
PD. They took her to community bridges, and they released her and said she's not a danger to herself or others, and she passed it with flying colors. And I think that a lot of that is her charming personality that she had. And I was kind of shocked to see that wasn't really put on display during the trial. And I think that we saw some of that charm go away with the way that she conducted herself when speaking to the judge or speaking to some of the witnesses on cross-examination, so that jury can't really be charmed and manipulated by her. And then in closing,
let me know if y'all don't have
she was
sound.
very rote. Obviously, she's never done a closing argument in her life. And so she's got to follow her script that she had jotted down on a notepad. And that really, I don't think, was personable. She wasn't looking at the jury. She wasn't interacting with them.
Check your sound settings on your
looking
phone,
down
your
and
device.
reading. And I think that's going to
Everybody else has
ultimately,
sound.
any juror that may, be on the fence, I think that's going
Let
to
us
hurt
know.
Great insight there. I mean,
You
people
know
have
what device
called
you're
her
on.
the Black
Thank
Widow.
you.
Guys,
Black
don't
Widow.
go anywhere. I have a live shot for our new newscast in about 10 minutes, but for our panel, this is a
Hurry up,
time. Take a break, leave your Zooms on. I'd love to have you guys on in a little bit, because we are still on verdict watch. About an hour and a half, nearly an hour and a half, the jury has been deliberating. No sign of a lunch break yet, but we are continuing to monitor this. Those of you watching right now, you'll see me do my live report or talk back with the anchors in the news studio. But Benjamin, Mel, Kirk, and Taylor, thank you so much. Stay with us. This is just a water break, or you grab some lunch, grab a snack, but we are not going anywhere. Appreciate you guys. Rachel will be back on as well. She had to step out, but just want to let you guys know
Heather.
she'll be back on the panel for the rest of the afternoon as we
I'll be back.
wait for this verdict to come in. We'll see you in a little bit.
Oh. Have you read the statement Lori wrote when she was divorcing Colby's bio dad?
What we'll do here, so you guys are in the behind the scenes.
Where can I find
the
that?
name Robert?
It's been a long
Robert's
time.
manning the ship. He's a director in this studio.
That is so sweet.
We got Dave Taylor as well, our streaming EP. Talks to our guests.
That's so
the questions
sweet.
to us from you guys, and we try to get.
I would love to have
Ping
Ping on.
But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get ready for this.
If you would. I know that's not what you're saying, but I would love to.
Come back on, and you'll be able to see us.
Let's go, jury. Right? Yeah. Black Widow, nonchalant Medusa, enchilada, Satan taco bitch. Okay, I said it. Oh, let me turn that down. Lord. Obstacles. Speaking of obstacles, look, he don't look happy in this picture. And look at her. She does. Wonder why. He looks like he just woke up from a Xanny nap, if you know what I'm saying. Sorry, I kind of said that very thuggish. I'm sorry. It's on Reddit. I'm going to look it up. Lori Vallow. Reddit. William LaJoya. LOGAIA. Oh, no, that's not it. No, something will come up. LaJoya. Oh, yeah, there goes my stomach. If y'all hear my stomach, it's mine. It's growling. Here we go. Oh, man. I can't turn it. It's way over here, so let's see. Okay. I'm going to hide myself because I'm burping up air. Okay? Why do I look blue? The hell? Y'all see my picture? Why is it blue? Is that a new thing? What the damn hell? Why am I blue? Oh, never mind. It's because you know how you highlight things. Well, turns out, let me get back to where I was. Okay. Sorry, I just had a blonde moment. Lori Vallow's statement about William LaGoya, I don't know, her second husband assaulting her. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas comes now the undersigned assistant county attorney of Travis County, Texas, on behalf of the state of Texas, and presents in and to the county criminal court a law number blah of Travis County, Texas, that in Travis County, Texas, and anterior to the filing of this information, William LaJoya, the defendant, on or about the 16th day of July 1995, did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Lori Cox by hitting Lori Cox not hard enough. He did not hit her hard enough, is what it says. It doesn't say that. On the head with defendant's hand. He should have used a club. Oh, okay. That must be this other statement, the inverted one. Okay. Against the peace and dignity of the state. It's a signed assistant county. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right. I have good reason to believe, and do believe that William LaJoya, white male, 8472. What the hell is all that? Is that his birthday? 8/4/1972, maybe? On or about the 16th day of July 95, did commit the offense of assault with injury. A misdemeanor, family violence. My belief of the foregoing statement is based upon personal knowledge, information provided to me by blank, a credible person working at blank who personally observed such offense. Affiant responded to 9100 Bluff Springs Road, number 1206, in reference to an assault with injury. Affiant met with victim Lori Cox, who related that quote-unquote suspect, William LaJoya, assaulted her by striking her about the mouth with his hand and throwing her onto the bed, causing pain and injury to Lori. Affiant did observe an injury to Lori Cox. Her upper lip did have a small cut on the inside of the mouth. Affiant is a Texas peace officer employed with the Travis County Sheriff's Department. All right. Anyways. Okay. Where's the rest? July 16th. Affidavit for warrant to arrest LaJoya for hitting Lori is notarized on the same day incident occurs. Was he subsequently arrested or convicted? They apparently got over it because 3 months later, on October 22nd, 95, Lori and LaJoya marry. April 96, Colby is born. Colby's surname at birth is Cox, so their relationship had soured by then. I remember seeing the birth certificate, but can't find it now. December 17th, 96, Lori files for divorce from LaJoya. Then, finally, on February 25th, 1998, divorce is finalized. Edit, LaJoya is hard to spell. Edit, added Colby's birth month. If if she surnamed the baby Cox, it's not likely it was LaJoya's child, because she wouldn't get child support without him having bio dad's name. Or maybe, actually, I have this paper here right now, the one that's notary signed and everything, straight up. Okay. It came from Lori's stuff, and I would love to send it to Colby, but I don't know how to get it to him. If I know when my mom and them were going, I'd send it with them. But, you know, let me see. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Oh, wait, this is mine. This is my stuff. It's like I have this stuff right here for Kylie's braces. Like the packet, you know. I have, what the hell is that? Chocolate Shoe Urgent Care. That's mine. Yeah, Clear Choice for, nope, that's for Jason. Let's see. Oh, never mind. It's going to throw me all over the loop. Way more than I already do. But I do. I remember seeing it about a week ago. God, because I didn't even know I had that. I mean, I knew I had that one, but I didn't know I had Lori's temple schedule thingy. And people that work other positions or whatever, jobs for free in thy temple. Oh, okay. Y'all, I'm a paper person. Okay, I like files. I like tangible things that I can put. Oh, wait, that's on my tax return. I'm a goober. Because I have a patriarchal blessing that's Colby's, and I have one that's Tylee's. Oh yeah, I have this fake $1 million bill. Yeah, I have like paste, whatever. Not pay stubs, but payment ledgers or whatever, where Joe Ryan paid child support, how much per month was paid. I even have his deaths, or not, wait, his deaths, his, what do you call that? And it would have had to have gone to Lori before, you know, I didn't get this offline, so it had to have been in the papers because it's also notarized. So this is Colby Ryan request for exemption to immunization school. Okay. And Social Security Administration, Lori Noreen Ryan Vallow. She filled out for one, November 19th, 2013. One for her again. I don't know what all she was ordering. And there's a third one. She likes to get duplicates and triplets of things. Colby Jordan Ryan, GED transcript. Academic official transcript request. Cole immunization. Let's see. Official transcript of GED test results for Cole's. And American Kennel Club for their dog Crush. That was from the 2015 February. I have Joseph Ryan's freaking electric bills. Okay. For 6/24/2014. Address something Wade Drive, Gilbert. Another one. And Learning Foundation and Performing Art, Warner, report card, 6th grade, 2013-2014, Tylee Ryan. Not some good grades that time. Other than that, I've always seen good grades. Attorney General of Texas, Child Support Division, Financial Activity Report as of 1/22/2014. Case ID number, calls number NCP Ryan, Joseph Anthony Ryan, and then Lori Noreen Ryan. And I mean, it shows like a ledger. 11/30/2009 amount due $1,485. Amount applied. Anyways, he paid like, you know. Anyways, there's quite a few pages of that. And then okay, that's all I have in this one. Register your puppy. All right. Anyways, nothing but another diversion. You know. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, I just found her ticket that she ripped up, I think. Okay, Charles Vallow, State Farm. And this is an umbrella policy. And this is from January 19, 2017. Certificate of release, Joshua Vallow, 2/2/17. ACT admission ticket for Colby. TransUnion. I got a whole credit report for Lori. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. This desk is huge, but you know, it's about worthless because I'm right here in the corner. Well, it curves in the corner, in the middle, whatever. It makes like an L shape. And I can't fit anything right here, you know, so I got to work off to the side of me or to the other side of me, but never in the middle. Anyways, diversion. Let me go over there and check the chat because I've been away for a minute. Trace, do the jury eat lunch in the jury room or do y'all see them move to a dining room? Thank you, Beach Bomb. Yeah, please like, share, subscribe. If you'll do me a favor, it'll help. This came from my Uncle Charles's Houston house. Or, yeah, it had to have come from there. Sleep works. I'm not tired. Not right now. Just reading. Oh yeah, it's up to $300. That's dependent on your pay level. Jury's probably eating for an hour. Donna, they just left for lunch. Too bad Lori's patriarchal blessing will not come to fruition. Her mother made sure of that. Oh, you go, girl. Pow. You get one push of the remote zapper, okay? That's what you get. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. And I just lost my voice. Let's see. I like looking at papers. I do. I'm weird. I don't know, Beach Mom, and it's crazy. You know, I always knew Taylor's name just because that's where I got Love Always Wins from. It was a text that Uncle Charles sent to Taylor Larson, and that turned out to be his attorney when he said that he was taking Lori back, or that they were moving. Wait, I don't know. I'm going to misquote it because that's what I do. But he said something about, I say we, Taylor, because love always wins. What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins. Crazy. Yeah, it says Tylee. Oh, okay. Yeah. But I mean, either way, you know, either way, it's true, in my opinion. Yes, that's what Nate Eaton said. That's what Nate Eaton said. Totally. Are we thinking there will be a verdict today? I say yes, but just wondering. And so Cheyenne Pina wants to know that. And so let her know what you think. I need to go Let me look up how to do a poll real quick. How to do poll on StreamYard or YouTube? StreamYard. Let me see. Paste the copied link in a new browser. What are you talking about? All right. Once you created a customized poll, oh, I ain't got time for all the customization stuff. All right. Now let me do YouTube. How to make a poll on YouTube. All right. I got to listen to it. Hurry up. How do I add a poll? Okay. What's a post? Yeah, I don't really want to do a poll on my community tab unless that's how everybody does it, but it don't seem right. It seems like you can do it while I've seen people do it while in chat. Let me put that in. YouTube chat. All right. Sign in on the YouTube app on mobile. Why? Why? Okay, hold on. YouTube Studio. Hold on, Jason's about to come in here, I think. He just said shit. All right, I'm going to put it on to this channel. I'm going to put it here, and y'all can watch that. I'm not going to play the music because I don't want to get, I'll have to clip it out later because it's copyrighted music. Thank you, Helen, the Scottish Llama Mama, new member. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Should be a tab on the bar of what? Trace's info is pinned, so that might interfere. Okay. Hey, babe. Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm not. I have my thingy up.
You don't want to go in there and I'm not shirtless.
Why not?
No. Maybe you got to pay for
Thank
that.
you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
No, you're good. Thank you.
Love you.
Love you too. All righty. I just got some lunch too. I got Wendy's. Yay. All right. So okay. I don't, if it does, I'll pin it back. All right. Let me get back over here. This is stupid. Okay, let me watch this video. Oh. Okay. Okay. They did. That was short and sweet. All right. Now I gotta actually do it. Okay, YouTube Studio. Thank y'all for being patient. Still learning. There it is, YouTube Studio. Okay. Create. Okay, here. Wow. Right. I'm trying to figure out. It's so foreign to me to look at a YouTube. I think I did it once or twice, and I jacked it up there too. Streaming directly from YouTube. I'm like, what? I don't quite get it. Let me go look at that video again. No, that's the one I just watched. Before that. On your computer, open Google Chat or Gmail. In Gmail on the left, click Chat. Okay, here we go. There we go. So much technical stuff. Let me go check chat. It's taking too long. Sorry about that. Yeah, Jason. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I was okay last night, y'all. It was apparently just normal. A normal explosion at the plant. No, I mean, Jason called the fire department and they hadn't even gotten a call, and they're usually, first responders to it. So if they didn't know, then Jason told them. And if they did know and they're just like, just another day, then, either way, it was crazy. Thank you for asking. Let's see. This is weird. This one keeps telling me to go on my phone. Oh, okay. Maybe there. No. Okay. Tap create. Where? Oh, YouTube app, not YouTube Studio. Okay. Hello. Go to live. All right. No. I want to do it to one that's already existing. Sillies. Well, this might have to be another day because this is not working. All right, that's how you pin messages. Create a live poll. Sign into the YouTube app on mobile. Tap create live. Start your live stream. Too late. Already did. From the bottom, of the chat window. I'm not doing that because I'm already started. You would think this would be easy. Sure it is once you know it. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me just do that for a second. Because we're going to watch this for a minute.
And understand a little bit more. But I'm going to jump in chat and I'll be able to tell you guys what's going on. So in the courthouse, we are not allowed to take any photographs or any videos at all.
She's ugly anyways.
Once I enter, that's why I just go jump on chat. And that's why when I'm outside, I do my lives. And we'll do a few more today, by the way. Hit subscribe and hit notifications because I don't have to go back into a courtroom. I'm just on the 5th floor hanging out with fellow media. So again, I'll sort of make my way out in an hour or two or whenever I have an update or if there are any rumblings at all as we learn or if we're getting closer to a verdict. So I guess, and I want to say this to people who've asked me, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? How am I feeling about everything? I always preface it with, look, I have a really, really bad history predicting jurors and how long they take and the verdicts. So I don't know if you should take my word for anything when it comes to jury deliberation.
Thank you,
With
Nina.
that out of the way, I think they're going to come back.
Thank you, Mega Mama.
I think they might take a while, but not necessarily because they're all torn. I think that they're just going to go through a lot of the evidence that they have.
I live in Westlake, though.
So,
Westlake.
So it could be today. It could be tomorrow, I guess. And if it is tomorrow, I don't know if it necessarily means anything.
All right, y'all. I'm going to kind of grab
Someone
too,
said they
so-
predict the verdict after lunch. Okay, and I'm going to say this. If I have to actually predict, and I'm like,
We'll
which
do
means
it.
probably don't. Whatever I predict probably
Carol
isn't
and Amanda.
going to be right.
I'm
I
out
think
full.
they'll probably have a verdict
Thank you.
later today. And so I'll throw that in the hat,
Oh, no,
throw that in the
Nina.
ring, because if I'm wrong, then we really know. Just
Mhm.
whatever I say about a jury, disregard, and it'll usually be the opposite of what I think. But I am going to predict that we have a verdict later today. Justice Donuts. For those that missed my live stream yesterday, my recap of day 9, which were closing statements, closing arguments, we learned that at the Maricopa County, when a guilty verdict comes down, the prosecution will oftentimes share donuts or justice donuts to thank everyone for the hard work. And so here's to hoping for we can all enjoy donuts, justice donuts later. Last night I had green chili enchiladas. They were memorable. They were pretty good. Thank you, Phoenix. And that was exactly what I wanted. I said, we're going to go get dinner. I'm starving after the recap finished. And I want a green chili enchilada. All this talk of green chili enchiladas has been making me crave one. Let's go find a good one. So it was delicious. And for dinner, I will be quite content having donuts. So that's the latest. Really quickly, I'll just ask, any other rumblings at all before I'm on a lunch live? Okay, so here's the scoop. The jurors are back at 1:30. So in an hour from now, it's about 12. It's 12:22 here.
It's 2:22 here. Okay, I'm
So
sorry.
they'll be back in an hour. So we know that we're not going to have a verdict until then, at least. And yeah, stay tuned. So I might come back out again, and I'll have my mic next time, and I'll just keep filling you guys in. So, all right. And again, like I said, I'll be over in chat as well. All right. Okay. We'll see you guys. Bye.
Uh-oh.
Actually came outside for a little bit outside the court. Share too much or have people overhear what's going on. So the jury is on lunch. I thought that for sure today that because the jury is deliberating, they would probably bring lunch into the deliberation room and serve them lunch inside, at least for deliberations, but that is not how Maricopa County is doing it. I actually came outside for a little bit outside the courthouse. We're up on the 5th floor hanging out for verdict watch, but I decided to come out for a bit, and we knew that the jury was on lunch because they all came out of the building, and we recognized them, and they're kind of wandering around. One of them's on a phone.
We're going to watch this.
Why did you come out to court today?
I knew the Vallow family personally, so I just came to support Charles.
And tell me about your interactions with them back when you knew them.
Okay, I'm in Gilbert, Chandler area, and I knew them right before they moved to Mesa, and I knew them pretty well. My daughter is Tylee's age, and we went to church together. They were in our ward, and we were pretty close.
Yeah, tell me about what type of girl Tylee was.
Tylee was like any other teenager, but she loved her mom so much. She actually really doted over her, and so did Charles. Charles always talked about his wife, how lucky he was, and JJ, and they were a really good family.
You were telling me earlier that Tylee really praised her family on Instagram, like publicly. She seemed like they were a really close family.
Yeah, she would say, someday I want to be like a mom like my mom is, and she'd say like, my mom's better than your mom, that she was very, very close to her mom.
So what have you thought over the past few years as this has all come out?
I just can't imagine the last moments of Tylee, how betrayed she must have felt by
Absolutely.
her mom loving someone and looking up to someone so much, and just all this happening to her.
What was it like sitting in the courtroom today hearing Lori, the woman that you used to go to church with?
Yeah. She's a manipulator. She's good at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, when do you think we'll have a verdict? Any prediction?
I'm hoping they'll have a verdict tomorrow. I don't know. It's kind of heartbreaking that the jury doesn't know the full story. This is just an isolated incident to them. And Lori knows how to put on a show. So I hope that, justice is served.
Anything you want to add?
I just love you guys. I love Kay. I love you all, and I support you.
Very good.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm eating.
We call Lori Daybell the.
I love Vinny. He even said sitting on the toilet. Alex died sitting on. Okay, let me not talk with my mouth full. Okay, what else? Let's do. Hold on. I'm trying to get back there. Okay.
Ron Ball, Sheriff Ron Ball from Madison County was there. Ray Hermosillo. Did they look at any of the law enforcement?
Yesterday I saw them very much intensely involved in the presentation of Trina Kay. She had that PowerPoint up there, and I was actually really impressed to see the jurors either have their eyes locked on her, on the PowerPoint, and occasionally on Lori as they went through different parts there of the closing. I was actually very impressed to see just how long they had their attention span with her on those points. I didn't really notice them looking too much over at the gallery. One of them did kind of notice, but I was just staring at them at one very, very quick point. But aside from that, their eyes really, truly were locked on the presentation that Trina had. And they were engaged at some point to to Lori's closing, but I did start to notice a little bit more of the arms crossing. One man was looking down at that point too.
Did not.
So maybe that's perhaps a bit indicative of where they were kind of thinking.
I got one more question for Lauren. I know you got to get back in line at some point as we wait for jurors to continue deliberation. But you being around the press, and we know, there's so many.
Hello.
There are terrible cases here in this county. It's the 5th largest
Trying
county
to
in the
hurry.
country, but there is obviously something different about this saga, this story, this case. And you've gone to meet, I assume, media from out of state. You've gone to see the public lineup, and you've obviously been here as we've been covering this since 2019. What is it to you, and what is that energy as you are in that courtroom listening to this case, and how everybody has just bought into it?
Absolutely, Justin. One of the incredible things is, as we're all waiting for this point, is we're able to talk to other members of the press from, as you mentioned, all over the country. And I truly am impressed just by the amount of
Thank you,
detail, the
Donna.
amount of facts that all of these press members know about this very complicated, very convoluted story, as you well know. This has really captured the attention of so many people across the nation because it really has a bit of everything, right? You've got murder,
Yep.
you've got marriage, you've got extreme religious beliefs.
Look at my Google search history, and it'll tell you what all.
And just seeing the members of the press, and we're here because so many people have interest in this and are intrigued by this. Covering the story really kind of gives you the idea of the reach of the story.
I like the
and
way you're
most
looking at it, Greg
importantly,
Brett.
I think the desire people want to see for justice. Justice not only for Tylee and JJ, but now they want to see justice for Charles and
Tammy.
later Brandon
Mango.
Boudreaux as well. So the
Hi, Brandon.
amount of people who just want to see this justice play out in the courtroom today, I think is really poignant.
Amen.
And it shows the reason why there is that interest.
That's
People
me.
have this deep desire, deep within, to see justice be delivered within their society. And I think this case really speaks to that.
Yes, and Colby.
Fox 10's Lauren Clark,
And
thank
JJ,
you so much for
sure.
joining us briefly during the lunch recess.
Colby.
I know you got to get back to it, but we will be talking to you later for sure.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I mean, she's right. And we don't see a case like this where it stretches out for years, where there's just so much fallout. And after this, we'll have the second trial, and it's still that closure that's needed for Brandon Boudreaux. And then all of a sudden, you have now 4 total trials, 3 for Lori Vallow Daybell, the 1 for Chad Daybell. I mean, Rachel, I'll go back to you. You've covered so many cases, been a part of them. This one definitely sticks out in your career, I assume.
He does.
Yeah, this one sticks out in, I think, everyone's career. Simply the breadth of what they did, the media attention, the public attention. There were people in Idaho who slept out on the Fremont County Courthouse lawn to try to get in for sentencing. So, yes, it's captured the public attention in a way which makes that unique. I also think the religious aspect makes it unique, especially with the way that the media has portrayed the religious aspect.
Not as bad as it really is.
The attention given to Lori. Sadly, mothers do harm their children and kill their children. So it is sad and tragic. That of in itself is not unique. So I always kind of wonder, what is it that causes the media to pay attention to one versus the other?
Judge Mel, you were talking to me last night about cases you've been involved in, high profile, some leading to executions in sentencing. But there's something about this, like we're talking about the uniqueness of the depravity, and I'm talking about Idaho, that is really connected to this. But you've been doing this for a long time.
54 years before I retired.
That's nothing.
And yeah, the thing that strikes me, I was involved in 3 cases that were involved with death penalties where the individuals were actually executed. I looked and compared some of those cases and the facts of those cases with the facts in this case. This is absolutely bone chilling
Oh,
to me.
Jamal.
A husband, a
Oh,
disabled
Jamal.
son, a teenage daughter, the
Jamal.
wife of
And
your
Hemo.
lover, the attempted killing of a niece's husband. This is serial killing at its worst. And the depravity, the lack
Good
of
question.
feeling demonstrated by Lori on the day that this happened, it is chilling. This is one, and I know there are legal grounds for not pursuing a death penalty, but
This case hasn't even
between
brought me
Chad
there.
and Lori, I think when it
Not
comes
yet.
to who is
I'm
most
like, yeah, I don't
worthy
know
of the
nothing
death
about that.
penalty, I would think it would be
Just the
Lori
Heartland
because
theory.
she sacrificed her 2 children.
Yep.
And those relationships are just chilling, and the utter callousness that it went down.
Oh, yeah, the Pope.
And Benjamin, we'll talk about this because a lot of people have asked, can they seek the death penalty? But for first-degree murder conspiracy, this specific count, that's not possible.
Yeah,
And I know
that's
that the
correct.
kid's
I
name
mean,
from the
under
questionnaire.
the law, you can only seek the death penalty for certain type of cases, and that's like a
Babies.
straight first-degree murder. Here we have conspiracy, so that kind of throws the wrench in why they can't just go after the death penalty.
Thank you for
But,
saying that.
The judge
You
is
know,
right. Mel,
not many people
hit
get it.
a home run there. This is the typical
I'm
person.
so glad.
who
It's
probably
such a
deserves
relief.
the death penalty based upon all these killings. However, each jurisdiction has to charge based upon that jurisdiction. So she's in Arizona, so we, charge her based upon the crime in Arizona. When she was in Idaho, they charge her based upon the crime in Idaho. And that's probably one of the reasons why they can't prove that she actually pulled the trigger. Who knows? She might have pulled the trigger.
Exactly. She
we
may as
don't know
well
that,
have.
right?
It's
But
part of the
a
conspiracy.
prosecutor can only bring a case in which they can prove. So they can't prove that she actually pulled the trigger. They have to prove that she conspired with Alex to do it. So yes, I mean, people are wondering why that death penalty, but because under the law, you have to do the facts and the law and apply them, and only certain facts and laws apply. And in this case, I mean, it's a horrific case, but it doesn't apply to a death penalty case.
Taylor, have you ever
Put 'em all
had
together.
a case or client where it ended up like this regarding Charles Vallow?
Absolutely not.
Jojo, you cracking me up, girl.
I did. I'm involved in a
Hook
case
on a
right
hook.
now where my client was shot by his wife.
Shimo, that's funny, and you just
Luckily,
heard
he
me.
survived that attempt.
Hook or gonna hook,
I
right?
told
I love
him
it.
that
Thank you.
I was connected to this Vallow case, and that he's my first client that's actually survived. Luckily, and Charles was dead, obviously. So
Wait, let me go
very
back.
unique
Hold
set
on,
of
what'd he say?
circumstances from my perspective. I mean, Charles was.
You have to do the
Oh, crap.
facts and the
I told him that I was connected to this Vallow case and that he's wife. Luckily, he survived. Absolutely not. I'm involved in a case right now where my client was shot by his wife. Luckily, he survived that attempt. But I told him
Utah?
that
Arizona?
I was connected to this Vallow case and that he's my first client that's actually survived. Luckily, and Charles was dead, obviously. So very unique set of circumstances from my perspective. I mean, Charles was obviously shot after my time with him was over, as we had dropped the divorce. But it still is something that, as a young attorney, I don't think I'll ever and hopefully never see again.
Amen.
And we were just talking about the death penalty. We know that in Idaho,
covering
that was
Justin, but
being
I'm just
sought
gonna
for
settle
Lori
there,
Vallow
okay?
Daybell, but there were some discovery.
I'm gonna
things
fast forward back to live.
It was late disclosure information,
Yeah,
but
that's where they
very
messed.
close to within 60 days of the trial. And given the volume that was turned over, that had been found and turned over, the court decided, rather than continue the case, to take the death penalty off the table. The
Yeah,
prosecution, we
punish
had
the
the
damn.
opportunity, we could
Punish
have
the
tried
victim.
to
I
rid
mean
the
the.
judge and
Oh
challenge
my
that
God,
ruling.
the perp.
I don't know that the courts would have granted that because it was completely within his discretion to do that. But the decision was not to challenge that, to keep that trial date and to keep the case moving forward as a murder in the first degree. So yes, the state, the prosecutors in that case, the team, Rob's team, Lindsay's team, we agreed it was a death penalty case, but given the desire to move it forward, we didn't challenge the judge's ruling. And at the time, given what we had, that was the right call. The case had drug on for so long. The victim's family, both Tammy's family and JJ and Tylee's family, really wanted the case moving forward. So the strategic call was keep it going forward as a murder first, where we seek that life imprisonment sentence and not challenge the court's ruling on the death penalty.
And thank you for answering that as much as you could. That could be a new show where we call it Unsealed. I like that. That would be interesting. Now we want to ask the panel this. I'm going to start with Judge Mel, because you've been in this position on many different perspectives. Cameras in the courtroom. Obviously, the first Idaho trial, no cameras allowed. Chad Daybell, Zoom cameras allowed. Technology has advanced, but good idea or bad idea to have a camera in the courtroom?
I personally see no problem with cameras in the courtroom, as long as they're very discreetly.
Hear that, Delphi?
I tried one case that was covered by Dateline 48 hours in 2020. There were multiple cameras in the courtroom then. I think with the protections that the judge has done in this case, they're very non-invasive. I think a case like this, there is overwhelming national interest, not only local, but national, and really probably international. And I think it's good for the public to see and to feel and to experience what evil can really be like. There's a reason why this case has captivated people in the state of Arizona. I go out and work on the treadmill, and all the different channels are running stories on this case. I'm a believer that you open the proceedings. There's no reason to block the courtroom or block people from seeing this. There's only limited space in the courtroom. And within this country, I think there's many constitutional protections. So I favor opening the courtroom and letting the jurors see what's happening, or seeing the public see what's happening.
And as a journalist, we definitely agree with you. Benjamin, your thoughts. Have you had to argue for certain stipulations with camera coverage?
Yes, I was involved in a high-profile case a couple years ago where the camera man accidentally showed the jurors.
No.
And once that happened, the judge banned all cameras from the courtroom, because that's a big no-no, as you know. But I'm about transparency. I agree with Mel. However, as an attorney, and a lot of defense attorneys, I think, would agree, sometimes when you have a client like Lori Vallow Daybell, you don't want cameras in the courtroom, because you know that there's a lot of pressure there, and the jurors see the cameras, the jurors see the media there. These jurors are under a lot of pressure too. When they walk out, because they know that a reporter or somebody will be asking them questions, because they're free after the verdict. And so those jurors might feel pressure to do the right or wrong thing based upon the cameras. So I believe in transparency. I believe in that. But for my client in the courtroom, as a defense attorney, sometimes you do object to having cameras in the courtroom, because you don't want the pressure on the jurors based upon the media coverage.
Yeah. And real quick, I wanted to, I thought that was an interesting question, because the jurors will pick up on it. Even if they know nothing about this case, they walk into the courtroom, see all the reporters. Again, they only see one camera. But again, that idea that this is not some ordinary case that they're taking on here. And I wonder if that resonates when they realize, wait, I don't know anything about this woman, but clearly everybody else knows about her.
And right now we have Nate Eaton with East Idaho News on the phone.
Except to
joining us from the
distance it.
courthouse. So if you got questions, let him know. He has about 5 minutes before he has other things to do. But he's been living in that
If we
courthouse.
keep doing what we've always done, we're going to
thriving
keep
in
doing what
downtown
we
Phoenix.
always
Nate,
have.
give us your insight on what's going on this morning.
Well, the jurors got there, most of them, well, all of them were there by 10:30. I got in around 9, though, and one of the jurors was
Thank you,
next to me
Danielle.
in line.
Back
Of course, I
at
didn't
you.
say anything to him. So some got there a little early. They went into their deliberation room around 10:35, and then
Better
came
be
out
careful with
shortly
that
before noon to go to
corkscrew.
lunch. So they've had about an hour and a half today to discuss whatever they're discussing.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah.
reconvene at 1:30
Good one.
when everybody gets back to the courthouse.
We asked our reporter about this as
Yeah.
well. Their body language, their demeanor, coming out and not having the lunch necessarily together, having it delivered.
Yeah, that's kind of
That's
interesting. You
you?
know, in Idaho and in other cases that I've covered in other states, they keep all the jurors together. They will order in food, and they might take a break from deliberating.
I
while
didn't
they
see
eat,
it.
but at least they're still all
I
together.
saw it
and
on
the jury is
accident
kind of
yesterday because they
protected
showed it,
from
and I
the
was like,
public
"Oh
and any
shit!"
sort of outside influence.
Did you email me?
Especially
Because if
during
so,
deliberations.
now I'm
But
like
that's not the case. You know,
thinking you're somebody
I
else,
had
maybe.
to walk away a minute ago because there was a juror close to us. I didn't want him to hear me talking
All right,
about
let me
this case.
go.
So,
Let me go
yeah,
scan through
they're
that
out eating
video
lunch
real
on their
quick.
own, and they'll be back to see what this afternoon brings.
Hold on, I'm doing it now.
And we have Rachel Smith on the line as well. Obviously, Nate, you guys have talked and you've interviewed her. But Rachel, is there anything else you'd like to know from inside? I mean, he is the courtroom insider and eyes and ears in there, as well as Lauren Clark. But it's just hurry up and wait. We still have about an hour, less than an hour for lunch recess.
I do have a question. Nate, were you able to see them as they left? And we've asked this with others. Were they all together? Did you see any facial expressions? Did they appear to be laughing?
You know what? I think we should watch this anyways.
They left?
Hold on.
Yeah, we did see them.
Let's take a
Rachel.
vote.
They walked out and were pretty.
I want to watch closing
normal.
arguments.
I mean, kind of the same faces they've always had. We didn't see them
Kinda
talking to each other.
from yesterday?
I think that they've been told to be very careful when they walk in and out because there's a large gathering of people right outside
Gathering?
the door.
I don't think
There's
so.
4 or 5 benches where the public sits and the media sits, and then just 2 feet away, 3 feet away.
Okay. Do y'all want to watch the closing arguments from yesterday, which is right here? I'm gonna just push play and I'm gonna go look and see what y'all
But Lori
say.
Vallow's plan to kill Charles
Have it
wasn't
faster.
just known by her lover, Chad Daybell, and her accomplice and co-conspirator, Alex Cox. It was also known by her brother, Adam. Adam told us that he knew about Lori's beliefs. He knew what she had been saying about Charles's concerns for himself. And he told us that he knew about this plan for an intervention to talk to a stakeholder. That morning of July 11th, when Charles arrived at Lori's house, as she knew he would, he texted Adam and said, "Al is here." Adam texted back, "They are planning something." He knew.
Yeah, it will.
And 3 days later on Saturday, when Adam finally learned, when his friend
I don't know,
Googled
Janelle.
Charles,
That's a good question.
that he had been shot and killed by Alex, Adam told us he went back and talked to his mother and he confronted her about this. And he told his mother, Lori and Alex conspired to kill Charles. He knew, and he was right. Lori's ex-friend, Christina Atwood, she told you about that very uncomfortable dinner on June 9th, a month before the murder, where Alex Cox was talking about just wanting to kill Charles. He said this multiple times, and this defendant didn't care. In fact, she talked about how she had been drugging Charles.
Yep. Say that again.
Christina told you she was so disturbed by this, she actually went and saw Lori the next day, June 10th.
I know.
And told her,
You
if
have to
something
email me.
happens to Charles, I'm going to have to go to the police. Christina knew. She was right. And Nancy Jo Hancock. Now, she had just met Charles a few days before, and they had talked and texted and had been on the phone for
I'm gonna
hours.
put my air on, so hold on.
Charles had told her all about Lori, the things she was saying, the things she was doing. She told you that she knew that Charles was concerned for his own safety. And she understood the motive. She told Charles the night before, "You probably should just tell Lori that you've changed the beneficiary, that she's no longer going to get that money." Nancy Jo knew, and she was right. Lori Vallow wanted the $1 million, and she wanted Chad Daybell. And she and Alex used that twisted religious beliefs they had so that they could kill the evil, possessed Charles and be like Nephi. The evidence that has been presented in this trial will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. So I want to split up my closing into 3 sections. First, I'm going to talk to you about the timeline and the motives in this case and the evidence that supports those. Second, I want to talk to you about the jury instructions and the evidence that's been presented to you in court. I'll remind you that anything the defendant said in her opening was not presented at trial through a witness or through an exhibit, and it is not evidence.
You're right, girl.
Using the evidence that has been presented and admitted at trial, the state will show you how, again, the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of this crime. And finally, I'm going to talk to you about those justification defenses, the excuses and the reasons why the defendant would like you to believe that they had a valid basis for shooting and killing Charles on July 11th.
Exactly.
And we'll talk about how, in fact, there is no justification for what they happened. What happened that morning was a first-degree premeditated execution of Charles Vallow. So let's go through the evidence.
Let's do it.
Really
Bring it
We
on.
know it goes back much further than this, but the big change occurs on June 29th or 30th when you learned that Charles Vallow learned about these KK Walker emails. He learned about that affair with Chad. Now he knows Lori is cheating on him. We know that he contacted Chad Daybell about it. He contacted Chad's wife about this. He told Adam about it, and he told the defendant about it. So everyone knew that Charles now knew this. July 9th is now the first time that Charles is going to be coming back to Arizona. We know from the time he learned about that affair, he hadn't been back until this planned visit to see his son, JJ. We know at 1:13 p.m., Charles texts Adam and books him a flight for the next day. At 1:21, we know that Adam is contacting Alex. And they talk for 20 minutes. And Alex lets Adam know, sure, you can stay with me. Of course, Alex doesn't know the plan yet, the mission. Lori then starts talking to Chad Daybell. We know that she knows about this intervention. She knows about Adam coming. And we know this because, again, of her text messages. We see Lori then starting to round up the troops. Why does she do this? Because she wants to ensure that on July 11th, it is Charles and only Charles coming to the house and not the intervention of Adam or Brandon or Zach coming over to help him. So she has Melanie. Tells her she can't go to this wedding. She has to stay here. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything. Call me. Then we have July 9th, the text messages with Alex. She tells him, so the plot thickens, call me when you can. He doesn't call her initially. So she sends him another message, this one really letting him know. She specifically tells him, I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days.
That's ugly.
Mel too, she can't go to Utah. She's got a job. They are planning some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way so I'm left alone. She talks, I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. And then what happens? This gets Alex to call, and they talk for almost an hour. An hour planning how they're going to stop the intervention, how they're going to be like Nephi. As we get to the 10th of July, and we continue through this timeline, we see Lori again talking religiously with Chad.
Is that okay for the
minutes that morning? She's also texting Lori,
for the
texting Melanie Boudreau, Melanie B,
captions,
telling her that it's important for the mission, for Melanie to help her by keeping Brandon distracted. And we saw those messages where Melanie says she'll pretend to be sick. We know that on the 10th, Adam arrives in Phoenix. And now we have Summer helping the defendant, letting her know what exactly.
Oh, I knew you would answer.
Everyone is covered to ensure that Charles will be alone on the 11th.
I have this made. I just need to go slap. Let me go do that. Go and slap it on some merch.
Husband. As we get into the 10th in the afternoon, we know that per their agreement, Adam calls his brother Alex. Hey, I'm here. Brother doesn't answer. He sends him a text. I'm here. No response. Why? Because the night before, his sister Lori told him, we have a mission. We must be like Nephi. Charles is coming into town. You must stay at my house the night of the 10th so you can be here the morning of the 11th. We also know that Summer gave Lori an out. Hey, you can stay at my house. No one will know where you are. We're going to be out of town. You can hang out here. Lori doesn't take her up on that. She has a mission to do. As the night grows on the 10th, Adam continues to try to reach his brother Alex. Again, no response. And by 45 or so minutes after that last text by Adam, we know Alex is already at Lori's house. He's there with his gun and a garbage bag of some underwear. Why? That gun is important. A loaded weapon, 2 extra magazines of ammunition with him. He is ready for his mission. And again, Summer is updating her, telling Lori that Zach and Adam are still at her house. They're going to go stay at Mimi's. And she even tells him that Adam is still waiting for Alex to get back to him. Still, he doesn't understand. Why isn't my brother responding to me? I was supposed to stay there. And again, what does Adam bring over? Gun and a garbage bag of clothes. That's all he needs to be part of the mission. When we get to July 11th, we still have Lori talking with Chad.
Oh.
We see those text
Allergy
messages
medicine.
going back between them. And then we start learning from the GPS from Charles Vallow's phone as he arrives. 7:35 a.m., he arrives at 5531 South Four Peaks. That's where we have at 7:36, Adam texting Charles. They are planning something. There is no reason why Alex should be there. And that explains why Alex wasn't responding to me and didn't let me stay there. We see that last outgoing text message by Charles Vallow at 7:37. And in fact, what we see is at 7:37 and 12 seconds, Charles sends out his last outgoing message. And at 7:37 and 29 seconds, there's an incoming message from Adam. It's not read until 12:13 p.m. What becomes important here is in this timeline, how long is Charles at the residence here? You hear in her interview how she says it's so fast. Charles comes inside. He's angry. He's jerky. And she tells him, take JJ. Go get him Burger King. They get JJ out to the car. And then she holds onto the phone. And this argument erupts, and it's just so fast. But what we know is it's actually 12 minutes long. This is not a fast incident. In this 12 minutes, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox are doing their mission, and they are being like Nephi. We know at 7:49, it's over. Lori has left in Charles Vallow's car with his phone and JJ and Tylee. We know that there are 2 phone calls between Alex and this defendant after she leaves, as Charles is laying dying or dead on the floor. 7:52, 8:06, they talk. 47 minutes passes before Alex calls 911. 47 minutes to stage the scene.
I mean, all they had to do was just be better actors,
The
you know?
police are advised when they arrive that the shooting just occurred and that CPR was given. Why is that important? Because you heard even during the interviews, the police were trying to figure out this timeline. Didn't make sense. At 8:48, almost an hour later, Lori Vallow returns. And then we see that around 9:40, she is being interviewed at the Family Advocacy Center. We know that Lori Vallow has Charles's phone that entire afternoon. You saw the PowerPoint from Detective Werther showing that her phone by about 12:36 is already her phone, Alex's phone, and Charles's phone are all in the area of Alex's house out in Sandham. You see on her records that she, again, calls Chad Daybell. We see that Detective Enclan calls her and leaves her a message. They don't leave immediately because what do we know? We know at 2:13, Alex is taking photos of Adam's or flight reservations from Charles's phone. Not screenshots, but photos of the phone. At 2:18, Lori Vallow, who has not told Charles's kids, his family, about his murder, is calling the mortuary. A little bit after that, they still haven't left. She's calling Chad again. And then by 3:11, we know that Charles's phone, through the GPS data, is back at 5531 South 4 Peaks. And when asked about it, the defendant entirely handed over and provide the PIN. They have no problem on how to get into it. They've already looked through it. They don't need it anymore. That evening, Lori and Chad are talking all night. You can look through the exhibits and see the multiple calls of them discussing. Aren't calls to Charles's family, they're not calls to his kids. They're talking with her lover, her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. So let's talk about the motives of this case. Money. We see that from the text messages and the anger that you see through them when she learns that that's been changed and she's not going to get it. Chad Daybell. We didn't go through those text messages, but you can look at them. They are already very romantically involved by the time that Charles is murdered. And it's clear that Chad knows exactly what's going on because he's asking her about the car, about the insurance. All of those things Chad knows. And then
I wish he'd wear a portable
there's
mic.
that religious belief system. The zombies, the Z's, the possessed evil spirits. And her being like Nephi. All a reason and a way to kill someone, just like Nephi, a justified killing. There's that first call when we talk about money motive to Banner Life Insurance.
And what was the cause of his passing?
That was telling.
Well, he was shot. Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right.
You want to put that in your bank account.
And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident.
It was not.
So what we hear here
She's an effing liar.
is Lori Vallow being untruthful to Banner Life Insurance. We'll talk about credibility later, but it becomes very relevant that even in the smallest of things, this defendant exaggerates, minimizes, and is completely untruthful to various people. We all know that she was not the beneficiary. She didn't. But we also know that Charles Vallow was not accidentally shot. She told the police she was there. She knows that her brother intentionally shot him. Of course, they want to claim it's self-defense. There's no accident about that when you shoot someone twice. Motives for money. What we see again here is Lori Vallow talking to Chad about the motive. Telling Chad about the fact that it was changed. I just got the letter from that insurance company saying I am not the beneficiary. It is a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ. What do we know? Again, we see that Chad knows about all of these things. And what does he talk about in that morning as you have those entire messages? Exhibit 230. It would be interesting if he got changed after he had 2 bullets to the chest.
He's such a genius. Y'all know his mom was proud.
Again, as we talk about the murder, we have later in that day the message that I talked to you about. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. We, not I, not my brother Alex, but we did. And then the other thing in this text message that is of importance is the fact that Lori Vallow knew a month before she went to Social Security how much money she was already going to get for the death of Charles. Here she says, I will still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security. When we talk about that motive and the anger by this defendant over not being the beneficiary, we know that even on July 28th, so 10 days later, she goes into Charles's computer to find the change of beneficiary form. She texts that to Chad to show him, and she sends it to Kay and confronts her about it. Money. That's what she wanted. And Chad. So let's talk about Chad, the affair with Chad Daybell. We know that she knew him as far back as November of 2018 when he came to Arizona and stayed at Lori's house. You were told by Detective Duncan that there were recordings on her Lori for Style iCloud account of Chad Daybell here in Arizona for that Preparing the People conference.
Where's the dance video?
You also heard that in the Lolly Time, the later account that was created later, that in March of 2019, there were screenshots of flights to Idaho and back to Arizona with both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. This is during that time when she disappeared and Charles was taking care of JJ, and she's off flying to Hawaii and Idaho, living the good life with her soon-to-be husband. And then, of course, we know that come November 5th, she actually marries Chad Daybell. That KK Walker email address. This was that June 29th. Big change. What do we know? That on April 21st, she created that account. She used her own phone number in creating it. And then she sent messages to Chad Daybell, brother Daybell. We have that exhibit. She pretends to be Karen Walker and invites him to Houston. That's
Which
where
is
she
the
at
dumbest
that
thing
time.
ever.
She offers to use Charles's money to fly him out there and that he can stay at the house with her and her husband. In June of 2019, we see that Lori again uses that same account, but this time she pretends to be Charles and invites Chad out to Arizona to help him with a book. And again, in Exhibit 289, you have those letters. Charles finds those. And he lets everyone know he did. And he confronts Tammy, lets her know. Confronts Chad, lets him know.
Oh, yeah.
And he certainly lets the defendant know
That's what-
that he knows. And now the jig is up. We see in these text messages that were recovered from the iCloud accounts, whether they're under the Bubby context or under the Melanie 2 contact, this relationship between Lori and Chad. If you want to read the story, it kind of mimics them meeting in November, hooking up in hotels, and discussing their love for each other.
Nasty.
When we are talking about a motive and a person who wants money and who has not worked for 13 years, who has had her husband pay for her homes, her phones, her cars, allowing her to go to the temple and work out and go to lunch in restaurants. This is a big change in life if she loses all of this. But if she gets $1 million, it's not so big of a difference. Along
It's
with
up to
that, Social
the
Security.
freaking grift.
And then obviously we know that once Charles was out of the way, Lori and Chad were able to get married.
She's wearing her
What
ring
about those
too
religious beliefs?
when she goes up there.
Everyone that Lori knew, who she expressed them to, told you that they were not in line with the
I just
Church of
had
Latter-day
like a,
Saints.
I'm having a deja vu
Everyone
moment right
told you
now.
that she said things
Last
like
time
she
somebody
didn't
said
need to
something about
repent,
videos,
she didn't need forgiveness,
dancing,
she could do whatever she
and then
wanted
the
now,
verdict came back.
that she
I
was in
swear
a
to
celestial
God.
state, translated, that she is
Oh,
spiritually
wow, that
and
was
physically
creepy.
changing, that she's above the priesthood, that she
Yeah,
knew
you
who
gotta
was
bust
dark
that
and
ego.
evil. You saw those text messages both about Charles and heard from people, as well as
Get my ass
about
back over here.
Brandon and Zach and Adam, people who were helping Charles were also dark or Z's. And ultimately, what did we learn? That she associated herself with Nephi, a prophet,
She
a
killed
holy man,
JJ.
who was justified and asked by
Kylie.
God to kill Laban because he was an evil, wicked king who had the tablets that God wanted him
Did he
to go
even
get.
exist?
Lori was just like that. She was justified in her killing.
Allegedly.
We heard from her brother, Adam, that their relationship had ended when she told him some things about her beliefs that he disagreed with, that she was turning into that celestial state, that she didn't need to eat, that she had more authority than the priesthood.
Yes.
Yeah, ring is a hair tie. She actually did
You yourself
order some
personally,
rubber,
were
whatever.
you aware
bands.
of Lori having
Rubber rings.
outside?
Who the hell's talking? That was weird. I know, Carolyn. I know.
Lori having any beliefs that were outside of what is accepted by
that's
the
on
LDS
there.
religion?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were aware of that you knew to be outside the LDS religion?
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
Hey, CSI, glad you're here.
That's something that the LDS
Yeah, don't get too
religion
hot.
supports?
Or your phone either.
I haven't heard of it that it's happened
Not really.
here on Earth yet.
Serena Sharp told us about, again, the not repenting and Lori changing
can you
physically and
imagine?
spiritually.
Members of the LDS Church.
Yes.
During this time,
Hey,
did
madly
Lori
in love
ever
with
tell you
Jesus.
things about her beliefs that seemed to go against what you understood
know.
or what you were taught through the LDS Church?
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she did not need to repent?
Yes, she did.
You were bewitched? Call me.
During this weekend, did Lori talk to you about her husband, Charles Vallow, being possessed?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, Trace.
What do you recall about her talking about her husband being possessed?
I recall that she spoke about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit, and she named the evil spirit.
Bubble gut.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes.
please.
What was
It was Ned.
N-E-D? Ned?
N-E-D.
Now, Serena Sharp was someone who met Lori in November, texted or talked with her for a while,
All
and then
kinds
was
of things.
invited to that girls' weekend.
All right,
One
that'd
of
be
the
cool.
jury instructions you're looking at, and we'll talk about more, though, is the credibility of a witness. Serena Sharp has no dog in this fight. She knew Lori for a little while. She was invited to, I'll call it the inner circle. The defendant told her some things that went against her religious beliefs. And she said
Aw,
pretty much
love
after
you,
that, the
Chris.
defendant stopped talking to her.
Thank you for being here.
How do we know she's being truthful? Well, we see Ned in lots
Family.
of text messages. This just helps tell us that this is something Lori was telling lots of people, that her husband is possessed by this evil spirit, Ned. And we learn later that, like Nephi, she can get rid of him.
Do you recall Lori Vallow telling you that her husband Charles was no longer Charles, that he was now this possessed person?
Yes.
When Lori was
Hate
talking
that
to you about
brrr noise.
Ned, was she explaining that this evil spirit was now in the body of her husband?
I don't know if she used those exact terms, but that was the impression I got. Yes.
When she would ask what happened
The word
when
she
the,
used expressed
when
to
the
you that
body.
idea that this evil spirit Ned was now in her
might
husband's
have.
body.
Yes.
The other thing that Serena Sharp told us was Lori using that term zombie. You remember how upset the defendant got by her saying that. But again, why would Serena make up any of this? She has no reason to. What she recalls is that that is a term that this defendant
Well, give her a
used when
reason,
speaking
damn it.
of people like her husband who were possessed by these evil
Not to make it up, but
spirits.
tell the damn truth.
We heard from Christina Atwood as well, the same concept that Lori Vallow repeatedly would say.
Did she tell you, as well as the other women who were at this meeting in February, that her husband was possessed?
Yes.
So it wasn't just you in a private conversation?
Correct.
She was open about it?
Yes.
So again, we see this ongoing timing of Lori Vallow talking of her evil, dark husband, who she later is authorized under her religion to get rid of. We know as well from Christina Atwood that there is a progression of these beliefs becoming more deviated from the LDS religion as she is meeting with her between February and June when she finally hears those words. From the time you started meeting with these gatherings in February through to June, did you start to see sort of a progression of things that Lori was telling you that seemed outside of your faith?
Yes.
Did you get excommunicated?
Did she make statements to you that you believed went against your religion?
Yes.
Did she at any point tell you that she did not need to repent anymore?
Yes.
What is that? What is that meaningful to you in your religion?
We believe that every single person outside of Jesus Christ has reason to repent.
Other than Lori Vallow, according to her words to multiple people. So let's take all of this, the motives and this timeline now, and talk about some of the jury instructions and all the evidence that supports proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. I want to start with talking to you about direct and circumstantial evidence. You have a jury instruction that tells you that evidence may be direct or circumstantial, that direct evidence is the testimony of what a witness saw, heard, or otherwise sensed, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact or facts from which you may find another fact. You're told the law makes no distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. And this is relevant. The witnesses have often been questioned. Did you see, hear, or do that? What you are told is you can actually use circumstantial evidence to convict anyone. But let me give you an example of this. Imagine you are sitting on a beach. Just you, it's quiet. Off to your right, there's some rocks and you can't see around that. While you're sitting there, a person walks by, you watch them walk by and they go around the rocks and you can't see them anymore. And then someone runs up 5 minutes later and they say, hey, did you see someone come by here? You say, well, yeah, I saw them walk that way. That is direct evidence. You saw it. Now imagine you're on that same beach and it's completely empty. You close your eyes for 5 minutes. Just relax. Before you close your eyes, the beach was completely pristine. And when you open them up, now you see footprints. You can see the toes facing off to your right, the heels, and you see them go all the way around the rocks there. Somebody again runs up 5 minutes later and they say, hey, did someone come by here? And you go, well, I mean, I didn't see them, but they must have gone by in the last 5 minutes because you can see their footprints. They went that way. That is circumstantial evidence.
I get it.
You can infer from that that someone went by and where they went. The burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof, as we absolutely should. So let's talk a little bit about what it is and what it is not.
See, she's accountable. She drives that.
Burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the instruction tells you that that leaves you firmly convinced in the defendant's guilt. You're told there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find him or her guilty.
Must not acquit.
So I want to start by saying what proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not. It is not proof beyond all doubt. It is not proof beyond all conceivable doubt. It's not proof beyond all possible doubt, and it's not no doubt. You're told that there are very few things in life we know with absolute certainty. So just because someone says, what if? That is not a reasonable doubt. What you're told is it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As we go through
and
the
Lori is
evidence
unreasonable.
and apply it to the crimes, we will show you that there is no reasonable doubt as to this defendant's guilt. So let's start with the crime itself. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. There are 3 stages in this, or 3 things the state must prove. 1, that the defendant or her co-conspirator caused the death of another person. Well, we know that Alex Cox shot and killed Charles on July 11th of 2019. Alex called 911. Alex indicated he was the shooter. He was the only one home. It was his gun. His credit card or debit card was in there with the gun. And we know that Lori told the police that her brother killed Charles. So we know that he caused the death of. So that.
Allegedly.
2, that they intended or knew that she or a co-conspirator would cause the death of another person. When we are looking at this case, we are looking at the defendant's words, actions, and motive. The words and actions of having her brother Alex come over on the 10th with a gun so that he would be there when Charles came over to pick up JJ.
Her son.
The actions that day of taking Charles's phone, ensuring that he could not leave, that he could not take his son to school. The defendant told the detectives how angry and screaming Charles was about the phone, but she didn't just give it to him, throw it at him, tell him to get out, whatever you might do. She held onto it and told the police that she walked away with
She's
it
a
as
bitch.
rabbit.
Sorry.
The defendant's actions and words show us that she is the
A bitch.
only reason why Charles stayed in there and the only reason why Charles was shot. Then there's those 12 minutes. Defendant tried to pretend that this was a quick, angry scuffle. But Charles is there for 12 minutes. The defendant is there for 12 minutes. Alex is there for 12 minutes before she leaves. We look at her actions when she came back. She told the police her brother was hit in the head with a bat. She never asks how he is. She's not concerned about his injury. She's not concerned about her husband being dead on the floor of her house, her child now without a father.
She'll hope.
The lack of words that she said there and her demeanor show again that she was well aware of what was going on and part of this incident. We look at her words to Chad, that Charles changed his life insurance policy before we got rid of him. They show her intent to kill Charles. And again, we look at the motive, money and Chad. When did this happen? The first time Charles came back into town after he found out about the affair.
And they were sealed. Her and Chad.
Finally, the state has to prove that the defendant or the co-conspirator acted with premeditation. So I'm going to talk to you about premeditation. You have a jury instruction for it, and it tells you that the defendant or the co-conspirator intended to kill another human being or knew she or the co-conspirator would kill another human being, and that after forming that intent or knowledge reflected on the decision before killing. It is this reflection, regardless of the length of time in which it occurs, that distinguishes first-degree murder from second-degree murder. You're also told an act is not done with premeditation if it is the instant effect of a sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That's where you remember those 12 minutes and the calmness of her walking around with that phone and her demeanor. You're told the time needed for reflection is not necessarily prolonged.
Do it
The
for your
space
country.
Of time between the intent or knowledge to kill and the act of killing may be very short. So I'm going to give you an example. It's a lot of legalese, and then we'll talk about what we really have here. So imagine again, you are driving your car. You do every day. You're coming up to an intersection and you see the light turn yellow. And in that second, you think, do I want to run it? Or do I want to slam on my brakes and hit stop before I go into the
Put your
intersection?
1 foot on the
You
gas
think about
pedal, 1
that,
foot
and
on the
then you
brake
decide,
pedal.
I'm going to slam on my brakes.
That's
And I'm
what I
going to
do.
stop. That is the time it takes to reflect. That is the time it takes for premeditation. But we have a lot more than this because we have planning, not just premeditation that morning. So when we talk about the premeditation that we see, it starts at least back in June, when we have Christina telling us about Alex Cox saying that he wanted to kill Charles, Lori having no reaction to that, and instead talking about drugging Charles.
Did you hear Alex making some comments?
Yes.
And you told us that they made you uncomfortable. What were these comments?
He stated he wished that he could just kill Charles.
Okay. Was Lori around when he was saying this?
Yes, one of the times.
Okay. So he said it more than once.
Yes.
That's messed up. No.
Can you describe first part of his demeanor when he's saying this about wanting to just kill Charles?
It was jocular, just as I recall, he was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly.
And you said one of the times that he said this, it was around Lori.
Yes.
Did she react in any way to hearing her brother say that he wished she could just kill her husband?
Not that I recall.
And you stay friends with her?
By July, 9th, or when we start having this planning that we're talking about, we know that Lori Vallow is living in a house paid for by Charles Vallow. We know from even her statements to Detective England that she doesn't like Charles, is what she says, but Charles won't file for a divorce. We know from her words and text messages that she wants to be with Chad Daybell, but Charles is her cash cow. She hasn't worked.
Oh, yeah. And her family.
She pays rent, car, cell phones, her travel. And so as far back as June 9th, we're already hearing that Alex and Lori would like to not just get rid of Charles, but kill him. But if you think that June 9th wasn't the beginning of this planning, this idea, this concept that Lori and her brother have of getting rid of Charles, this evil, dark, possessed person, that we know on the 9th that there is definitely a plan by this defendant. And we see that through those text messages with Melanie, with Summer, with Alex, where she speaks of the mission, where she talks about telling Melanie, you can't leave. You got to pretend to be sick and stay here and keep track of Brandon so he doesn't come help Charles. You can't be in the picture. We need to stay here to defend ourselves from an intervention. The 10th. Again, we have Melanie, who is talking to her and saying, that she wants to just go to this wedding. And what does Lori tell her? No, you have to stay here for the mission. The mission of stopping an intervention?
And she did.
No. As we continue through the 9th, we see Lori getting everyone lined up to help her. Alex, where he again is told that he will be like Nephi, just like her. Now Lori tells him it's an intervention. Everyone knows, Adam told you what's an intervention? It's talking to someone. It's common language. But that's not what the defendant wants to happen. She doesn't want Charles to divorce her and lose his money. She doesn't want this intervention to happen where she loses her temple recommend. What she wants is to be like
Wonder if she still has it.
Her husband.
That was a joke. Hopefully she don't.
Well, Nephi was a prophet in the Book of Mormon. It's the first chapter. He was a prophet, very humble and faithful servant of the Lord. Ironically enough, his brothers tried to kill him at one point. But he actually ended up going to Jerusalem to get these plates back. And he was run off, came back, and then went back again because the Lord asked him to. And when he did, the King Laban, who was actually a wicked king, was laying on the ground drunk in front of him. And Nephi was told to kill Laban.
Who was he told by?
The spirit, or God.
So God was using a Holy Spirit to tell him to kill Laban, and
Yes.
did he?
Yes, he did.
Was that something he anguished over?
Yes.
But ultimately, it was a justified killing.
Yes.
You heard from Detective Duncan that everyone he spoke with gave this same story. And again, the defendant questioned others about this story. But what we've heard is from Detective Duncan and from Adam that Nephi is this justified killing. When we think about her religious beliefs and what she's been telling people about not needing to repent, about telling people who is dark and evil,
Not needing.
that she is above the priesthood, it makes sense that she feels justified in determining who should live or die, just as she told her brother on the 9th. And we know that, in fact, we're talking about a justified killing because Alex brought a gun over. He didn't bring the Book of Mormon to talk to Charles about.
I like that. That's
something.
hilarious.
He didn't bring a friend to try to record Charles saying something. He brought a gun with him. And then he waited there for his sister's husband to come into the house so he could kill him. What we see is a very planned out, premeditated murder. But let's talk about some additional premeditation. Again, as we're looking at Summer, we see on the 10th that Lori is having her sister update her on where Adam and Zach are staying, so she knows they're not with Charles.
Shame on you,
They're not
girl.
coming over. They're not going to be interfering with their justified killing. And there's that 12-minute time where the defendant desperately wanted to rewrite the timeline as they told the police that day. This just happened. It was very quick, but it wasn't. It was 12 minutes. Charles arrives at 7:37 and Lori leaves at 7:49. During this time is when that plan, that premeditated murder occurred. So let's talk about that as well. The evidence at the scene, the physical evidence, supports this premeditated murder. Alex fired 2 shots. One of them went through Charles' center mast, exited out his back, and went into the floor.
This should be the ring part somewhere.
The second one, Charles was on the floor, on his back, bleeding out, still able to move, and we know that because he had blood on his left hand.
Shame about the bamboo.
As he lay there on the ground. In that time, when we talk about premeditation and reflection, as Adam had to move his hand down, reposition the gun, and discharge and pull the trigger one more time, that is premeditated first-degree murder, no matter what you believe before that.
Chuck. Yep.
Again, when we talk about that physical evidence, we saw the fact that the location of that
Like her
bullet
soul.
defect in the ground matched right under Charles's left shoulder. And we heard from Dr.
Trigger warning.
Dr. Baumgartner told you that this was a classic shored wound. And no matter how many questions could be asked about him of maybe a bamboo shirt might stop a bullet in one location, but not in another, or how many matrix-like hypotheticals where maybe Charles bounced back up and then on his way down, the bullet slowed down through him and waited till he hit the ground again before it exited. Dr. Baumgartner told you,
Especially the bit.
hypotheticals, those issues did not make sense. He's never seen a t-shirt
That's my new word for her.
stop a bullet in one location or at all.
Not new.
And we know
More
Charles
frequently.
didn't bounce because we know he had no injuries to the back of his head.
But that's what they say
This
Alex
also
did. He
tells us a
bounced.
little bit about the shooting itself. When Charles was shot that first time through center mast,
I don't know.
he did not fall
That's a
straight
good
back
question.
and land onto the ground, laying there on his
Is
back.
Trina K as dark as Oprah, you guys?
If he had, he would have had
Put a 1 if yes, a
bruising,
2 if no.
abrasions on the back of his head when he hit the ground. He didn't have anything on the back of his head. Where did he have abrasions? On his knees. When he fell to the ground after being
Yes.
shot.
I think
Do we
we
know
should
how
do
long it
that.
took him to roll over, to fall onto his
Sometime.
back before he was then shot a second time because he's still alive?
That's a good
You
idea.
heard it could take up to 2 minutes for Charles to have died, and then he could have spoke and moved during that time period.
Wouldn't like there be blood in his mouth? I'm not trying to be gross, but
What we do know is that he eventually ended up on his back. And while he was on his back is when he was shot the second time by Alex. This defendant and her brother in that house waiting and making sure that Charles was dead, murdered, executed. Words,
I'm not laughing at what she said. I'm
actions,
laughing at what Lisa
motive,
Lisa.
and physical evidence all tell you what happened that morning.
Yeah, with the
let's talk
sunglasses
about
on his head,
conspiracy.
getting out of bed.
You know, there are a lot of layers here, and I'm just building them up for you. You're told in your jury instructions that conspiracy requires
That's
proof.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
One, the defendant agreed with one or more persons that one of them or another would engage in certain conduct.
Oop,
So
oop.
again, we look to Lori Vallow's words. What she had been talking about for
Okay.
months, Charles being possessed, being dark, wanting to kill him, the discussion on June 9th, poisoning him or drugging him previously. And then when we got to July 9th, it is all coming to a head. We will be like Nephi. Her actions, having Charles come to the house instead of staying.
Will you come be my guest and we'll talk about all this?
She had him stay away. Why? Because if Charles stayed at the house, couldn't have Alex come over with a gun and be ready to shoot him, right? You got to have him come in. Her actions of inviting her brother over with a gun the night before so he would be there. She knew when he would show up. He texted her, I'll be there at 7:30. Pick up JJ. But most importantly, why did Charles stay in the house?
Well,
Lori told
all
the
right.
detective that Charles
I have your
was
number.
like, oh,
You
I'll
have
just stay
mine.
here for 20 minutes and then I'll take JJ to school.
Yeah.
She wasn't going to kill him.
Oh, not too soon.
No, take JJ to Burger King. Get him out of the house. Go put him in the car.
Oh.
And he does that. But then she takes his phone.
Where I had to stretch. All right, let's get in touch.
And she
Like,
won't
I'm about to send
give
you a
it
message.
back. What she told the detective was before
Thank you.
this alleged Tylee bat, whatever thing you
Thank
want to
you,
talk
Hughes.
about there, that she had Charles's
Thank you so
phone
much.
and was asking him about texting Adam. Of course, that's interesting because how would she have known that? We know she had the phone actually for a while before she did that interview. She tells the detective numerous times that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone, and she will not. That she's walking around. He's trying to get the phone. She won't give it to him. Why? Because she needs Alex to come out.
Yeah.
He
Then
brought
took her
that
phone
gun
away.
over for a reason.
My eyes are itching.
So she agreed with one or more persons, her brother, Alex, that she intended to promote or assist the commission of such conduct. Well, of course, we know both the promote. She is the one who on the 9th said, we will be like Nephi. It's time to stop this whole thing. Charles trying to take my temple recommend, all this stuff that's going on.
What does it mean if she's there?
And of course,
I'm like,
she
wait, what?
assists by ensuring that Charles stays in the house when she takes
I
that
don't
phone.
either, Natalie.
And of course, they knew that it would constitute first-degree murder. That's what Nephi did.
Yeah.
Only unlike
yes.
Nephi, where it was justified. Here, ladies and gentlemen,
Anticipation,
this
not
murder
nerve.
was not justified.
I don't know if it's the same.
Finally, think about the demeanor when you're thinking about,
Where?
again, words,
What?
actions, motive, and demeanor.
No.
When Lori comes back to the house,
The F.
she is very, what did
If
we
it's
hear that word
paper,
many
I'll
times?
sign up right now.
Nonchalant, calm, no questions about her brother,
my
no
God,
questions
that'd
about
be
her
awesome.
husband, no questions about the house, just laughing about her neighbors.
Good afternoon.
She is in absolute agreement with what
I
has happened.
bet.
She knows what's happened and she's calm and good with it because she doesn't need to repent. She is able to determine who should live and die, and she has done that.
We all have the remote for the belt. You get a zapper. You get a zapper. You get a zapper.
Of conspiracy. You're told that to prove a conspiracy, it is not necessary to show a formal meeting or express agreement. But we see that from the
Ew.
night in that conversation that she and Alex had, where she tells him, you are going to have to stay near me for the next couple of days.
Robinette's bringing it.
We will be like Nephi. You're also told that a conspiracy may be inferred from circumstances showing a common criminal
Let me look
agenda.
that up, Liza.
Because you don't have someone who says, I heard them say, we shall conspire. You can infer that from the conduct of what happened on the 9th,
Exactly.
the conduct of what happened on the 10th, and the conduct of what happened on the 11th. All infer to you a conspiracy.
Yeah. No riots,
Alex
please.
coming
But
over
oh my
with his
God.
gun to shoot and kill Charles.
Right. Why is that?
As we again look at this in this conspiracy, again, we're looking at the same words and actions. March, Charles is no longer there. There's just an evil spirit in his body. June, Charles is still possessed, and now Alex is saying he wants to kill him. Lori is fine with this, and she says she's drugging him or had been drugging him. And then
Makes
2
three
weeks
of us.
before,
Yeah, me too.
all of a sudden, Charles knows Lori's been having this affair.
The loin flicker.
Lori's words,
Oh my God. I
actions,
gotta mute.
motive, and the physical evidence. Conspiracy again. We see that Lori and Alex know exactly what Charles is shooting.
I love it. I love this.
Alex doesn't go to
Someone
the
called
door
loin
according to
fire
Lori and
the loin liquor. I
confront
mean, loin
Charles or
flicker. Oh my God. That's
tell
the
him,
word.
"Look, we'll
Oh
send
my God.
JJ out and you can leave with him." The world is so difficult. How hard would that be? Bring JJ right to the door and let him leave with his dad. No, you aren't going to shoot him outside. You want to make it look like self-defense inside. As you go through this and we think about what's going on, the defendant doesn't even care. She wants her husband killed so bad that she's willing to let her brother bring over a loaded gun in an unlocked gun case in a house with a 7-year-old autistic child. That's fine. When the defendant was questioning Detective Enclan, she was talking about how hot it was outside. JJ's out in the car. But she has no problem with an unlocked gun in the house with the kid. And she's worried about her child out in the car.
Ew.
She's not. We know that because
We
she's
all
the
laugh.
reason Charles doesn't go back out into the car and leave. She keeps him there in the
Amen.
house. She is why JJ's out in the car alone.
Just me, yeah.
She has to keep him there until Alex comes out and can shoot and kill him.
Interchangeable.
When we talk about that premeditation, obviously we're talking about that message.
A beam flicker.
We know from the 9th on, they are premeditated, they are conspiring, and it's all heading to July 11th.
Which was a special day
We
for
look at the timing
her
of
in
this, and
July.
this is
For
actions
her
and
knowing.
non-actions. Charles is in the house for 12 minutes. After those 12 minutes,
Is that an
they wait
occult
47
holiday or
minutes
whatever?
before they call 911.
7-Eleven.
To stage the scene. No CPR is performed.
DJ Norman.
They wait for Charles to be dead, and then they talk during this time period. They talk. They could call 911, but nope, they're going to just talk.
They need a
So
sign
again,
that says
we're looking at
we
their actions,
ain't dialing
what happened and
911.
didn't happen,
Right?
and the motives.
That's Alex and Laura Whore.
There's the gun that was used to kill Charles. We're going to go through a couple of these exhibits, some of what Lori said, and it's exhibits 192 and 197, where she again says that Charles came over and said he was just going to hang out at the house for like 20 minutes, take JJ to school. She, of course, tells him to go. And when JJ is out in the car, she has Charles's phone, and she won't give it back.
Totally.
And no matter how much she says that Charles is screaming at her to give the phone back, she won't. And all of this conversation about Charles demanding the phone back is prior to her statement to Detective Enclan that Tylee comes out with this fact. This is all her doing. This is her as an accomplice assisting and promoting this murder. Lori is setting up Charles so Alex can shoot him.
I agree with Trace.
And with JJ, and so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone, and he was like, "Give me my phone," and I was like, "Why don't you show me your text that you've been texting?" Blah blah blah, you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night, and I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like. And so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brothers.
Anything else? I just want to know everything there is about 7-Eleven.
You have to put into context.
Thank you.
This is 9:52 in the morning when this part of this interview is occurring.
Thank you, Mary.
And she's telling the detective that she
Hey,
confronts Charles.
I'm going to be listening, but
about
I'm
texting
going back
her
over here
brother,
and
Adam.
work on some merch.
Now,
Getting hot.
she's had the 47 minutes she's been driving around, and then that time at the house when she's waiting outside to learn all of those texts and what's been going on between her brother and Adam and Charles.
Yeah, I forgot.
And so she is now mixing this in to her interview. And so when you're listening to her interview, we know she's trying to work out this, what happened, how did this go? You can watch her demeanor as well. And as you're going through this, see how she's just telling a story here, like what happened, almost chuckling about it.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and... He comes back in, I went give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. and I was kind of walking towards around the house with it, so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
So again, JJ's in the car, Kylie's not out, Alex isn't out, and she is making sure that he doesn't leave. She's walking around the house, holding his phone, refusing to give it to him, making sure her autistic child is sitting out in the car even longer so that she can ensure that exactly what they've been planning happens, that Alex has time to come out with the gun that he brought over and shoot and kill Charles. This defendant is the only reason why Charles didn't leave with JJ. This defendant is the one who provoked Charles by taking his phone and refusing to get it back. This defendant is the one who ensured that Charles was inside without JJ so Alex could shoot him. And this defendant is the person who set up Charles so that her brother Alex could shoot him. Let's talk about staging the scene. We know obviously from the first responders that when they arrived, no CPR was given. You heard from Officer Wojbecki that when he felt Charles's neck, he thought he was dead already, but they still let the first responders in because they've been told CPR had been given. And what do we know? That they arrived within a few minutes. No one had ever tried to save Charles. No blood had been pushed out of him from CPR, whether strong or light. He had been dead for quite a while. His skin was mottled when they started cutting open his shirt and looking to the back, and lividity, the blood pooling, was occurring already. So they kind of knew something was off with that timeline. So what about the scene itself? The bat. It is placed to the right of Charles to look like he was using it. He got shot and it went flying behind him. Well, obviously we've heard from Kay, Charles's sister, that he was left-handed. We know from the blood evidence on his hand, he was left-handed. There's no damage to that mirror. There's no damage to the drywall. There's no damage anywhere, like this bat is being swung around in this horrific fight that's going on of grappling. The injury to Alex Cox's head. You heard it was a small 1-inch cut that he was using a paper towel to pat, and at times, as you watch that Exhibit 1, rubbing it, making sure it stays bleeding. There is no blood at the scene from this giant grappling thing going on that Lori Vallow wanted them to believe. His head is bleeding and they're grappling around and he's being beat with this bat, and yet not one drop of blood on the floor. Not one drop of blood going down the hallway when he put that gun away. Not one drop of blood on the gun itself. And then the shoes, left by the door to look like Lori Vallow had run out in fear after this horrific incident that they planned. But what we know from the Walgreens video is that she did enter the store with shoes, something on her feet. So we're going to go through. We know Charles, again, left-handed.
Field with your brother.
Yeah.
What position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did you do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Left-handed? So we know that Charles batted left-handed, not right-handed. And what we know is Lori Vallow had a story about how Charles was using that bat. And it becomes very important as well when we're talking about the staging of the scene. This is Exhibit 193.
Yeah, she was outside, and what happened? Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me to that and yelling at me to give him his phone still because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in a circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards.
Like he was swinging it, swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
So Lori Vallow, detective, and planned that Charles is swinging the bat backwards. Now, if the bat was like this when he was shot, the arm would have been shot. Covers his center mass. So we know he wasn't here. So if he's out here, where would the bat go? Down, out, somewhere that way to his left. It would not end up thrown up above him.
I may have to put my headphones on just a minute. There we go.
Kresha, you're muted.
Oh, good. Good. I'm so sorry. I'm a goober. Y'all, I was trying to be slick. I thought you were laughing at my jokes. I was like, oh, cool. Anyway,
Hello,
I was
everybody.
trying
So
to be
good to see
slick.
everybody.
Yeah, everybody, this is Janelle. Okay, Janelle Murphy. I'm so glad. Like, she called me and I was like, hey, what are you doing? Sitting at my desk watching
I thought
your
it's
live
about
stream.
time.
Like, me too. Oh, man. Oh, wow. So what are you doing today?
Well, I'm just sitting here at my desk and
Yeah.
just working, watching your station. So yeah.
my station. Y'all have a station. That's really cool. No.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know
I'm so
nobody's
glad
here right now, so thought maybe I could jump on for
they'll
a bit.
come now. Now they will. That's how it always was for me, as soon as we'd start doing something, fun, everybody would start coming in. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I do have my necklace. I need to clean it.
Oh, you do?
Mhm.
Oh,
It's
that's
right here by
nice.
JJ. It's right here by JJ. Look how it's dirty.
Mhm.
Like, I'm ashamed. It's dirty. Like I need to clean all my jewelry, but Janelle gave me this whenever we had the kids celebration, or what was it, a memorial service in
Uh-huh.
Boise last year this time, and it says JJ and it has a little
A
it's
forget me
dirty.
not flower.
A forget me not. That's the back. It's so
Yeah.
dirty, y'all. I'm so sorry. That's the front, right? And then yeah, so she gave me. I still have the packaging and everything, the bag, everything.
Oh, you do? That's sweet.
And then this is a little piece of JJ, right? I need to get a better chain because I don't care for it. It's too masculine. But
Yeah.
this is JJ. So I appreciate that still. You and your sister. Thank you again.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful memorial. I totally enjoyed being there. And I still can't help but remember that red balloon that came
Oh,
down like in the middle of the auditorium and just came down and was right there, right in the middle. So
I remember Tom. That's because Tom was right around me. I didn't really know him, but I knew who he was. You gotta go. You can just go whenever you gotta go.
oh, no, you're fine.
I'm just saying. But I remember I think it kind of came down and kind of was in the seat, like it went down to the seat,
Yeah,
or that level. That was really cool.
it was beautiful. I think that was very important for me to note that. I think it was special.
I mean, and I stayed up your butt, you and Carrie Ann. I was like, oh no. I mean,
Oh,
I
that
just
was
felt safe.
fun.
I felt safe and I'm not a real big social person anyways. I mean, on here is about as much. I used to be when I was a drinker. I was like, oh, I'm social until you stop drinking. Then you're like, oh, yeah, no.
Then you sober up, huh?
Yeah, then you're like, no, it was just the alcohol that made me do that. But look, Trey says, hey, Janelle.
Oh, tell her hello. Hello, hello. I love Trace. Her and her daughter just welcomed me and picked me up at the airport and let me stay with them and just made sure that I had some wonderful memories with them when I was there. So it was wonderful.
Feast or whatever, a big dinner by Joe Schmo. I was so
Yes.
jelly. I was like,
so good.
I like to eat.
He does such a good job, Joe. Yeah, it was really good.
He's a Taurus, so I get it. I was really, really Angela says, yes, the red balloon, a sign, I believe, in my opinion.
Yes, I believe so too. I really do. I believe that's what
Crazy.
it was. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful memorial for them. The flowers were beautiful. The ones who spoke was beautiful. It was nice to finally meet you in
I
person,
know. I know.
after all that time. So that was really wonderful. So I just felt it was important enough to travel from Utah to Idaho for that. So
That meant a lot. It really does. And I mean,
yeah.
you sent me pictures from Springville where Tammy's buried,
Oh
and
yeah.
you shared those with me before. Also, I don't know. I just really appreciate you. I really do. I
Yeah.
don't even.
Actually, my sister's buried not too far from Tammy. So in the same cemetery. My sister passed away in
This
November
sister?
last year. Yeah.
This
So
sister?
not the one who did the necklace.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, I'm about to clean it right now.
No, my older sister. So yeah.
Well,
So
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to discount it. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, that's all right.
Sorry for
Yeah.
your loss. I really am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
hard.
sorry. I'm trying to keep this straight, and so it's kind of hard to do that because I don't have
Look.
anything to set it on at work. So I apologize if any of you are getting dizzy.
Mine's on the stand, and
So
I have a hard time keeping it straight. So you're good. Do you
yeah.
want to? I can shut your screen off and let you. You don't have anything. You ain't got a shoebox or anything.
I know. Let me see.
I mean, I
Maybe
want you to be comfortable.
Yeah. Let me see.
I'm gonna just do your.
I have a tissue box.
There you go. Yeah, that'll work.
That'll work.
Okay,
Let's
everybody,
see.
just hold on. Hang on. This will be enough excitement for the day. Woo.
Okay.
I'm about to go get my bat and hit the damn tree and just zing my way back into my body.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how we can do this. Sorry.
Right? I love the color of that wall, by the way. I'm just saying.
Technical difficulties.
It's a
Okay,
bright color.
there we go. We got
There
it.
you go. All right.
Okay.
Never knew it. So what are you thinking today? Like, what are your thoughts today? Or towards this?
I think just waiting for everybody else. Like everybody else, I think it's I'm trying not so hard to think into it because I know it'll just drive me crazy. So I'm trying to just, hand it over to the jurors and let them do that and not anticipate what's going on. I'm hoping that it works out for you and your family, but trying not to try to think about it too hard because it will make me crazy if I do.
Anybody else in here an overthinker? Because I don't even know I'm doing it, and so that's really challenging all in of itself. But it's a good idea. It's a I mean, I thank you for that, and I mean, we're all just. It is what it is. It is what it's going to be. What it's going to be. Again, it doesn't bring him back. It doesn't bring any of them back. Or we did that, the very day that it happened or whatever. But I mean, you've been here forever. You've been along this journey, and finding your own way too. And I mean, I think that's really, it's unique. It's just so unique.
It's really hard and it's very challenging for me, and I'll tell you why. Because being LDS and actually being a part of the Preparing the People group has been very challenging because especially when I started showing up just for my own healing. I went to Idaho to see Lori's I think her sentencing. And I was like,
her dance. She was dancing
for my just for my healing. And I was like 2 or 3 away from getting in, and I didn't get in. And so I was in the over where they sit. They have other people sit there, and so I was there, and I met Amy Hackelman, and she does A Life Without Parole. And so I actually did an interview. She had asked, but you know, people, when they found out who I was, they were kind of mean and snarky looking. And you know what? I don't blame them. I really don't. Because if you would say you're a part of that, of course, you know, people say, well, why'd you stick around so long? First of all,
Janelle, I have to say, I used to hashtag your name. I did. I didn't know you. And so I was like, hashtag, I didn't know too many hashtags would cancel it out. So I did that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's before
okay.
I knew you were the girl that was married to Sean Little Bear. And I was just like, "Meh." And until you find out, it's, you know, from my end, it's like, I don't know who you are. I just know that
Yeah.
there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of death and the children and just all the things, right? So I think
Yeah.
that's just normal.
Yeah.
It's if everybody was like you, we would be golden. We'd be great.
Oh. Well, thank you. I try to. I don't know why I felt a huge responsibility to this though. And it's not that I like participated in what I call in my book the evil inner circle, but I just was there, you know? And I think people, because I was there and I was Sean's wife, that's why I went. And also I had friends there. And but there was a lot of times where, like, I remember Julie Rowe coming and being there for the first time, and
Tell us all about
and,
it.
that was something else because, like, other people saw different things, and of course, it is true that the car alarms went off and there was wind. I know Sean said he was outside and he was there, and he said there was a wind that kicked up, and it started from one area and then just went around the building. And then my mom was there with me and we could hear the car alarms going off. That was really freaky.
Oh my God.
But actually,
I can see that though. I can picture that and be like, oh, and like her hair flying back and like Firestarter, the movie, you know, or Kill Bill, whatever the hell. I picture that about Melanie Boudreaux-Klowski too. When she showed up at her friend's house asking like, the Holy Spirit, let me hear my kids are here. And I could just see her. I'm telling you.
Firestarter.
I have to make a joke out of it because it's whack. But I mean, did you sense anything then?
I
versus
did.
Now, when you think
totally did. When that was going on, I was just thinking, this is just not right. This just does not feel right. Just especially from like my background. I just felt it wasn't right at all. And it to me, it was a sign, but it wasn't a good sign. And
we never listen. We don't ever listen to those. We're like, yeah, whatever.
True.
We do. I'm guilty. I do it. You know, we all do.
And you know, I wished I would have listened better. I wished I would have listened more. But there was a lot of times where I really know, like, how do I put it? So I went through my own healing and I went through my own spiritual stuff. And I went to a medicine man, you know, from my tribe, and learned a lot of different things. And I feel like I was prepared for this. And although I didn't know it, because there were spiritual things that happened. And I tell you, and I might freak some people out, but I had a friend.
Yeah.
I had a friend who had spiritual gifts. She was clairvoyant. She was all the clairs. And her and I would sit in my living room and speak to people. That's just how it went. That's what we did.
I'm guilty.
But you know what was really, really pivotal about this was that the very first Preparing a People that Melanie had hosted, I was going to go. And I had my ticket ready. I had my hotel. I had everything ready. And my friend come over and she sat down and visited and she told me, Janelle, they're telling me to tell you not to go. And I'm like, Why?
I hope you didn't eat the food.
The food. Lori's green chili enchiladas.
Yeah, with mayonnaise
tacos.
shoved in them, you know.
Maybe that's what it was, because she said,
Yeah,
I said, why? I said, you know, am I going to get an accident or what? She goes, I don't know. They're just telling me for you not to go. And she said something about your safety. And I'm like, my safety? I took it to God, and I was not to go. And so I didn't go. And
Melanie and safety don't go in the same sentence.
Yeah.
For your safety, she repeated that over and over
Yeah.
again, and I think that's just her story.
But maybe something that they said to me from that the other side saying about your safety was about that too. You know, I don't know, but I just know that I didn't go. And there were so many different things that happened like that I know that I and that's why I call it walking through the doomsday darkness as I've seen it. But it's also because I was walking through it and didn't know what I was walking through. I didn't
At least
know.
you got through it. You're not next to Lori. You're not next to Chad. So,
and the thing was, I knew Chad. You know, I had done a book, but I think he knew that I was spiritually inclined enough, because one time I had written a book and Sean and I were sitting down at the table with him. It was at the Dreams and Visions conference in Brigham City. And I told him, I said, oh, I wrote a book. And I thought it was quite interesting that just because I wrote a book, I didn't get to talk at the Preparing a People conference. And
that what they gotta do? It seems
that
like.
Another thing, it just kept me safe. And so,
you know what else, Janelle, is your two daughters are still alive. That's another thing.
Yes. And I'm very grateful for that. But I tell you, when all this was coming out and the trials were going on, I felt a little bit guilty about that my daughters were still alive.
I was like that. I had an ex-boyfriend, my first boyfriend ever. And when I was pregnant with my first, I found out that his baby girl died as an infant. And I mean, I went to the cemetery, found her little grave. And I mean, we had talked about baby names, you know, just those stupid little things you do when you're a teenager and you have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, he named her that. And I was just, I bawled at that grave. I didn't even know that little girl, that baby, you know, but I felt so guilty for being pregnant and like, I don't know. I understand.
Yeah.
And I mean,
and it was just for a minute. It wasn't a whole lot, but just for a minute, I thought, my girls are still alive and Tylee and JJ aren't. And I really struggled with that. I really had a hard time with that. I'm very grateful that my children are still alive, but I had a hard time with that.
Yeah.
So,
I understand.
But I knew it wasn't the way to feel.
Right. I mean, but it is something you do go through. I went through it also with 2021. It was like everything was just I don't want to poo in on my just everything was coming down at one time. For me, at least it felt like that when the indictments, JJ's birthday, we had that psychic lady cussing my mom out, and now I felt guilty because I talked to her. I mean, just all the things, right? I was just Awen, and all the things were going on, and I was just like, oh my God. And I felt guilty for, I mean, like, it was my birthday in 2021, and I was just like, I don't even want to breathe. Like, I just felt like they don't get to, so like, why, you know, I mean, that's heavy. It really is.
It's hard to be in that position, and it's so uncomfortable when you're in that spot, and it is very hard. I just remember, you know, and I'm not as close to this as you are, but I'm close to it in a different way than you are. And so it really bothered me. It bothered me in a different way, and I really had a hard time. There was times where it sometimes just seemed hard to breathe or hard to live. And I am grateful for that spiritual side for me to give me comfort or safety or whatever it has been. I'm grateful for that.
Absolutely.
And I don't know why I've been through this, but you know what? I can come out and I can speak about it. But I want to tell you one thing that I thought was really interesting was that there was one time when Sean and I were up in Idaho, and it was the second time we went. And Chad and Julie Rowe wanted to meet with Sean by himself. And
oh, I remember Julie saying something about this.
oh yeah, because she actually came out and was like really mean to me after Sean had mentioned this.
Oh my God.
Wanted to they wanted to meet with him by himself, but I think is what they were going to tell him, because I noticed when the FOIA docs came out that Sean was on that list that Chad had. And that day, I remember them setting an appointment to go, and he didn't go. We were at the laundromat doing our laundry.
Right,
and
real
I
life.
just told him, I'm like, I don't feel good about you going. I said, I know I'm not your girlfriend. I know I'm not your wife. And at that point I wasn't. But I said, I don't feel like I don't feel good about it. And I didn't tell him exactly why I felt that or the background of things, but I just felt that, and he didn't go. And I just told him, I said, you know, when I was on my mission, we had like a little white handbook that had like rules on it. And I said, and you know what, Chad would have known this too, but it's, you go 2 by 2 and you don't go by yourself because it's to keep you safe.
That movie, The Heretic, that movie. You don't
And
do
that's what I told Sean, was like, you know, this is to keep us safe.
It shouldn't be secretive. I mean, that tells you right there everything you need to know.
Yes. And there was somebody else, I can't remember who it was, but there was another person who Chad had approached and said it was genealogy. I think he was going to do the same thing with Sean. He approached him. He was going to tell him who he was in a different life. But I was so frustrated. And so I said, I talked to God, and I'm like, I was frustrated. And I said, what is her purpose here? JR's purpose. And I got something right away. And it said, she is helping people learn to discern.
Well,
and I'm like, okay, then I will stay away. I will stay away. Because at that point, when I was going to meet her for the first time at that conference, I was probably about 20 feet away from her. And then I heard the Spirit say to me, you don't need to meet her. Like, okay, I won't. And then Chad got up, and he was talking very highly of her. And my question was, why is he speaking so highly of her? It just, there's so many whys that I had in my thoughts.
Why do they vouch for people if you don't even know them? You know, like that's huge. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Hey.
So it was quite interesting about that.
Yeah.
Hold on just a minute. Just need my check. Oh. Oh, hold on. I'll tell you something. Deal. And then sorry.
Have a good day. I love customer service.
Now Krisha says, have a good day.
Bye.
Sorry.
Oh, verdict. What? Wait. Hold on. Just 1 second. Okay. The media. Okay. Let me just catch up. I've been seeing some things. Let's see. Trey says the media are all visiting loud and typing on their computers. I don't think they notice. They know they'll get the email anyway. I know that Nate said something about 30 minutes to no, Jason told me 30 minutes to an hour. And I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay. Well, maybe an estimate of verdict. It's 2:09 now over there in Arizona. No confirmation, just loss of anticipation here and eyes wide open. Oh, eyes wide open. Ah. Let's see, which is 20 minutes. And then this is what made me say, what? Verdict, verdict, verdict. Are we trying to manifest it? Deputy is going into the family room. He is speaking. I could just text my mom. I mean, just text my mom. But just don't mind me. I have to look down because I can't do two things at once. So, okay.
That's all right.
So I'm here. I'm listening. Please.
So there was just so many whys, or why was this way, or why was that way. And so I didn't find out all those whys until everybody else found out about all the whys that I was asking about in my mind. So there were times it was very uncomfortable. Like when I did go to to Arizona, and I went to the Jason, Mal, and Chad thing. And it was uncomfortable. And that was the night that all of them met at Lori's house. And I just did not want to get into that. It felt like, for me, they were like really high energy, or they were high somehow.
High, for sure.
I just didn't feel like, I just felt like being myself. And I felt like a lot of times they weren't all themselves. Like they were all together and they were all happy and they were all bubbly and they weren't being themselves. It was like I don't know, like a show kind of.
Is it like that picture we have of Chad, Zalema, Serena, Christina, Lori, and Melanie, and they have the cookie and they're like, and it just is fake looking. It's really creepy. Yeah.
And
so that kind of energy.
I was not in that picture. I was over at Melanie's house with my girls. So yeah.
What is she like though? Does she really smell like essential oils? We all want to know. we are curious now.
Where'd you hear that from?
from Lori. She told that to Colby.
Essential oils. I'm sure she probably used them. I'm sure she probably used them. Yeah.
Okay. Mom said no in all caps. And she said, we'll let you know first. Okay. Oh. Thank you. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get that out.
That's okay.
So, no verdict right now. Mom said she'll let me know first, which is weird.
I think it was kind of hard, and I can see personally why Melanie got entrapped in this stuff. And I can just say she kind of had a hard life growing up. I remember her telling me that her mother just put her in front of the TV, and that was the babysitter. So I think it was hard for her and challenging for her at the time. So I can see why, in a way, that wasn't she like a daughter of Lori's in a different life or something? From the FOIA docs, it sounded like she was, but it's like all these people were playing out something that wasn't even true, but yet they wanted their desires filled in some way. And I think even Colby talked about when his mom was taking him somewhere and she was driving and he was asleep and she was waving her arms in the air. I think she was doing energy work.
Yeah, witchcraft, or she was a bippity boppity for sure.
Bippity boppity booing. So
man, he was like, "Oh, what you doing, Mom?" Yeah, I that's wild to me. Like just when he said that, I mean, I got my chill bumps. I was like, "Oh my God." How long has Lori been into this? Has this been something that she learned from her mother? And you know what I'm saying? Generational thing too? Is this just a mixture of pagan beliefs and just all the things? You know what I'm saying? Just going through this myself, I've learned a lot of things that I'm like, oh, wow, I'm doing that. You know, like I've caught many things that I've done myself. And I'm like, oh, okay, so no more of that, you know, or just, I mean, just we have a really messed up view of what's Christian, what's not. And I mean, I'm not hardcore anything. I listen to myself. I mean,
Yeah.
this, I've always felt like that. Just I'm spiritual, I guess. But
Yeah.
other than that, I mean, my ex-boyfriend, he got vibes off Lori, and that was weird to me. I was like, "What?" When it came out of nowhere in
Yeah.
2012. He was like, "That bitch is crazy." He did say that. He did.
Mhm.
And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" And he was looking at Lori, and he was like, "That bitch is crazy." And now I'm just like, "Wow." But he was
He's never
crazy,
said
so
any more truer words than picking up on her, huh?
Mhm.
And her vibe that way. Yeah, I
Mhm.
was there when those two met in St. George.
Did
But
I
what was
mean, did
really
everybody's faces melt or something? Because what was, is there MK Ultra going on? What is going on?
well, at this point, I was thinking at this point, because you know how Chad is. He's not like he's just kind of monotone and he's talking like this,
Dork.
but he was extra happy.
So I heard that
And
speech. I heard it on Hidden True Crime. He
you
does
know,
sound
that
happy.
was we celebrated Sean's birthday that day because that was his birthday. So I know that. But then again, I was thinking, why is he extra happy? He's usually not like that. And I was thinking, well, maybe it's because he's kind of grown into his speaking or this and that. I had no clue that he met Lori that day, but I could see why
Well,
he was extra happy.
James was born. Loinfire was born. Warhor was born.
No
And
wonder.
death came in a lot of more than threes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not, you know how I do. I do like this. We go up, then we go down. Sorry. I know I'm hard to follow like that, but I mean, it is what it is. And I swear, you know, you get to a point sometimes where you're just like, it's just meant to be. It's, I don't know, meant to be in the way that they chose their path. This is how it you know, their paths, the victims' paths affected mine, the ripple effect, right? I mean, it's continuously still going. And so I'm just like, okay, I just don't want to waste that. I don't want to waste the impact that they've all had and they continue to have, because so much awareness needs to be brought.
Mhm.
People's eyes have opened. This, I mean, they have impacted countless lives, I believe, and still do, and still will, because that's what I think, like me, Megan, Mom, Larry, my brother, you know, just like all the family members and friends who love them, that's what we're supposed to learn from these things, and you know, make it count. Make it count.
Yeah. Yes. I think
It does
that's what
count
it's all
for them.
about, is just trying to get past that and heal. But it's very good that we have each other to rely on to do that. And I've seen that. I've seen that happen that way, where people have just all over the world have gathered around and just rallied and putting out that energy of love with people, and how important that is. And so I don't think that their deaths is all for naught. And as tragic as it is, and as hard as it is, it can help us on a larger scale to see things a lot clearer, to learn lessons, but also to get past that and to love. And that's what I see that it's teaching us, is to love.
Absolutely. Yes. And it's so when you're like, from my position or whatever, Jason's talked about this too. This is our thing, you know, or we talk about this so much over the years that, like, you see the absolute worst in humanity with these crimes, the murders, all this. This has been horrible. And then doing all the research in and around it it's so dark. It is so dark. Okay. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't care. I'm just busting through everywhere. I'm just like, hey, what y'all doing in here? You know, like, coming to shine a light. I mean, I don't know, just I'm kind of fearless like JJ was whenever he was running through an airport, He was a fearless little guy. He was, like, just never met a stranger, you know what I mean? He was just, um that's what I feel like. I it doesn't matter, like, I don't even think about it, if it's dangerous or not. I'm in there, And I mean, I'll get through it or whatever, I'll back out. I do have my own instincts but I'll go there. And I don't even go anywhere, but I mean, just searching in the darkest little areas of the web, except for the dark web. Thank God. Jason stopped me. He was like, because I was like, oh, I haven't tried there yet. And he was like, no, ma'am, no. So, I mean, there's nowhere you won't go. There's nowhere you won't go whenever, I mean, they were missing. It didn't matter. I didn't matter anymore.
That was very hard. Knowing because knowing Chad, but also knowing that kids were missing just at that point was thinking, did he really do that? It's like, because you talk to him, you know him, you've been around the conferences, and then when I saw them in Hawaii and Nate was chasing him down, asking where the kids are, I was like, yes, the spirit confirmed that to me. Because when I do healing, I do it kind of what's called the your walk in beauty. It's to be physically, spiritually, emotionally, and mentally balanced. That's the Navajo way.
Just kidding.
Yeah, totally. For me right now, yes, that rings true. But to be balanced in that way. And so that spiritual part also is an important part of healing when you're looking to heal somebody. And yet I know with some people that I've healed, there's some different things that are spiritual. And I remember just looking at Chad and seeing him. This is going to sound weird to some people, but seeing spiritual chains on him, and Lori had a hold of him. And that's when I knew that yes, Chad did do this. That was a confirmation to me that is what was going on and happening at that time. And then it just blew my mind from there, and then everything else that came out just really blew my mind.
Oh yeah. And then not to mention, you, Trace, thank you. But not to mention that John Pryor's presentation was chains, just like Operation Underground Railroad. The symbolism is the chain, and I'm like, I see y'all. I mean, that was
directed in different ways. I mean, I think Pryor was just trying to blame Melanie Gibb for a lot of things because her name came up a lot.
Being a defense attorney and an asshole. Just saying.
Oh, he was not nice to me. He was.
Yeah, he didn't like you, huh?
I had attended, and I had said this on Joe's thing. I had attended
watched it.
Chad's thing for one day. But you can literally see I got singled out with his eyes, and he just looked at me, and I think he was trying to do that. I don't think it was so much to intimidate me, but to see how I would react so he could kick me out of the court.
Testing boundaries is what it is. Seeing how far he could push you and run over you.
And I thought, you know what, you are not going to intimidate me with your stare down. And so I just looked at him back until he broke his gaze. But I really felt something spiritually happen when he did that. It was not good. And I could tell when I went in there, the feeling that it felt. And I don't know how everybody goes there every single day and feels that, because I guess I'm pretty sensitive to that stuff.
And the courtroom? Are you talking about the courtroom? I'm like a cat on a freaking in water. I'm just like, oh, I have to go in there, or a hospital, or even going to the back of Walmart. I'm just like, oh wow, that's a whole, it's way in there. Like it just, I feel trapped.
yeah, you can feel it. It's like it's really thick in there. So to be able to go like that, it was just. But because I had not met Lori, even though I was Melanie Gibbs' friend, even like when I was in St. George, we were all staying in the same cabin, but it was a huge cabin, and Sean and I were on one side, and everybody else was on another because they had married couples on one side, and then those who came singly on the other. And I still did not come in contact with them. So so for me to be able to go out there, because I wanted my own healing when she was in Idaho. I just needed to see her for my own closure.
Yes.
And so having her go to Arizona, I traveled a little bit longer, but you know what? I was still able to get that accomplished through this trial.
Good.
And I'm grateful for that because I needed that. And I think she did see me, and I think she recognized me. But you know what's funny to me? It's like when we went to the trial. Well, I'll tell you what's funny.
Okay, good.
when we went to the trial, all the women sat on the side of Lori's side. And after the trial was done, all these women would just stand there waiting to see if Lori would look at them.
Why?
Oh, she looked at me. She saw me, this and that. And you can say that about me too. You can say that because actually I went over there and she looked at me and I saw her.
But if they don't know her, then that's a little weird.
It is weird. And it was really weird to me.
Fanboy stuff that happens where people like Chris Watts, people like Jodi Arias, they all have boyfriends and girlfriends and all the thing. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
It seems like it's like all a form of, I don't want to say fanhood, but it is. It's like that. And
okay, so you know how I've been trying to describe, I don't know if you know, but I've been trying to put into words over the last 6 years. It is like a fan thing because people will cut you. I mean, they're like, let me get to your parents, like basically, and you will use step on your head and you're nothing, or they only acknowledge me because of my parents, which is really nastier, but I see them too. But I mean, no, it's weird. It's really gross.
It is weird, and it was weird to me, but I thought, am I in the same position? But I felt like for me, there was a lady standing by me, and I saw Lori, and she looked at me as if she recognized me, like, hey, I know you, and it was just for a minute. But then I said to the lady, I'm okay now. And I left, and it was fine. I was okay after that. And I just needed that for my healing because I didn't ever see her. I didn't have the run-in with her.
Did you see anything in her? I know I didn't. I wasn't looking, but I didn't.
Well, can I tell you? So
sure.
In the spiritual way, one night and usually a lot of times when I receive things, it's like in and out of sleep. Like I'm half in and half out. And there was
kind
one
of days off, like just where you zone out a little bit. Are you literally sleeping? Okay.
You're kind of conscious, but you're kind of ready to sleep. I did see something spiritually that.
Go ahead. It's her monsters, not yours.
I saw her monster.
Really?
I saw a bad spirit, and it had the same folds on its face as hers, and it had dark hair, and it was ugly. And I don't care if people don't believe that stuff, but
don't leave it.
with the background that I've had in healing, I have seriously had a woman who actually was satanically ritually abused, and she had that, and her face contorted, like part of it sagged. And I know
Lori.
Colby had said something about Lori doing that, and you know what? I totally can see that.
Yeah, I thought it was her face falling. Either way, I mean, all I'm saying is what I've learned and what I'm kind of understanding about the world I live in. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, and neither does anybody else. Thank you. Drive through, please. Okay. Well, you know what you were told, you know what you believe, you know what you were told to believe, you know what you think you believe, you know, I mean,
know what I've
understand.
experienced. I know what
You
I've
know
experienced.
you know what you saw. Okay.
Yeah.
So like people can't, anyways, they can do whatever they want. But I'm just saying, like, I believe that the narcissism, the psychopaths, all that stuff, all that is demon possession. That's all
But
it
you
is.
know, I think that because of the sicknesses, the mental sicknesses like that, those demons can play on that and make it worse. And I think that's what they've done. And I'm not saying that happens for everybody. So don't
It's your
think
theory. It's
that
your
I've done
theory.
that.
Right. Yeah.
But
Again, nobody knows.
I do think there are some who have given way to it. And I think Lori has. And I think Chad
God.
has.
That's
And
who's been testifying and defending Lori or her. I don't blame a demon. I blame Lori. She did whatever she did to accept whatever she accepted, and here we are. And
she
so
did.
that's on
She
her.
made the choice. They both
Exactly.
made choices. You cannot blame something like that when you have
Exactly.
the choice to do that. Yeah.
Right. That's your free will. That's your free agency in LDS. You know, I mean, I totally get that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
it makes sense to me. It all makes sense to me.
it
Like
does to me
that. I don't.
too. Because you
I'm
know
glad I
what?
don't see things. I hear things though.
Yeah. And you know what? You've got those gifts as well. And everybody has their own gifts and they have a right to their spiritual gifts. But it's what you do with them. And where
Intent.
is your heart? Like I said on Joe Schmo, where is your
You
heart?
said
Is your
this in
heart in
chat
the
a
right
long
place?
time ago. You did.
Yeah.
You said this in a long time ago, and it really is that. It's your intentions, you know. And I mean, that's that thought, that forethought before I don't know all the legal terminology, but you know, you can't convict somebody on their thoughts. Thank God, right? Because you know we've all had those thoughts or some not very wholesome thoughts. Anybody who says no is not being real with themselves. So just rational thinking sure flew out the windows and doors. Yeah. Yep. It has.
Yeah.
But I
Totally.
mean, a lot of people, okay, so I've learned a lot about brainwashing. I've learned a lot about just, I don't know, just through
in my marriage, in the marriage I had, I've learned a lot about triggers. I was triggered a lot.
Wow.
And it was very hard. And I'm very grateful I had that experience, but I'm very grateful that I'm not in any of that anymore. I personally know that I have been watched over in that area too of my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Thank
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Well, so Mom had told me, I don't know if I'm supposed to even read this out loud. I won't read the swear words. And so she
come on,
said,
read the swear
no.
words.
Yeah. No. So this maybe or maybe not my mom. Okay. Haven't come back already. I seriously doubt it was a unanimous guilty verdict. What? Haven't come back already. I seriously doubt it was a unanimous guilty verdict. So maybe they've got one or two that are believing the psycho bitch. We'll see, dear Lord. Please don't let us have a hung jury and have to do this again. Staying busy packing, so we'll be able to jet right on out of here as soon as the celebration's over from her being guilty. I could live here. I really like it. I was like, don't talk shit today, Miss Ma'am. Okay. Anyway, so I don't even know what that means. It sounds like she kind of texted really half-assed. So I don't really know what that means.
So she likes it there? So she likes it there, huh?
Yeah, she can visit anytime she wants.
Visit. I like it there too. You know, we had the most amazing
Well, why don't you
time
move there?
So
No,
I know. I think I'd probably move down to St. George.
Oh, yeah, it's so beautiful. I mean, it is. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's really nice, but I wouldn't move to St. George because
No, they're angry.
because of
Angry
the
drivers.
geography.
Angry freaking drivers. Y'all need to calm y'all's asses down. Like,
You know
I'm
what's
like,
really weird? Let me tell you, everything that has been happening with like Jody and all of them, it's like I'm right here in the middle of it. I'm right where Todd grew up. I'm in Springville.
Ruby,
Kevin. Do you know that we have done some stuff for Operation Underground Railroad here? And I don't know. It's just my daughters went to school with Chad, Frankie. My dentist is actually on the documentary. I mean, it's just crazy that everything
girl,
is
it's
just
closing
right
in on
now.
you. Do you know Jennifer Gledhill? And do you know what the hell her
No,
problem is?
no. There's only so much I can take.
I mean, but really, it's not just a Utah. I mean, it is a prevalent Utah problem.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure.
It's
We can
really
say that.
weird.
And it's not saying anything like, oh, you're bad. It's not saying anything, oh, you're a bad person because you're LDS. It's not that. It's that you are showing empathy. You're showing compassion. You're working through all this. I've seen you. I've been right here with you. You've been right here with us, with me. And you have seen you go through the motions. You're writing about it. You're trying to heal yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like you're trying to heal others through your story. So I wish everybody was like you because all those other people, women and men,
yeah,
they don't have an ounce of integrity. They're cowards. They are so weak. And I'm not being ugly. I'm just like, come on.
A lot of
These were
them
kids.
didn't have accountability. I can tell
None.
you, no accountability and no responsibility.
Why? If
And I have
if they
seen
never
that.
get called out and never know what they're
No,
doing,
but they get put on this stage where everybody thinks that they're so wonderful because they're on this pedestal. And you know,
nothing's ever wrong.
Yeah, and we have the natural reaction as people like to look up to Hollywood or look up to kings and queens or look up to Chad and Lori or whatever it is. We have that and we need to stop that. We need to be looking to ourselves and
God.
answer to
God,
our Creator. Exactly.
Your inner compass, you know, just
exactly.
whatever.
That's what I say too. The inner compass is looking at that, and when you're more in tune with that, then you're more at peace with yourself and with others. But those who are trying to get attention and like look at me, they're
always look at Lori, man. She is a perfect of a ticking time bomb. She said it.
Only that, but she wanted all the attention. She was
always
the one
got it.
Was hogging all the airtime on their podcasts, you know?
For her daughter, even for her children, even like she's that oak tree that just grows so big that she overshadows Tylee for sure.
Yeah.
That's who I always think about. But her children, and it's so big that it kills the other little baby, whatever you call them, baby oaks, I guess, or whatever. The baby trees aren't able to thrive or grow or get sunlight or nutrients or anything because mom is hogging it all.
And she took it right out. But I do understand her personality in a way because I had a in-law that was kind of like her. And so it's kind of like you can totally see the patterns. But not even that, but also you can see a spiritual pattern. The spiritual patterns that they took has been patterns that have been going on through generations.
Centuries,
and that's one thing that it's actually one thing that I've brought out in my book because, she's taken the scriptures and just manipulated them. And I want to address about Nephi, okay?
Okay.
I would
Bring it
address.
on, girl.
I want to speak up for him. There's a part in there where yes, and I think Colby talked about this too, how he actually cut off Laban's head. Okay, God told him to do that, but what he addresses in there is when he was asked to do that, he said, "But I shrunk that I would not slay him."
Mhm.
And
Is it similar to Isaiah yeah. Oh my God, I went blank and I'm sorry. Isaac sacrificing his son. I mean, is it
like that?
can you
Well,
parallel to it?
it's a little bit
Or does-
different because actually in the way of Jerusalem at that time, Laban had actually stole their property. So he
He was an
stole from them. Yeah, he was exactly like that. And so it's a little bit different. And so if we're not knowing the background of that day and the laws of that day, we're only comparing it to our day. But the thing that was important, I was at work one day and that's something that one of my coworkers addressed, and she said, "Well, Janelle, even Nephi killed Laban." And I was going down the street, minding my own business, going home from that day, and the Spirit told me, yes, but Nephi did not have it in his heart to kill Laban, and Lori did. And you remember how she said, "I didn't have a murderous heart." Yes, she did. She had a murderous heart, and she was saying, she she knew between right and wrong, because everything
Still
that she said she didn't is what she did. She did the total opposite of that. So she actually knew. And it was, in my book, I have it called like a heinous manipulation. And that's exactly what it is. That's what she's doing in court. That's what she's doing with the jurors, is a heinous manipulation. She's not telling the truth. She's not having this all come out. She's telling lies.
learned anything. She's continuing on the same path that she was on, it's like, but like, that's why it fascinates me about, I don't know all the right terms to say about narcissism and all the clusters, and I don't know all the lingo yet. I'm researching. I'm always going to be looking and seeking and learning and growing, and things are going to change. I'm going to fall away from patterns and things that I've done in the past that I've outgrown, and or I've realized that they're no use to me, or you know what I'm saying? Like, that's growing. But I find it so fascinating just following Megan and just listening to her break down like her own family structure. And then, I mean, that's how we learn. We all jump on chats. Some people are talking about, lip gloss right here. Okay. That's what the chat's about. We're talking about lip gloss right now. And so, but we're still.
Or are we talking about the Jolly Rancher that Lori used?
Well,
for her lips.
Wow. And the ramen noodle Jolly Rancher. Yeah. She showed it. She thought it was worth $1 million.
Yeah. But you know what? Can I just say one thing? And I just want to make this clear. That Jesus does not love Lori the most.
He doesn't.
Jesus loves everybody the same. So he loves everybody the most. And she tries to make it sound like she's got this in with him. And actually, no, she doesn't. And I think in a way she does that to try to elevate herself. Just like when she put her nose up in the air, she wanted herself to look like she was a lot higher than other people. And then when Jesus loves her the most, no, that's a reality check. Jesus loves everybody the most.
So. We got a verdict.
Oh, do we?
I think, okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to read the room. I really
I said 246.
Updated.
I was behind.
Taylor, for your former client, just your thoughts right now seeing this happen. It's got to be surreal.
Very surreal, Justin. I
My
think
mom did not tell me.
Almost a sense of relief. I mean, I don't think that they would return this quickly without convicting her.
clock stopped.
And so to finally be at this moment, you know, if they do
I
come
don't know
back
what's going on,
guilty,
so.
like everyone thinks, and I do think that this indicates
I know.
guilty
I'm
verdict.
sweating.
You know, I'm going to ask my wife to make some chicken chili enchiladas in celebration.
Right.
Wow. You brought back, it seems like it's been a month since we heard about the green chili chicken enchiladas, and don't flatter yourself. So, okay. It took, what, about 3 hours? Less than 3 hours then?
About that.
Taking away lunch?
I would say less than 3 hours. Just if you add up all deliberation time, not including lunch, I think you're probably right under 3 hours. Yeah.
So, okay, now we just need a time. You usually get 45
turn this
minutes
off.
advance to an hour. So maybe they read this at 3:45. Maybe they should read this at 4 p.m.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have a verdict, but we don't have an answer.
Yeah,
Go ahead, you guys, jump in. I know what you guys are thinking and predicting, guilty or not guilty, but take it away.
There's as much chance for me walking on the sun as to be a not guilty verdict. It is not going to be an acquittal. Trust me.
For this quickly, I mean, under 3 hours for a jury to deliberate, even for a not guilty verdict, that seems kind of out of the norm, no?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I will get on Elon Musk rocket ship and walk on the sun if it's an acquittal. It's a conviction. So
I do have a request. Will Judge Mel McDonald please take the bench again and let me try all my cases in front of him?
I don't know where to go.
I think Judge Mel is gonna pull a Jordan and come back. Where's the 45 coming out of retirement pretty soon? I think he still got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be very unusual for it to be a not guilty at this point. There was a retired judge that he retired, but he kept a study for his 30 years, and he's under 2 hours typically are a state's verdict. Now I don't want I'm gonna
Girl, we cannot hear you.
And hope Judge Ryan, he rest in peace, doesn't get mad at me for
Okay, but
sharing.
am I
his
in the right
stats.
spot? Is what I'm
But,
asking.
he also found that 70% of the time the alternates were
Come on,
opposite
answer.
of the regular. So I don't know what to make of that. Under 2 hours is often.
I don't
a
think we
state
know
verdict.
yet. And Nate and
Well, and
his
it's important to-
People saying that then.
well, I'm
We had
saying
zero
that
questions either,
something's
so
going
I think
on,
you
but
can
Nate
probably
hasn't
take
put
a lot
anything
from
on
that.
his
Ben, what do you-
Facebook page.
But that's
they're
what they're saying. They're saying right
there's-
here, right now,
he
that
must
the
be-
verdict is in.
Well, then they must be not posting it yet.
They're saying 3 hours, yada yada yada. They're announcing it, but people in chat are saying verdict's in, and I'm like, okay, but do I need to go somewhere? Where? I mean, I don't know if they're trying to tell me to make me or to get me to go somewhere else to see where the verdict. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I
I
guess.
don't know. What I wonder if Trace knows
issues, but not
Right.
media.
I'm gonna text my mom again, even though
Oh.
she said she would do it. Hold on, let me turn this back on.
Okay.
Basically, they've heard the evidence.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Who is all that?
Okay.
What?
Nate's now saying the verdict is in, so I'm guessing that we just don't know where it's. We got an hour, so.
Right. Remember you held it down, and me and Jason were hauling our booties to the damn. I mean, poor thing. You know, he was just a hobbling. He was going. And
Well, I see there's going to be a 5-minute delay, but they still have to give the family time to get to the courthouse.
I'm texting my mama right now. Just text her.
Kay and them have to have time to get there.
I think they're there. Huh? Oh no, she said she was doing stuff. Okay. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of frozen. So, wow. Well, that's interesting. Okay, here. I'm going to show you this real quick. Don't everybody freak out. Oh my God. We're just right there. It's right here. Come on.
She says, Trey says, I can.
Go ahead, and then I'll play it.
She says, I can send the verdict or not if you don't want me to spoil, but the family isn't here.
Yes,
We
Trina
don't-
just called. You heard me?
Trina just called her.
The verdict is in officially. Trina just called. Yes.
Okay. How long will it take your mom to get there?
I'm not going to ask all that, you know.
Well, I don't mean
I don't
mean
even
for you to
know. I
ask-
don't know how.
I don't
well,
mean for you
no.
to ask her, but
I mean,
I meant just generally.
I know that they're waiting, you know, they're
nearby.
They have it on. Yeah, I would say so. I don't know exactly where they're at.
And I sure don't want you to tell.
Right. But I was going to play this real quick. Watch.
They got the bid. They got the bid.
And they're going to get her
They
again.
got the bid.
It cuts off at bit. Anyways, just wanted to share that with y'all. All right, let me get back over there before everybody freaks out. If I can find it. Don't freak. Okay. Oh, my windows.
Okay.
Yep. Wow.
Obviously, not all of it has been tested.
This is nuts. It's hot in here.
Against the pro se defendant.
Yeah, I'm just maybe gonna I'm gonna mute myself and turn my air on. Okay.
Well, yesterday
I'm not shocked.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I was
thought
like,
if they
"Who?"
were back, if they went to the jury by 3
No.
yesterday, I thought there was a good chance.
Okay,
we
I
could
gotta
get the
I gotta
verdict.
put my air on.
It is
Do
literally
it.
a 2-hour decision.
Go put that air on.
Deliberations and going through the evidence. That suggests to me that they didn't waste their time looking at the video that Lori asked them to look at. I am not at all surprised at this. It is most certainly a guilty verdict. And I think
It
everybody.
looks like
on the
Trace
panel
said that's
is
going to
very-
take 30 to
it's gonna be
60 to
quick
get everyone
and
there, huh?
happen. If not
Yeah.
It's gonna take a little
yesterday,
while.
it's going to happen.
I figured
today,
that it was going
and
to take a
There
while.
is no surprise.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and then I mean, I don't want to.
Oh, no.
Quickly, but we are
Detective's daughter, you better not be smoking cigarettes for the first time in 2 years.
The aggravating factors.
Let me have one.
But Rachel, just go ahead and tell me how Trina could approach this, and could this be very quick? This portion, this phase, if she's found guilty.
At least an hour out, Trace
I
says.
think if I
An
were
hour
Lori
out.
and her
Thank you,
attorneys,
Trace. And
I
thank y'all,
would
everybody. I
wait
mean, I
this
just don't know
next
what to do.
because
So I was
the-
freaking out.
the process and
I was like,
aggravation
okay,
will
yeah.
be to
I heard
get
them say the verdict is in.
basically the
And everybody
maximum
keeps saying
punishment.
it.
You have to
And I'm
show
like,
some
am I not in the
additional
right spot?
evidence in order to make it
Anyways,
eligible for the
chaos,
highest
man.
sentence.
The woman brings
And
chaos.
so that means there's going to be evidence, and it just
Oh,
depends on how
Mom.
far the judge allows Trina K to go.
Oh my
But
God. I don't know what
they
I'm gonna feel.
will
That just
allow
freaked me out just
evidence
now.
of
That
her convictions, likely. They may allow
y'all
evidence
fix
that
those
they
damn
have
sound,
agreed.
please.
They may allow evidence of
Oh, Glitchy
Tylee and
McGlitchersons.
JJ and Tiffany's death, because those are her
Everybody's
convictions.
smoking now, damn it.
So the question becomes,
That's why yesterday
how
I
far is the
switched to
judge
law and
gonna
crime
let
because
Trina
I didn't
K
feel like
go
hearing that.
on the evidence and aggravation.
All this.
And if it's
Okay.
gonna let all of that get
Well,
aired
somebody
again,
needs to
it may
say-
be a
Yeah,
good
thank you for
strategic
saying
No,
that.
choice for
Krisha,
Trina to
there's nothing
well,
else. I mean, law and crime doesn't have any, commentary going on. right now.
Commentators. Okay, that's what I want.
So Lauren Clark, our
Lauren
reporter, is letting
Crime.
us know. As you guys see, we have the new lower third up. The news alert jury has reached a verdict in the
Thank you,
Lori
Justin.
Vallow Daybell
Did
murder
you stand?
conspiracy trial. Lauren Clark says that the verdict is at
You got 'em,
least
smoke
an
'em,
hour out being read.
or whatever.
The security guard just told the media
Yeah, if you got them, smoke.
to stay
Like the
put.
damn bingo
So
hall.
I think it's all about getting family members in place, getting law enforcement, everyone that's been involved in this.
No,
It is
not
going to
Karen
be
Reed,
a
damn it.
packed house. Everyone is making sure
Okay, here we go.
to get their seats, and then we will get this.
Is this better? It's a lot more calmer.
Oh no.
What?
I'm just talking about, isn't that it made me think we were back in Judge Boyce's office.
Oh, I know. Detective's daughter says that we've had 1,200 people in chat. Y'all have never had many people. Okay. Like, it's having 10,000 people. Can you even effing imagine? Okay. 10,000 people in the chat. Nobody even knows who anybody is anymore. That is so weird. Almost 11,000. Anyways, I just want to thank those of you that are here and have been here or come back and touch base every now and then or have just joined, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm gotta get out my feels. Damn it. It's been a long time for my uncle, y'all. Yeah, I think we all want the camera on her. And Cindy Arnold says, I said 4 hours, I guess kind of close. Yeah.
Well, Kresha, I hope you have an overwhelming sense of gratitude today.
I always process late. I'll do it later. I'm like my mom in that sense, big time. But I will. I know I have.
That's the way it needs to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I haven't. When I just tossed that little bit that you just said in my head, it makes me want to feel all kinds of things. So that might be a indicator of what's coming. So hopefully it's going to be feelings of relief, gratitude, justice in some sense. I don't know how to feel yet. Just suck it up. Thank you. And I hope it does the same for you.
Healing, closure.
Some sense, yeah. Here on earth for him. Yeah. And her. She's finally being held accountable again. And if it would have just happened whenever my mom always said that when you bend, it's easier to bend a branch when it's here we go back to the tree analogy. When the tree is young, it's easier to when you climb up a little bitty baby tree, you can't really climb up because it bends, but once that tree grows and grows and grows and set in its ways, then you can't bend that anymore. So bend it now. It doesn't mean you're a jerk. It just means you're teaching your kids accountability. Anyways. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so uncomfortable. I mean, I feel like I need to clean or something. And this is what I do. Thank you. Hold your children accountable when they are small. Just me. Thank you. Y'all are hilarious too. God. We're going to do, so the bases are loaded. Okay. Now we're going for the grand slam, I guess. I don't even know all the baseball terms, so check me. But I got to think. Thank you so much. You and Mr. Danny. But this. And I always found that I had nieces and nephews by marriage before I had kids. And their mom and dad would let them get away with all kinds of things. And I was like, oh, So when they'd come to Aunt Crush's house, I was like, okay, I would hold them accountable. I would teach them things, how to do things, don't do those things, or do this instead. Here, color. I don't know. Just do fun things, entertain their minds. And, to this day, they'll still say, Aunt Cresha. I mean, I've been divorced for years, decade or so, 2 decades from the first one. And I mean, that's awesome, anyways. So I think kids really need it. They not over, nothing extreme. I'm just saying they need guidance like that. And maybe not at the time, but they do appreciate it. I know, me too. I'm just going to sit here and never talk. Hey, Miss Mojo. 2 different devices, girl, like on each one. I'm just picking. Oh man. Yeah, it's like my mom said, it's full circle. I don't know about the closure thing either. It's not quite there. Like I don't like the word. I think it's final. It's and I'm not done yet. Their message isn't done yet. It's not. Love always wins. Madly in Love with Jesus says, another mistake Lori made, thinking this is all about her. I believe that. Like us, the jury has come to care about Charles and see what a great guy he was in many ways. That is so sweet. And it's true. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Carolyn A. Thank you. Appreciate you. I love your snark. You're just straight up. I love it. Love it. And we have to be our children's guide. Have to. What? They're funny too, huh? Thank you. What's the name of Janelle's book? Banner. What's the name of your book, Janelle?
The name of my book? Oh,
yes.
It's called Walking Through the Doomsday Darkness as I've Seen It. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm typing it. Darkness. Spelled it wrong. I'm not fast.
And so it's for sale on Amazon, but you have to go into books, and then you go into spirituality and religion, and then put in the title, and then you'll find it.
You don't have, I mean, you can't like have a link, not you, but like, I can't just go grab a link.
You can post a link on there, but actually they want you to pay for advertising. And if you don't pay for advertising, then it doesn't come right up.
Okay.
So
thank you. So it's as I've seen it, I-V-E, like I apostrophe.
I-apostrophe-V-E, as I've seen it. But a portion of that too, if I get enough book sales, is going to the Tammy Daybell Foundation. So that's what I want to do.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. I hate when I don't have big words. I just say the same old lame-o. I called Chad a nerd and still will. He's a nerd. Like there's nothing more adequate. Anyways, well, there is, but let's see. Add banner. So I don't have the link right now, of course, but you just heard Janelle.
You know what I think? From what I've seen, you know, a lot of people will ask the question of why Lori would go for Chad.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's because Chad was spiritually inclined, or appeared to be that way. And Charles, she probably didn't. She compared Charles with Chad. And because Chad was on a vow and he was saying he saw this and he wrote all these books.
And everybody was kind of doubling down on that too.
Yeah, she desired the last days things. And I don't think that was something that Charles could give her, was that spirituality like she thought that Chad could. And I think with all of the things that Chad was doing with numbering people light and dark, she thought that was part of all that. And then it really got in that way. And I think she desired him at no cost. And I think that's what happened. I think she got rid of everybody just so that she could have this spiritual man. And I think that's what it was, because a lot of people say, you know, Charles was handsome and he had, you know, he gave her a good life. But that's not what she
That wasn't
desired
good
at
enough.
that time. It wasn't. She wanted
And she's like
she wanted
filling a
the
void.
spiritual side,
Yeah.
and that's what she thought that she could find in Chad.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, just that mold. And I mean, you are LDS, but you are real. You know, I know that about you. And just the pressure, the facade, you know, of being that perfect woman. She says it, you know, even in she's a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
Being the perfect wife and the perfect mom and being all those things together.
And also,
She's
I think that she prided herself in having the $2 million life insurance policy.
Or making it up.
And Charles only had the $1 million because
it was
coming from the background of being an insurance agent.
And what Colby said about her, how she would feed all them crap, but she was superior in her physique, so to speak.
Yeah. So she was in shape. She was the $2 million, you know, she had 2 million on her, and Charles only had 1 million on her. But you got to qualify by, you know, how physically fit and healthy you are. And so I think she really prided herself in being that $2 million goddess.
I'm sorry. Donna's doing it. And I realized, I'm sorry. I was listening, but control. That's a good word.
Yeah.
That's a good word for Lori, in my opinion. And just never getting that. It's like she never was shown this or given that, or she don't know what love is. I think that goes into this a lot. Because I don't even think she loves herself. I don't think Chad loves them. So they don't know what it is. So it's like they mimic or they study other people because they don't know what that is. So they become chameleons, like, you know, and they like blend. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying I can see that, especially with Lori. Chad, you know, I haven't thought about it in a while.
What I felt with Chad, though, that he was not genuine. Like, he would be the type that would appear to be this spiritual guru or this spiritual person, but then kind of have this talk behind people's back kind of thing. It's kind of like wearing two faces, you know?
Yeah.
And I think both Chad and Lori were that way. They were two faces according to where they were, what they were doing.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I felt like Chad was doing.
And
he was trying to
bring Tammy into this, by ye fruits ye shall know.
Yeah,
and
by your fruits you shall know them.
Here we are, second trial.
And I noticed that with him too, and that's always what came in my mind. You know, it's like, what fruits are they producing? And then a lot of them, to me, had just spiritually, after that point, just spiritually took a dive after that. It was just like, to me, it was like they were wearing a mask. Like they couldn't be genuine. They had to be this way in public. They were selling books. They were, you know, getting people to donate. I actually had a friend who lived just down the road from Chad, and Julie Rowe approached her about deeding her house and her property over to her, you know, for her 501c3. Yes, it may have been a good cause.
Every day. But I'm not signing my damn house over, and nobody who is your friend is going to ask you to do that. I'm sorry.
Exactly. But look what Chad did when he was trying to get Lori out. Same exact thing. They were just in that mindset of, oh yeah, this is who I am, so people are going to do this for me. And that's what I saw. It's like he had gotten that popularity.
No filter, no way to read the room and be like, that's not what, no, you don't do that. That's embarrassing. Like, you know, like you don't do that. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? It should be. You shouldn't be like, oh, I'll just go. I mean, great problem solver, but no. I mean, you
Yeah.
have to think about other people and what that would do if and when you don't show up and that
Exactly.
integrity is not there. So it's like they mock other people. It's like what Chad maybe perceives of other people as being accepted or popular. I mean, we've heard that before, you know. Oof. I don't know.
Oh yeah, he was.
I don't know.
He was
If
getting
Megan is in
popular.
here, Megan, if you want to come up, I would love to have you too. I saw that earlier. Meigs. Where are you at? Peter and Lois. I had to scroll back up for that one. Thank you. Oh, wait, I have something for that. It's in honor of Colby. Oh, I see that damn camera shaking. Oh my God, my stomach is jittering.
Oh, is it going?
Oh, I got rid of it. Damn it. I'll get it back. Hold on. Megan, let me know if you want to come on. I'll send you a link. Either cell phone or something. Oh man. Look, I titled this back here. You can't really see what, me and Donna can see, but so this says Hooker is guilty again. Or Hooker is guilty. And so I'm going to have one the next time and it's going to say Hooker was guilty again. Okay. Anyways, if you want to know what I know, there's Peter in the top left corner behind the chat, if you're looking at the chat. Anyways. Oh my God, that thing's jiggling. There's James and Elena. Top right corner. And here's Jesus. He saw that. And then making it count for Lori. This is what Lori thought she looked like. This is what she thinks she thinks she did good. Yeah. Not at all. And then there's all 5. Oh. Yeah. Okay. I had made this. I've never shown it. I don't think. I made it a long time ago. In loving memory. I don't have. I just have this one uploaded, so I don't have them for all of them right here. Her soul is a light so great to the world that even after she left, her light forever remains. We love and miss you, baby girl. That's Tylee. And let me get back over there. Okay. Whew. This is wild. It's weird. Hell, I might have to go drink a beer. I'm telling you, I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know if Jason knows. I'm gonna have to step away for a second and see if he knows.
Go on, take a break. A short break.
Whatever. Okay. Well, hold on. I'm uploading something right now, so I got it on. I have it on another screen where I can't really move around, but thank you.
Okay.
I will, and that way I can go tell him. Thank you. Okay, come on. I was uploading something.
I hope they bring her in an orange because she can't find her clothes.
I hope so too.
We're going in 5 minutes, y'all. That's what Trace just said.
5 minutes?
That's what she said.
Okay. I've got 25 on my battery for my phone.
We're gonna make it. She might suck the energy out of it. So wait for that.
5 minutes. Yay. Okay.
You got 5 minutes to figure it out. Anyways, I messed it.
I might as well show myself too. Y'all are doing it.
It's a
just
sentiment.
for a minute.
Okie doke. All right, let me get out of here. All right, I'm gonna go tell Jason.
Go.
BRB.
Go. Okay, Janelle, it's just me and you. I was so jealous, but I'm so glad you and Trace got to spend time together and do all that together. That is so
me
wonderful.
Too.
And I feel like I did it with you, even though I didn't get to do it with you. That's
It
what I
was
told
so
Trace.
fun.
Yes.
We got to hang out with Joe Schmo and Trace and I met her friend down there, and it was great. We went around and just did some fun things. She just was really kind in making sure that we had a good time there, that I had a good time there. So
She's
made a lot of good
a
memories.
person.
Went and soaked our feet in the Salt River, so that was fun.
Oh,
We had a
boy.
good time.
Yeah.
It was nice. Met her daughter, and she's wonderful. So her and I got along really well. So it was good. It was hard for me to come home, though. I had a good time.
It seems like it would be on that.
Yeah. Even though it was something that was so bad, especially going to court, you would think a bad thing, but it was nice to be there around people and to be able to make friends with everybody and talk to everybody and have that kind of camaraderie. It was really nice. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know I was talking to Trace, and I was like, oh, you poor thing, going down there every day. And I know she's been working hard at it, but she said that it just helped her, the little routine of going down and making that effort to stay up and doing something all day long and visiting with people. And so I'm glad that was good for her too.
Yeah.
But I know she's going to enjoy a rest.
Oh yeah, she deserves a long rest after this. She really does. So after what she's dedicated, and I've seen how she's been down there and how she's been tired, and like I said, I just can't see myself being there day in and day out like that. So for her to do that, I just have the highest respect for her for doing that.
And it's too, we know so much about this case that it was kind of hit and miss about what they actually showed the jury, according to what we know. And so I'm thinking that might have been, that's probably was an experience on its own too.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Zero put, I'd love to have you as my friend. I'll just carry you in my heart. And you know what? I will carry all of you in my heart too. The hardest part for me is when we don't gather like this, because you just love everybody and you laugh and you cry together and you give comments and you uplift one another. So that's going to be the hard part, is do that. But
I think that we need to have on our regularly scheduled lives, the topics that we carry are so heavy. I think that we need to have at least one a week or one ever so often, in which we do just talk about stuff that's not as heavy, because
I think that'd be a good idea. And I think if we could do like do good things that memorialize JJ and Tylee and Charles and all of them, see the good in their name, I think that'd be great.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see if Nate or Justin have said anything. Well, this Twitter thing, I am just not. And today, before we started, like 5 minutes before we started, I was trying to make my phone and computer not interrupt us. And so I don't know what I did, but it wouldn't even go on the internet. Nothing, not my phone, not anybody. I was like, well, I have thoroughly screwed this up. And and then when I finally got it all back working again, Crusher was already live, and I thought, well, thank goodness they weren't waiting on me. I don't know how I can screw up something that, I mean, I feel like I know how to use this computer but I thought there's a new feature that where you can just focus. It's called focus, but you're supposed to be able to like do not disturb on certain things. Well, my phone rings through my computer, and I wanted that to stop while we were working today, but that was not the way to fix it. It's like my stuff works too good together. Excuse me.
I like what Angie put. Trey, stick your foot out when she walks by. Whoopsie.
Oh, that is an excellent idea. I can't believe that somebody came up with that.
Well, there's a lot of good things on here that just make you laugh.
We're gonna mess around and get Trace arrested if she follows all these directions. Crusher, you are muted. No, aren't you? Or she's not even back on. I'm looking at the wrong screen. I was looking at a screen with Crusher talking way back. I don't know when. Excuse me. All right. Let's see. We got, there she is. Ooh, I just saw somebody walk by.
Yeah. Is that a good sign? Oh, I wonder if that means they're coming in. I hope so, because I only have 23% on my battery.
Dadgum.
It's okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Uh-oh. She sure has a bright, pretty office.
Oh yeah, it's the front desk. So I brought in I made some peanut butter eggs and some coconut eggs. And so I just brought some into work. So
that makes you popular when you're feeding people.
Yeah, they liked them.
I bet.
So yeah, I hope everybody had a good Easter. So
I helped a man write a book one time. And I say I helped him. I didn't write anything. I just helped him to put it on the paper and take it to the printer. But it was about how to make $1 million. And in his book, he said how he went around and interviewed Walton from the Walmart, and the guy who made Holiday Inn, and just different ones who had been entrepreneurs. And how he got in to speak to them, to interview him, is he sent cookies and treats to their secretaries. And they got him in to see the boss, because he found out that if you feed people, they'd like you and they'll help you with whatever your project is. So I thought that was a little interesting scoop.
Yeah, that's cute.
I thought it was. He was a very interesting man. But basically his idea was to buy cheap and sell high. You know, who would have thought of that?
Maybe that's what Lori should have done with the jurors, huh?
Yes, that send them some enchiladas.
Some green chili enchiladas. That might work.
Oh,
yeah.
Trey says that Kate says the suspense is killing her. I bet it is, honey. We love you, Kate. Thank you so much for supporting Mom and Kresha, and I know she helps take care of Trace when she's not feeling well, and she's a good daughter.
She totally is. I noticed that when I first was there. I told Trace that she is a good girl. So I love Kate.
These sometimes you can get okay. She says, remind me later to tell you a funny prom story moment. Look, I'm just so glad the prom's over with and they're all okay.
Yeah. Do we know if the family's in there yet? Looked like somebody was coming in.
Cresha's not talking, so I don't think she's muted.
Well,
Yeah, I'm working. That's what I do. Oh yeah, I'm just listening.
Hey, Emily Flotilla. She's over here from the sofa.
Buckle up your sofa seatbelt. All right. All right. Go get Paul.
Okay, Trace says the judge is in.
Judge is in. Oh, and I've got 22% on my battery, so I'm
Do
hoping.
you have a charger in the car or anything?
You know what? I have my charger on it, but it's not working.
Oh, no.
And I don't know if it's my phone or if it's the charger, because I tried a different charger and it's not working.
Well, is there a computer or anything that you can watch the thing if you can't even be with us? Maybe you can see it whenever.
Yeah, I've got my computer right here, so.
Good.
Yep.
We have our communication devices. All right. It's like, okay.
Angela Connolly. I miss seeing the handsome judge. Yeah.
We'll get to see him again in a few weeks.
And I'm guessing what I did interpret is the next thing that they would need is they need to know the cost of being able to set up the store and do everything. And
I think
what
they.
we will do is we might get them a free subscription.
We got a hot mic. But there's no family here yet.
You know, I wonder how the judge, if he's going to give Lori a talking to, you know, at the very end. You know how some of the judges do that? I wonder if he's going to do that and how he will be with her.
Will that be like whenever like the aggravated section? That's what if it's a guilty verdict, we will move to the aggravated section, and if it's not guilty, the trial's over.
Oh,
so this is sort of like when they did the death penalty. It's like once she was guilty, they moved to a whole nother
We're going
thing.
to quote
So
you
she's
based on what Vanessa says time is. We might charge something for that because it's kind of a weird situation. They're not technically.
Sorry for the background.
A strange situation that somebody might be charged. Oh, that sounds what he said. Is that what he said?
Okay. So they're telling me to turn off my video and then just go on and it'll save on the battery. So I'm going to try that. Oh, I don't have a picture or anything, but let me see. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Lori is asking why there has to be an aggravation hearing. She don't see no need in no aggravation hearing. Oh, I forgot we got a delay. So that's why we're not seeing it, but she's seeing something because there's a delay. I guess everybody knew that but me. No spoilers. We're going to be the spoilers here. The hooker is so damn stupid. She really is. Come on, family, and get down there. I wonder if Brandon's going to be there. They're making a lot of racket for people that ain't getting started, aren't they? Trace says she's looking right at the Lori who's talking to her attorney.
Where's the state?
Oh, there's the judge.
Well, you could drop a pin, but wow. Here she is with her barrel curls in today and no top knot ponytail.
The parties are present. The jury's not present. We were informed about.
Joe says her hair is flat.
The jury has reached a verdict.
That is sad.
In the event that the verdict is
She
not
would hate that.
This trial will conclude. In the event that there's a
Well,
guilty verdict,
I hope
we need to
that
move on to an
her hair
aggravated
being
phase
flat actually represents
after the
something as
reading of that
well.
verdict. I've given
Like her being flat and fizzling out.
aggravating circumstances, instructions, and proposed verdict form.
I don't know what to do.
And the defense both have a chance.
I want to
to
hear, but I can't hear it.
Are there any additions or corrections from the state?
Can y'all hear it?
How about from the defense? The defense did email my staff requesting an additional paragraph. The defendant is not required to testify or produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to testify or produce evidence is not evidence of any aggravating factor, which I did include in the bottom third of page 3. Given that, are there any additions or corrections?
Once it gets
Are either the state
to that
or the
time, I'll
defense
put us back on
requesting any
stage.
other
Okay.
Additional instructions.
No, Your Honor.
We're just behind the
If
screen.
there's an aggravation phase, does the state plan on introducing any testimony or exhibits?
Testimony, I believe, likely from 2 family members, we will limit it.
What?
I don't plan on doing openings, just presenting testimony and then argument.
All right.
Are we talking about Brandon's?
Would the defense anticipate presenting any evidence?
Right.
Your Honor, can we just stipulate to that? I mean, the statute says there's only one punishment for this crime. What is this? Why is there an aggravation phase for this specific count?
What?
Much like the guilty verdict,
She is
the
bitchy.
jury in Arizona has to find whether or not there's any aggravating circumstances. In addition, the jury would still need to find that if
I don't
it's
know
a
if you want to be
guilty
in here or not.
verdict, whether or
It's up
not
if
it's
you
a
do.
dangerous offense. Until it's found as a dangerous offense, that sentence that you're talking about wouldn't be triggered. So I think we need to have an aggravation phase regardless.
What?
So would you plan on presenting any testimony or evidence in the aggravation phase if there is an aggravation phase?
No, but could I just stipulate to it or not? That's my question.
No, not with that attitude.
You can stipulate to aggravation and you can stipulate to whether or not it's a dangerous offense, but I think you should probably wait until we read the verdict to do that. So I guess it will, depending on what the verdict is, we may take another break. If there is an aggravation phase, are your witnesses here yet?
No, they are not here yet, Your Honor. The next of kin are, from my understanding, about 5 minutes out.
All right, we'll wait a few more minutes before we take that verdict. Please let me know when we're ready to come out.
Yes, thank you.
Honestly, she's 10 minutes away, but she's.
Why she has an attitude today? Oh. No. Girl. That is so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody has a Janelle. It has to be you. You have a window open.
Yeah.
An extra window.
Oh,
Like
an extra one?
Yeah, it's. I can hear the background.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
could be.
Hold on. Let me. Can you still hear now?
Let me see. Oh nope. Oh yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Hmm.
Is that okay?
Let me try it out. Yes, it's still there.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, I'm like, what? Right, KJ? Right. Like a whale every time. You're absolutely right. Hey, baby. My baby. Love you too. I'm not even breathing right now. I'm just kind of like holding my breath. Here, Janelle, I'm gonna mute you for right now, and you just
Okay.
unmute yourself when you think you
All
have
right.
it or whatever. I've been hearing it, but I'm really hearing it now because it's from Errol.
Really?
Muted. Okay. Oh. Oh man. I was trying to join. Oh my God, Cherry Pie. You want to come up? Please come with me. Come up here.
Okay,
No, I
see
still
if
hear
it's
it.
better.
Oh no, it's you. Because I was like, must be me, but I still hear it. Mm. It's like, do you have an iPhone? I think you do, huh? If you do, go into like maybe Safari or Chrome or
It's a Galaxy.
Google. Galaxy, go into those except for Safari. Maybe YouTube app is on or something. Like close the app except for the one you're using.
Okay, let me see.
Allegedly.
See if
I was
that's
trying
better.
to let's see. Feedback. Yeah, I hear it.
You still hear it? That's weird. Because I just have the one up.
I'm trying to figure it out. I love you too, Cherry Pie. If we were there, they'd all be waiting on me. Just saying, who's on time? Oh, look, Lamisa says, Janelle, close it out and come back in.
Okay.
I don't know. Try it.
Okay.
At least once. It's like underwater and kids. Yeah, I hear it too. Okay. Lori, like, she is angry at everyone pitching a demonic tantrum. Wait till you see her cell later. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yeah, it's got to be another window open or something. I know I've done this before, and I'm like, I don't have anything open, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that one. You don't even know you have it open sometimes. And thank you, Carolina Hurtado. Thank you. I haven't looked at my notifications because I can't, I don't know. I'm too spaced out right now. But I just want to thank everybody for meaning what you say and saying what you mean and just being here. Oh, I hate that dude. He goes, boop. So loud. It's me. It's nobody else, okay? Okay, so let's try it again. Let's see. There you are. Now?
Is that better?
I don't hear me. I don't hear me twice. Yay, yay.
Oh, good.
It's fixed. Thank you, Lamisa.
Yeah,
You
thank
go, girl. Oh, yeah, it's much easier to talk without the back stuff, the feedback. Trey says she's just smiling and chatting. I've never seen her this chatty. That's interesting with her attorney, Pam Hicks, ever. I mean, but remember how the detective Yinklin was saying that she was chatty, but Lori was like, I was just looking out the window. Y'all, she was probably casting spells and chatting it up. Right? Oh, tell him we love him too.
She's probably just trying to save face, don't you think? Because she knows.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
She's trying to make it look like it's not going to bother her.
Oh, exactly. Because then we'd be winning, you know?
Yeah.
Silas, I love you. It's my little one. Hey, Silas. Everybody's saying they don't talk though, Silas. So you got to read. I'm always like, hey, y'all. And I'll wait for everybody to be like, hey, girl. Or like cheers. When you go to, the bar, cheers. Everyone knows your name. Anyways. All right. I thought it was funny. Yes, Chuck, I'm okay. And this is kind of how I deal with things. It's not going to sink in right away. Hopefully her cell gets darker and danker every day for the rest of her miserable existence, and that she should be made to spend every birthday, anniversary, and holiday in solitary confinement. That's the worst thing you could do to her. Solitary.
Trey says Kay's niece, I think, is who it is. Kresha, do you know? It's been by her side. Brandon and his wife are in the family row.
So I have a cousin there? I don't even know. Who?
Judge is in, Trey says.
I don't know who that is. I believe you, but I don't know who it is. I know there's Aunt Susan, but she's not my niece. I'm her niece. She calls me Sweet Pea. I nervous talk too. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, and Mr. Wayne. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you. I'm having a hard time. Thank you. He deserves it. I know it's so quiet. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just I'm just trying to be in the moment. This has been a long time. Hopefully that's what they do to Chad. Hopefully they line him up. Anyways. That's me and my dark humor. I don't know. I know it's quiet. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about all the things. Yeah, 5-minute delay, which is silly. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. Love y'all too. Oh, we have a Louvier in the house. Got some Kunasas up in here. They look serious and good. I'm glad. It's not that I don't think she's not guilty. I think she's guilty. It's all sin. Extra bailiff near Lori. She's little. She's not a. Yeah. I don't trust that woman. She killed her kids and her husband. And maybe her other husband. She killed her other husband. Whistleblower, right? Yeah. Charles put all this in motion. I'm truly grateful that he trusted you enough to come to you and speak life into your work for this channel. Girl, you're going to make me cry.
That's true.
Yeah. Thank you.
Did Trace on the case say guilty?
I don't know.
Guilty, they said. Trace said guilty. Trace said guilty. Yep.
I don't know. I want to see it. I got to see it.
Yes, it would be nice to see Lori's face while we seem guilty.
That's crazy that they have an extra bailiff right here by her, you know. What is that noise? Is it the courtroom? Justice for Charles. I'm slow with my feelings, y'all. So it's got to sink in. Why they exit? Because they're done. They're like, boom, and they're done. Oh.
All right, back on the record, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001-704. The parties are present. I'm going to have my staff go ahead and line up the jury to wait in the hallway for a minute.
Yeah. I was like, yes, ma'am. Sorry. She looked at me, you know. Love you, Mr. Wayne, AJ, and Opie. Opie too. Damn, KPLC already put it out. Wow. Oh, that would be awesome. There does need to be a wreath placed on Charles' grave that says love always wins. Love you, cherry pie. I just have to hear it with my own ears and see it with my own eyes, like this hooker suggests. No. Who fell?
All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. Do we have a foreperson? Who's the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
I'm going to ask you to hand that to my courtroom assistant. I'll ask the clerk to read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704-001, verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019, guilty. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you one and all.
Yes. On the court's own motion, I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your
All
true
of them.
verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror
Number
number
10.
11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to retire to the jury room for just about 2 minutes. I need to discuss something with the parties before we determine whether you're done or not. So the admonition still applies. Please go to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, for the jury.
They do sound pissed. They did their job, y'all. They saw it. They don't know half of it, and I pray for them now. Ooh, because they're about to get hit by a Daybell bus.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. I'll ask the defendant, you indicated earlier perhaps a willingness to stipulate to aggravating factors. Is that something you want to do, or do we want to go through this aggravation phase?
I'm willing to stipulate to it, Your Honor. All that it is the dangerous phase. Is that correct? There's only one statute there's only one sentence.
Well, the jury would need to find, first of all, whether or not this is a dangerous offense.
Oh, it's horrible.
Secondly, whether the offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct of the defendant caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family.
All the boxes.
And then thirdly, the offense involved the presence of an accomplice.
Yeah.
If you're willing to stipulate to all three of those, we can do that. If not, we'll bring the jury back in.
I'll stipulate to it, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that if you stipulate to this instead of a jury finding, well, let me back up. You understand the jury would have to find these aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that if you stipulate to these factors instead of a jury doing it, I could also find additional aggravating factors at sentencing?
Sure.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
The devil.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
She
Do
needs
you
it.
agree that pursuant to the jury's verdict of guilt, that this would be a dangerous offense because a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument was used?
In the presence of minors, by the way.
Stipulating to it.
You agree that that's what that this is a dangerous offense?
Correct.
And you're further stipulating that as a result of your conduct, at least the victim or the victim's family suffered emotional or financial harm?
Absolutely.
And you're also further agreeing that the offense involved the presence of an accomplice?
And children.
Yes.
Is the state satisfied with the colloquy?
Yes, Your Honor, it appears it's knowing voluntary.
I need them to quit touching his face because I don't know if it's
All right,
Mason
the court
Times or
does
not.
find that the stipulation to those three factors was knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily made. I will accept the defendant's stipulation. At this time, I'm going to bring in the jury and release them from the admonition. Before we do that, well, as my staff's lining up the jury, do you want to have a sentencing date within approximately 30 days, or
I'm gonna be there.
do you want to wait until after the next trial to be sentenced on this matter?
Don't give her the damn option.
It doesn't matter to me. Maybe you want to talk to your attorneys
Or your victims.
advisory counsel about that. We don't have to do it right now. We can do it in a few minutes.
I don't know if I have the right to, but I know I know what you're saying. I'm going after the Enterprise. I'm gonna leave it up to Cole and Zach and Colby, and I'm not an immediate family member, so I don't know how that goes, but I'm going after what I've been searching for this whole time. So it will. It's another direction. It's another direction. And I hope it catches them off guard like they did Tylee and Tammy and JJ and Charles and Joe. I hope it catches them off guard. I hope they're comfy and living La Vida Loca with all their whatever comforts. It's not revenge. It's just the right thing to do, you know? Sorry, I'm talking really quiet.
Be seated. The jury is present again. Members of the jury, you are now released from the admonition. This concludes your jury service. I want to thank you for your jury service in this matter and your attention in this matter. The admonition is lifted, meaning you can talk to anyone about any aspect of this case that you want to at this point, but you also have the right to not talk to anyone about any aspect about this case. I just need to take care of a few more matters, but if you want to wait for me in the jury room, I'd like to thank you personally, and then you can be on your way. If you don't want to wait for me, that's fine as well, but you are released to go at this time.
You ain't got to go home, but you can stay here. Thank you, jury, and I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for what is about to freaking hit them like a truck. I feel like they've been lied to. Justice for Charles. I don't go out anymore, girl.
All right,
Oh
please
my
be
God, I don't
seated.
even know where to go.
Do you want to talk to your advisory councils briefly to discuss whether or not you want to proceed to sentencing or wait until after the next trial?
If we could just wait till after the next trial, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll
We
hold
got
off
forever,
on ordering
girl.
a pre-sentence report until we resolve the next remaining case. I've already set the dates and we have a status conference in mid-May on that. So unless there's anything else from the state's perspective,
There you go.
from anything else from your perspective?
Nope.
All right,
Nope.
we'll be at recess on this matter.
Nope. Oh my God. Turn out the lights. Where's Larry? And Chuck and Natalie and Cherry Pie. I'm going to call you Allison. Okay. I was just, wow. Yeah, his will be the same prosecutor. Same judge too. Maybe the same defense attorney. Oh God. Bless his heart, right? I'm so happy that this is going to move forward for Brandon now. He's waited patiently too, and he's living, I mean, it's, oh my God.
Yeah.
What do y'all think? I mean, I need y'all to talk to. The heck was that? I know. I don't know how to feel yet. I won't know till I end this live, and then I go in the room and I just kind of lay down for a little bit, and then I'm like, oh, wow, cool. Thank you. It's like asking how we think. Mods, we did it. Ooh, we did it. We're still doing it.
So are they going, do you know if they're going to keep her in Arizona or are they going to bring her back and then bring her back to Idaho and then come back?
No, they'll keep, hold on. I'm trying to find it. So, I busted into it. My bad. I thought Donna did that. I turned it down. That's too much. It costs a lot of money to transport her. I mean, the next trial is right after this one, so June 2nd, I think.
Wow, so she's going to have to stay a whole month there, huh?
She loves this jail. She's such an advocate for her and her cellies and her mission changed from being a translated being and a member of the 144,000 and ushering in the second coming of Jesus Christ into the new millennium and bringing in the new Jerusalem and all that stuff. And so that has taken the back seat.
It's
And
amazing how that's worked out for her, huh?
priorities. She went from primary to freaking prison.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Yep.
And it's sad. It is tragic. It is from this view.
Yeah.
I don't know.
KJ, she was like Nephi, yep. But, well, she tried to make herself out to be like that, and
she exploits everything. That's what she does.
Yep.
I mean, I hope the women know that she's lost all her cases. Might not want to take whatever,
Yep.
I mean, aren't they the ones that are like, like chanting and stuff whenever she comes in every day and they're like, woo, God's got you, girl. I remember somebody saying that. And I was like, oh my God, don't feed the ego. Justice for Brandon, yeah. Come on, y'all got 5 minutes ahead of us. Come on.
In the LDS way, when it talks about, like in the scriptures, if it talks about how Satan does not uphold his people. And I think this proves that today, that she was not upheld by God. That was very obvious.
Never was.
Yep.
No. And Uncle Charles said she was a destroyer of families and that she would be exposed and that he would be nowhere around. Said that.
Wow.
I was reading those texts this morning.
That
I wish I could find his Uncle Charles did a testimony type thing, and I found it a long time ago. Brought it to my Aunt Susan's. Haven't seen it. Yeah, I might have left it there, and I asked her about it, and she was like, "I don't know," and I'm just like, "Oh no!" But he wrote, and I mean, I don't remember it, but he just said like, "I had not yet met a Mormon" is the title of it, and then he started out like his young life, and then he went into drinking, his college days, I guess, and each transition period or whatever, each bulletin or bullet point was, I had not yet met a Mormon. And then he would say something and then I had not yet met a Mormon. I would love to have my hands on that and just be like, read it, read it,
Yeah.
because it is his testimony. And he has talked and led and guided and strengthened endurance, like throughout this entire thing. I mean, that's we're always centered back to. And
it's like what he said really was fulfilled today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, like I've had my own experiences, especially with him. I think it has a lot to do with being traumatized. And so you kind of are more open and you don't even know it. So you become more vulnerable. Anyways, I was just always taught to, I don't know, just pay those things no mind, but
You know what? I wouldn't say it was vulnerable. I would say that it was open.
Open.
Because that's what it's like the desire that you have. You were open. You were hurting and you were open to have any kind of comfort that you wanted to receive.
Yeah.
And he was able to do that for you through your dream.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing.
I went through my own spiritual journey through all this too. And it's been wild and it's been humbling, eye-opening. But, so I had a dream, but not a dream. So like it was probably around December, I guess, of 2019 to 20, like it was transitioning. And I mean, there was the one, now I did actually have a dream, and that's whenever before this one that I was about to tell you all about, but it was Uncle Charles and JJ. And so this was before Christmas Eve. So right as the kid's story was becoming public. And so I had that dream that I was in the dream. They were at the shoreline, Uncle Charles and JJ was the age he was when he died. Right. And he was to the right of Uncle Charles, and Uncle Charles was just looking down at him. They were holding hands, they were both hand in hand. And so JJ was to his right, to my right, and their backs were to me. And so Uncle JJ was looking straight ahead, like you couldn't see a profile of his face or anything, but I could see Uncle Charles, the right side of his face, and he was just in love with his son. That's what I saw. But they were, so I took that, and I did not want to tell my mom that, and Larry, I did not want to tell them that because kids were missing. I mean, but I felt like I had to, like, I was just like, I don't want to tell you this, but anyway, so the kids opened presents and everything. There's JJ's shark pajamas hanging because he was supposed to come back to those and open those. Anyway, so when my kids finally passed out, And I was like, I need to tell y'all this, I had to get it off my heart. And so I told my mom, and she just kind of sat back and she was like, well, were they walking or were they moving away? What was the feeling you got from them or whatever? And I said, well, I hadn't thought about it till she asked me that. And I was like, oh, I'm like, they were slowly moving away, forward away. And she was like, I'm finding a lot of peace and joy that they found each other. And, he found his dad and he found his son. And, I mean, it was comforting, but it's also, there's no proof, their kids are missing and Lori's in Hawaii and whatever. Anyway, but you still, I know that none of us believed that. I know that a lot of us had these dreams and these feelings and these thoughts, and you're just like, you push those out of, because that's the worst case scenario, and you have nothing to corroborate that. And so there's still hope. And that hope, oh my God, it is so strong. But anyway, so before the kids were found, this was an actual experience I had, but it was brief. But my uncle told me that he said their deaths, and it didn't register for me either. I didn't, the kids, again, it was before they were found. And so, there's no way. It's just feelings. I don't know. I'm just saying, and he was like, our deaths are going to uncover something far more dark and far more sinister. And I was like thinking, like, what in the F could be any freaking darker than zombies and death and murder and what? Anyways, you don't ask those questions. I learned because, and that's whenever, I mean, so just knowing that, and then Operation Underground Railroad flew up onto my radar, and then, anyways.
I noticed, like, especially in my life, when you receive something spiritually, it's kind of like you don't know until you cross that bridge. You get to experience life, then you cross the bridge, and then it's like, oh, now I understand.
That's what it was.
And that's how it is. It's like you have a full of understanding, and then it's like connecting dots,
Yeah.
You get to connect the dots along the way, and some are good and some aren't so great in this life. But
far
it's
more
a
dark,
hard life.
far more sinister. That's nothing good, And that's very specific words that, I mean, it's hard for me to say. Far more, I don't know, it just don't roll off my tongue very well.
Yeah.
Lauren is running after a juror. Workman's comp,
Yeah.
This is Janelle Murphy. I'm hot again. Hey girl, talk on this microphone. Okay. None of them looked in the direction of Lori Vallow. She just said.
All right. I just want you to know, Krisha, what a pleasure it's been for me.
Thank you.
To be with you through this process. It's been an honor for me. And I'm very grateful that I've plugged into your chats all along. And I want you to know that.
Thank you for putting up with all my banter.
I hope you continue to heal. I hope this is closure for you and for all of us on a larger scale. I think it is. And I hope it continues to be that way until she no longer has a voice. So, yeah.
Thank you. I love you. Thank you.
I love you too. And I send you a great big hug. I wished I could be there with you to celebrate. It is a cause to celebrate. Yes, and we love you too on the chat. We love you too, and I love you too. And thank you for letting me be here with all of you. It has been a pleasure and an honor to know every one of you, and I have much gratitude for that. So
we have a very loving group here, right? And
we do.
We get each
And
other.
I just don't think that's by happenstance. I think there is more to it than that. But that's just me. That's just me.
We still use logic, it's all the same, right? Right.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so
love you.
So grateful. I love you too. So grateful that we got to connect this way at this time on the day that she has been found guilty. So
again,
so grateful.
Again.
All right. Well, you have a good night, and I'll see you on another chat. I look forward to that.
Yes, I want to have you
I
on
love you all.
for real. I want to have you on for real. Like, where we don't have to do a live stream too. So, all right.
Yeah. But this was great. All right.
See you on
take
the
care,
other side.
everybody. Take care and have a good night.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, here, I'll remove. Okay. Wow. God's army. Absolutely. That was another time. I'm spacing them out right now. I could see right now, like my Uncle Charles would be in his shorts and his flip flops and his hat and his muscle shirt, And oh, wait, I have it turned down too. Y'all,
probably have to speak to someone like Benjamin Taylor, who's been doing a fantastic job on the panelist for Justin Mom as he continues to break down this. However,
can we look up the stairs, cameraman?
That would be very, very difficult to come about.
Lip gloss, boo. Slather it on. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Lamisa. Oh, wow. No, where do I see this at? Where do I see it? Am I not seeing it? I'm not hearing it for sure.
Sorry.
Trace, come on in. Donna, you here? Can you send Trace a link? Maybe.
I sent Trace a link. And maybe I need to move to East Idaho News for this instead of this one. I don't know. Let's see. No, they're just setting up over there too.
Colby isn't there, they say. But still, yeah. And for Cole and Zach, everybody.
So somebody said that some of the jurors are being interviewed. Where are y'all seeing that?
I know.
We're not.
We need to know the channel name, Like, and Megan had sent me a link earlier and I froze because we were that close to going on. And so I was going to try and jump, join we were going to try and join.
Oh, she says
and I'm
that
like,
Lauren is interviewing a thing is what's going on.
Okay. So I'm going to go to Megan's channel and we'll just broadcast Megan's channel is what we'll do.
Do that.
She won't sue me. So, okay, Megan Corner.
Oh, and hey, Trace.
Hey, guys.
Hey, girl.
So, oh yeah, that's where Nate's over there. Lauren.
Where?
Nate's. East Idaho News.
I've got East Idaho News up. There must be a delay even still then because I bet somebody's seeing it.
I'm just trying to get to Megan's damn channel.
That right there, that camera right there, they're waiting for your mom. I bet you money.
Okay, so you guys want me to take my camera, yes or no?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see. I'm looking for Megan's channel right now. Hold on.
Hello?
Okay. How about this? Yeah, I can hear
Hey,
you. Yes.
so that camera right there, I know they're waiting for your mom to come
Did
out.
you guys look at any
The
additional evidence?
the
once
other
you
ones
looked at
have
it? Because I
followed
know
the
that
jury.
not all of the evidence was presented in court, and they said there was an
Okay.
additional. Lori asked you to watch
I have
the
it on
entire
Megan's
interview,
channel
for
right now,
example,
so
and Trina K invited
but
you
I'm
to do the
watching
same.
the
Did you
other
guys
one
do any of
for the
that?
other one.
Oh,
And
wait,
everybody
that's
else.
right.
How are you?
Why is there's a lag?
And going back
What?
through it, it
A
was
lag?
actually kind of the whole interview that was like that. She
Is
asked
this the
us
juror?
to watch the whole thing, but the whole thing was
There's a major delay.
it's other than her laughing.
Can you
It's
see our screen, Trace?
I mean, how is there a delay? What else are you watching?
She was just sitting there, her legs were crossed. She was sitting all the way up on the seat with no shoes on, just her legs were crossed like she was in her own home.
Lori made a big deal out of being called nonchalant or calm throughout the entire trial. Didn't think it was really
Where do
fair.
y'all want to
Was
go?
that
I don't
something that
know.
affected you guys? Her calmness or nonchalantness?
Yes. Being that calm when everything happened, it's not something that you would normally be calm about.
Tell me where to go. I don't know. I'm just sitting here waiting.
I think what's happening is Megan is live
on Hidden,
streaming
too.
hidden true crime, and so we're like
Okay.
three
Okay.
doors down.
Oh, I was like, why is that down there? And then
I guess I don't know.
what does she mean we're delayed from what? Like, I don't know what else she's comparing it to.
Sisters.
She may have already seen this, like taking place.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. See, we're on Megan. We're gonna like it. Okay, we're gonna like it. And
First and last name? Natasha Smith.
Natasha Smith, thank you.
Known as Tosh Reed Tucker.
is this a juror?
Tosh Reed Tucker. Can you spell that?
TASS. And then my last name is Reed Tucker, REED-Tucker.
Did you plan to go watch a bunch of stuff about this case now, or are you?
Yes.
Oh yes, no. Poor thing.
There's a Netflix documentary, and you can basically just Google it, everything will pop up. So that's probably what I'm going to do with it.
Girl, you're gonna die. And you really didn't know anything about this case coming on as a juror?
No, and I told my grandma that I got requested for jury, and she asked if I know anything
I can't really hear. Use that microphone you got, girl.
Like I'm supposed to know who she was. Like she thought it was insane that I didn't know what was happening. But
I hang tight.
2 years ago as of March, so I didn't really know anything to begin with. But my grandma did, and she thought I was just crazy for not
Oh,
knowing.
girl, I'm gonna have to get you some WD-40.
So your
Okay.
grandmother was able to keep a
Or
Okay,
some,
so I'm gonna
green.
end that one there. I'm gonna share this tab. I've heard that Kay is gonna come out and make a statement. Hey, Kresha.
Hey, girl.
Oh, Kresha. I wanted you to be in here with me.
We are. You just can't hear me.
Thanks for bringing your people over. I hope
She
you're
probably
doing
don't-
okay. If you want to jump on, you're welcome to.
I can't.
Thanks, Kresha's chat for coming over here.
They're just all with me.
Like
though.
I feel like this is your this is your thing, Kresha. We should have come over to your channel.
Doesn't matter.
Just thank you guys all for the support. This has been a long time. I actually want to hear from Kresha. I don't even want to talk right now.
This is
But
so
I just
confusing.
want to I just want to say that the first couple of jurors that were being interviewed, they absolutely can say no. They don't have to talk with anyone if they don't want to. I want to say that the first two jurors, it was juror 15. He was the one with the cell phone issue. He got in trouble for texting his daughter during the trial, and then he got in
wow.
trouble with the juror next to him for talking about the Social Security payouts being large. And then the other juror, I believe she was juror number 11 or 12. She was the one that I mentioned the other day was looking at Kay a lot during the testimony that day,
Oh, I get
the
it.
last day that I was in court. And so I could tell that she was really invested in everything that was coming out
Thank you again
in the
Kate.
trial. And my dogs are getting
Girl.
activated because they know that the blonde woman. She was the one that was
They
looking
celebrate. They
at
celebrate.
Kay. Court TV is asking me to jump on. But I'm good with you guys here right now for just another minute. I am going to go look up Tosh, and see if I can get an interview with them.
Tosh.0? I like Tosh.0, but I know that's not who she's talking about.
Yeah, I just I'm so happy for justice for Charles. This has been a long, terrible journey, and I'm just thinking about Kresha. I can't imagine you've been through so much more the last 5 years. So we're just here for you. We love you. I'm thinking about Colby, hoping that he's doing okay.
You hear the bird?
If you have any insight, Irish Jen, would love to hear. I know Irish Jen follows Colby's channel as well, and I'm just thinking of him. I'm thinking of Kay and Larry, and I'm thinking of Susan and Jerry. Jerry, it's a good thing that Jerry went home when he did, because I think he and I would have gotten up to some trouble.
Yeah, you will real quick.
Kresha, I don't know. I haven't even gotten to talk to Kresha about this, but
in all the world.
One night, I posted a picture in my Patreon of the night that that we were all of us hanging out together, Hidden True Crime, Gigi McKelvey, the Vallows.
Is there a bird on my damn?
I would love to have Kresha jump on if you're still around and if you're willing and if you're up to it.
Really cause
guys, give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call that I need to take for just a second.
I hear a bird over there, but then there's something landed right there. And y'all, birds are my thing. Me and Uncle Charles's thing. Birds are our thing.
Never mind. They hung up. Here comes Kay.
Yes.
And I really want to hear what she has to say, so I'm going to go over there.
I just thought maybe
there's
she
Jerry
had the
as well.
birds.
For just a second. Hold on. So I can get
And
back over
Susan.
there.
I'm sure everyone.
I gotta stop sharing the screen.
Lori Daybell was convicted in the first degree conspiracy to commit murder against
Hold
my
on.
brother Charles.
This is crazy.
And it was a relief, a long
Hold on.
journey, and I'm just glad it's over.
Okay.
with.
Let me stop
really
this.
am.
That's
My whole
why.
family is, my sisters,
Was it echoing?
and I just want to thank everybody.
Hold on.
Arizona Prosecutor's Office,
We'll
Tracy
back it
Bank,
up.
and
It's okay.
everyone else that
Let me
was
stop
here
this.
and got us.
Stop that. Go back over here. Hear this live instead. Okay, let me back it up. We're gonna see them.
Everybody, the Arizona Prosecutor's Office,
Why
Tracy
is it
Bank,
doing that?
and everyone else that was here and got us.
I did it.
Through
I
it
did
all.
it.
Oh.
Court advocates and the whole
Okay,
nine
thank
yards.
you. So I can stop
Today's
hearing
a
this?
good day. We won.
Hey. Okay, I'm just stopping. We'll figure it out. Let me stop that one too.
I had a little concern, but when it came back so quick, I pretty much knew that it was done. Nate. So
We got the bitch.
I thought she
Again.
was kind of a smarty pants, you know, not real I
He
don't know
wants to
what
say
word
he's
I'm
a
looking
bitch.
for. I know
She's a
which
bitch.
one I would use. Right. I know which one I would use, but so anyway.
What did you think of her lawyering skills?
I thought she sucked.
Do you think she did herself any favors by being her own attorney?
Probably not. I'm sure the first day into the trial, she wished she would have had an attorney,
You think?
a real attorney. Right.
Did you look at her when the verdict?
I could see the back of her head.
And what was there? Did you have any reaction?
Yeah.
Did you have any reaction?
I couldn't see, but she didn't shake her head or that I saw. So
Should we say sorry?
Who, me?
come on, Kay,
I
your
was just-
turn.
I just saw the back of her head too. I couldn't see anything, and she didn't. A lot of times during court, she'd shake her head no when she didn't agree with something being said, or she would just shake her
Smirky
head
and
no, and she
jerky.
didn't shake her head no. So I guess that means she really did do it.
She seemed to,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Sorry.
she seemed to really have a visceral reaction to you.
That's what I heard.
And when you were on the stand, what was that moment like for you?
I didn't know that she was that shaken by me being there. And then when I got off the stand, I really didn't even know what I said. And then once Jerry and my sister Susan and our friend Laura Ferris and who else was right there? And Colby was right there.
Oh,
And they
see,
were like,
good.
"You did so good." She was shaking
Oh,
like a
the other
leaf.
day.
And I was like, "What? No way."
Did we
And
do?
it was, the more I thought about it, I was like, "Yeah, okay. That's all I needed to know. That made my day. That of all the people she should be shaking for, and she was shaking about me. Good.
I get it. I get it.
I was very pleased.
This one's my mom. Just saying.
Oh, just 6 years of walking the pits of hell every day. And about halfway through, I realized, okay, I'm going to make it through. But it was a long time.
Elation.
It was a long time before I got to that point. But
Wow.
it's still difficult, but it's okay. I'm ready to move on. It's time. We've got a 10-year-old granddaughter we're raising now, and I've got my hands full, and I'm real happy to be being her grandma. So
After 6 years, does it feel real after 6 long years of walking through hell, as you mentioned?
yes, it feels real, because for about 3 years I didn't feel anything. I was
Oh,
totally
okay.
didn't feel
I get-
anything, numb. Then I started feeling. Yes, and this the order in which it's happened. You know, this was the first incident, the first murder, and then everything up in Idaho, and then so Charles would have wanted, you know, take care of Tammy and the kids first, and get to me when they're ready. And so he would have been. He's fine, and I know that he's pleased with us, and excuse me, there's a bug. I know he's pleased with
Kid right
us,
here.
and I feel I feel good.
We had a juror tell us that your testimony stuck with them, and they even saw you after and felt like there was justice for your brother. What does that mean to hear that?
Powerful.
Great. Whatever I said, I struck a chord, and that's what I wanted to do. That's what I was trying to do, and I'm
Feels so good.
grateful. I mean, hey, the Lord gave us. Well, this was thrust upon us, and our lives just went into a like a
180.
tornado for a long time, and then getting to say things in the first 2 trials, and then getting to speak about Charles finally, because he's been so silent. I mean, it's just been silent where he's at.
He's working
I know
behind the
people
scenes
thought
with me,
we
baby.
forgot about him, and no way, you know. And but law enforcement never stopped. Like Lori said, they didn't stop, because I was right there behind with law enforcement here in Arizona, talking and saying, "What's going on now?"
FBI.
And, you know, I was in contact
Preach,
with
mama,
them
preach.
nonstop. So I knew at some point, you know, it was going to happen, and then all the other stuff, and you know, I'm just glad we got to. I'm just glad this is
I'm proud of
done
her.
now. We just have to get justice for Brandon, and I will be back. I can't stay the whole time for his, but I will stay as long as I can, kind of more towards the end of it, I guess, and because then it will truly be over. I say I've still got a little bit left before I can close my book. But when that's over, then I can close my book.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, I saw two jurors look at you as they were walking out. Did you notice that at all?
No, I didn't. I watched them walk in because I know that if they look at you when they're walking in, that's a good sign. And nobody looked at me, but I didn't see, so I didn't watch
I
them
was
walk
scared
out.
of you.
I didn't think to look. So good.
When Lori
If
raised aggravation, what'd you think?
I really couldn't hear her because that baby talk she does, that baby voice.
We know.
She needs to lose that, man. I hope she
Yes, we
grows
do.
up in prison and learns how to talk like a woman, and not a baby. But anyway,
One of the jurors, the woman with the long hair, she said that she really just wanted to give you a hug. She's like, afterwards, I really just wanted to give her a hug. Just tell her sorry.
in Idaho, all the jurors I've met from up there, from both trials there, that was the one thing they were like, I just wanted to hug you. I just wanted to hug you. So I hope I get to meet her. I hope she reaches out to me. Nate, if anybody calls you, give them my number and just make sure they're a real juror. And I want to talk to them. Absolutely.
I was going to say, Kay, I'm wondering if there's anything you'd say to Lori at this point.
We got you, and you're not
You're
not the smartest person in the room, and now it's time for you just to hide away. And well, after Brandon's trial, but you can just hide away, and everybody's going to forget about you. We'll
Fade
be on
into the
our way
bushes.
through our life, and she'll be rotting in prison where she deserves to be.
And like
Trying to be
Charles
relevant.
always used to say, love always wins.
Yeah.
So
And, yeah. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Love always wins was Charles's thing. And yeah. So it does.
She described this as a family tragedy.
That is absurd. That was.
When you heard that mantra over
And calling Charles, my husband, whom she was hated at the time, whom she was ready to kill him.
Demonized. Literally
It's
demonized.
like that just shows you what she's an actress. She turns on this persona and goes with it, and then boom, she turns it off, and then there's the real her, whatever the real her is.
Thank the
I
taxpayers.
sure never knew her.
Tell us a little bit, just for me, about Charles. Let's bring it back to him and his legacy.
Hey, you want to take that one?
oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
If you could just
Tell
tell us a
them
little
about
bit
Charles.
about Charles and his legacy.
What about Aunt Susan?
Well,
She might want to talk.
he was my big brother. I followed in his footsteps. I did everything he did. He was only a year and 2 months older than me. So we hung around a lot. We had a lot of the same friends. He was a big influence in my life. And he was just a good dude. He was all the way from a kid till when she killed him. So,
What did it mean to hug Trina Kay at the end? What did that feel like?
Oh.
Well, I hugged her and told her I loved her because she did such a great job, and it felt good. It did.
And she did do a great job. And all the detectives and everybody that has worked on this case, from Nicole Byer to she's our victim advocate, and Trina and Nate Duncan and all the detectives that have come, and we had a few visitors from Idaho that came, and that was welcome. And I got a thank you from not a thank you. I got a congratulations from Rob Wood, from the prosecutor in Idaho.
They all work together.
We lost some dear family. We lost a lot, but
I didn't even thought about that.
family as well. So, there's the silver lining, and even in the worst times of your life, there is something good there. You just take some time
I gotta
to allow to
process
find
it.
it. But y'all, we're dying here.
And so,
Susan, do you want
Lauren?
to say anything? No, she doesn't want to.
And as a parting shot, they got the bitch again.
Yay!
Thanks, y'all.
They got the bitch.
Thank y'all.
They got the bitch too. It comes in threes, you know. Oh wow. This is so bizarre.
I love Uncle Jerry.
He's my padan. He's my godfather. My godfather. Yeah. He was always the mischievous one, the mischievous one. But he's always the fun one.
I can see that.
We were all fun though, you know, like it wasn't, I don't know. I have the best aunts and uncles on all sides, I think. This is so, I gotta process all this still. I'm so glad he said love always wins.
Me too. Me too. I don't know how to do that thing where how much longer do you think we're gonna go, Krish? I'm not trying to, I was just getting
No, I'm ready to get off too.
Well,
I
I was
mean,
gonna say
gather
KJ's gonna have a live at 7, so everybody can continue their party over there. I don't know how to like send it, but I'll put a link in the end.
Okay, everybody, there we go. We are about to log off here, and we will have much more tonight on Courtroom Insider, 8 o'clock, including those juror interviews that I told you about. We will have those. I'll play them for you in full, along with the comments from Kay and Larry, if you missed any of that, or Kay and Jerry, her brother, and we'll recap everything that happened today with closing arguments, and hopefully we'll continue to report on this. Thank you very much for watching East Idaho News, for being with us. If you have any questions, please send them to us.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. Oh, he just said oh too.
Second reactions to the verdict. Send me a video, 10 seconds or less, your reaction to the verdict. If it's over 10 seconds, I'm not going to use it. 10 seconds, we'll play.
I'll do that. Those were so cool though, what they did. The 10-second reactions to Lori representing herself, I think it was. And I laughed.
I was like, where did that? I was trying to shut it off, and I
removed
here.
it.
I had it, but I can still hear it. I need
to just kind of show right here. Sorry, I just I typed it in. This was a Natalie, the lawyer chick. She did an amazing job. Me and Jason cried. Okay, this was about a week ago.
Imagine that you're the all-American man.
It was good.
You attend college in Texas, where you get a scholarship to play baseball. You're so good that
is it freezing up? Hold on. Get it together. Let me just let it catch up. Thank y'all. Show us your brain up your nose. Yeah.
I wanted to say that KJ has moved hers out till 8 o'clock. I'm guessing she wanted to give you time to say whatever you needed to say. And so anybody that was planning on going to KJ's, it's at 8 o'clock, not at 7 o'clock. And I'm going to put a link in our chat. I'll hush now.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Love you.
And you attend college in Texas.
Get my thoughts together.
Where you get a scholarship to play baseball. You're so good that you get drafted to play semi-pro ball in Houston. And as you age, you keep your physical fitness up. You become a father of 2 boys, of whom you are very proud. You become a financial consultant. And based on your amazing performance, you win awards. There's only one thing missing: your dream girl. The type of girl that you can be proud to have at your side and carry on your arm. And when you finally meet her, you feel that your life is complete. You're financially stable, and she brings her own 2 kids into your life. And now you're a family of 4. You take her young daughter, Tylee, on, who has just been through her own traumatic experience when her parents split. You take her as your own. And you're more than financially stable. You're doing well. You're comfortable. You have multiple cars, a beautiful home with a pool, and a beautiful wife. You and your wife are so comfortable that you decide to have a child together. And out of the goodness of your heart, you adopt your grandnephew and give him your last name. Your family is complete. You have the perfect life. You are admired by your peers and maybe even envied by them. But is your life complete? Is it perfect? You start to wonder, who is this man, this spiritual leader, this Chad Daybell, who is spending so much time with your wife? Why is your wife speaking of angels and demons? possessions, and past lives? Sure, she's a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but she's never been this obsessed with spirituality and occult-like topics. Now she's suspecting you. She thinks you're possessed. She becomes distant, hostile, and is not acting like herself. What do? You have to handle business, make the money to keep her and your kids in the lifestyle that they're all accustomed to. So you go away on a business trip like you normally do. However, when you return, everything has changed. Your wife, your dream girl, your Lori, has turned everyone against you. She's told your family and hers that you're cheating on her, but you're not. But you do know that this guy, Chad, this spiritual leader, sure does spend a lot of time with her. It's become so strange that you sent an email to his wife, Tammy, asking her if she knows what's going on between her husband and your wife, but she never responds. You alert her that you think they could be having an affair. This unfortunately turns out to be a major mistake. Your dream girl only becomes more hostile. She sells your truck, she empties your bank accounts, and she sells the dog that your special needs son uses for assistance. And then she leaves you. She takes the kids, the ones that you helped to raise, and she turns them against you too. She's so convincing, so conniving that no one will believe you. Not even the police believe you. You try to get her evaluated for her mental health, but she's found to be fine. Everyone thinks that you are bad and she is good. You try to get her family to intervene. You tell them that your dream girl needs help, but they rebuff your advances and even go so far as to tell your wife that you want to stage an intervention. Imagine that now her brother, Alex Cox, the same one that attacked her previous husband, is also angry with you, hostile towards you, and interfering in your relationship. What do? You've always been strategic and smart, but this is new territory. You call your sister, Kay, the grandmother of your adopted son. You know you can trust her with anything. So you make her the beneficiary of your life insurance. Then you set out to go visit your son, the little boy with special needs who you adopted as a baby and love more than anything else itself. You've been separated from him. So, lured with the promise of seeing your son, the hope of speaking sense into your wife, you go to see her alone with your guard down. You open the door, hoping to hug and greet JJ, only to be greeted by her unhinged brother Alex, a convicted felon who has a bizarre fascination and fixation on his sister. Once you open that door and walk into that house, that is the end of your story. You will never be able to live that American dream again. You will never be able to plead your own case or tell your own side because you will be shot dead by Alex Cox. And at first, everyone will blame you because Alex will say that it was self-defense. This is the story of the killing of Charles Vallow and the facade of insanity of Lori Vallow Daybell.
It was just pretty good. Maybe I just haven't seen one in a good while, but it was just one of those that I don't know, it got me. She didn't sell his truck, but she might as well have. So I'm just gonna share stuff, right, till I'm ready to leave. This I had to film my TV playing this tape. This is one I made for my mom when I was 21. And anyways, it's got Father Joe. Oh, I feel so silly doing this. I peaked in my 30s, okay? This is my mom's late husband. He died right before I gave birth. Who's that? wanted to be a oh, that's a horrible picture. Good God, don't hold it again. He wanted to be a game warden. My mom made me dress in that. I look like a damn golden girl, okay? That was right before catechism. I looked like a hooker when I got there. Okay. Yes, this is my mom's favorite song. Come on. It's my ex-husband. All right. Oh, this is embarrassing. First wedding. How's that? It's my baby. Okay. I don't even want to go back onto that screen because I don't even want to see the comments. But
well, that was pretty good, Cresha. Back in the day, making slideshows with music was not like it is today. When your computer offers it to you, you had to put effort into it.
I had to get it before because it was on a VHS and it was already like not doing well.
Wow.
So I had to
So what do you remember what program you used to put all that together?
Yeah, I got 90 pictures together and I brought them to a place. That's how.
Oh, okay.
That's what I did. And he made 2 copies, but I don't remember. I don't know where the other one is.
Well, you're lucky
my
that
house
you still
did burn
have it.
down.
Oh,
My house did burn down.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I've had millions of hard drives in my career, and I would give anything for a slideshow I made about that same time.
I know I have a hard drive with the meeting of Lori's family and our family at that ranch, but I don't know how to dig through all that stuff.
Also, you don't happen to know if you or your mom have on any of your drives Colby's wedding pictures? He says he don't have his wedding pictures because they were on.
Like maybe it was in the Charles stuff. I don't know. I know. I'll mention that to Mom, but remind me.
It was probably just in a drive someplace. It wasn't like somebody took it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He said that
I'm weird like
Alex
that.
Took the pictures and they were on Lori's computer, and he just never got a disc or whatever or something.
I'll ask. I mean, if anybody would have them, it would have been Mom and or Cole. But I mean, by that time, Colby Lori had Colby go with her. But I remember how Chad was like, oh, anyways, they were trying to get to the computer. So I don't know, but I mean, you're right. I mean, it's worth a look, right? That's all you can do.
Isn't it crazy? But I mean, you can lose track of stuff and I hadn't been having all that going on in my family. And, just because of having so many drives and things down through the years.
Yeah.
I kept everything, but most of mine was not important. Like
it is. It's just I'm sentimental. Like I used to be able to sit with my mama every now and then, and she always had photo albums and stuff. And like I would dust for her and vacuum and with the rug doctor. Yeah, the old school one with the freaking water. Okay. And then anyway, so I would do that, and then I'd open up her coffee table thingy. She had one of them swing out doors for the coffee table, and there would be pictures, and I'd be like, "Mama, who's this?" And then we'd have all the pictures everywhere. And she'd be like, "This was me." I mean, we did this so many times, and
that's good.
Sentimental like
we
that.
need to do it with our kids too.
So
they'll know, they'll go, "Oh my gosh, how are we related to them, Mom?" Because that's what happens around here. I was telling my mother we were talking about some Easter thing we had, and I said, "How are we related to them?" And then I got to thinking, did those people just like come into our lives and pretend they were related? Because my
Or
mom
sometimes you
helped.
wish.
My mom helped this one a whole lot. That's what made me just. I was like, "Are you sure that she wasn't just using you?" Mom said, "No, I've known her since we were children." Blah 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 blah. I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna put something together for Uncle Charles. There's part of it, but that's my iPhone made that, so it's gonna be weird music. I'm gonna put something vote for me 2024 president. That's when he was like, oh yeah, because he didn't just say they got the bitch. He was like, oh yeah, see, this is at that ranch. But see, I took a picture of my computer screen. That's my little girl, Uncle Jerry. And there we are. But so this is the ranch we stayed at, but I need the rest of these pictures. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I know I know I took pictures at a bunch of pictures because at that time I love like decorating houses, and I even did that for a while. I staged homes that were for sale, and to kind of help them sell faster, better, whatever. There's Uncle Jerry
That's
right
so
there.
cool. I just got a text from Beach Bum, and she said that Brenda Louvier
Louvier.
is sent you a email. She's trying to get in touch with you. So at some point you can check that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I've been seeing that name in the chat, but okay, I will. That's why I knew how to say it. Louvier. Louvier. My friend, I had a good friend, Casey. She's actually the godmother of my son, Casey Louvier.
I saw a YouTube video recently, and it was about the French dialects that are in Louisiana. And it was a lady from from France, who lives in Paris, who was like listening to the different dialects and seeing if she could understand what they were saying. And she could. It was very interesting. And she kind of told about the history of why these things were, and it's a lot of them people and they there's even schools that teach those languages because we don't want them to die. We do not want those
Yeah.
languages to die.
Cajun, it's Cadian, they come from Canada too. I think, I don't know. I haven't been
Yes,
able to research it because I've been,
that's what she
you
said
know where
too.
I've been. Isn't this funny though? Look how big I am, and my grandma is holding me, and this is from South Fork, and that's Uncle Charles with Daisy Dukes. Oh, and that's my cousin Jonathan, and so I just think it's funny. It's like, put me down. I'm like, what, 12? No, I'm 8, maybe 7. But we would go do these kind of things with Uncle Charles all the time. Like, we'd go there, the Alamo. I remember going to it, probably, I don't remember which water park, or Astro World probably is what I'm thinking. Water World. Yeah. He was fun too. He was harder to relate to, like, in my 20s. I was like, he's just so smart and put together, and I'm just like simple,
funny
and
because in the 70s, that's the kind of shorts that basketball players and all of them were. And this, my friends and I, we call those kind of shorts booty smackers. Boys were the booty smackers shorts
that's a
back
Daisy
then.
Duke. Daisy Dukes. Maybe I can. I know. Cherry Pie said that she would be honored to come and on, and like, just not for me to do an interview with her, but she shares a lot of things about Uncle Charles and just really all of the Vallow kids, because her and Uncle Charles were such really good friends, and then lovers. Okay, no, I'm just figuring, but they were each other's first love. And anyway, so she's really good at this, and I think it would be awesome to have her on, and just I want to hear her. Yep, music. That's my grandma's obituary thing. But yeah, so hopefully I can get that going on. Then I wanted to have Chuck and Natalie on too. they're from here. They know all of these people. They know all of us. And they've been here. Y'all see them in the chat all the time, and they're just sweet people. And who's that back there? Looks like a Huber right there. But anyways, just thank y'all. Thank you, Donna. Thank
You're very
you.
welcome.
I'm
I
just gonna say
wanted to go
mods
on this
because
journey with you.
it's been a shitty one, but it's not always. But okay, I'm starting to process it. So I'm just sit here and peel out, and y'all are along for the ride. So yeah, thank you, Emily. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna pull something together. I know Megan and myself, that would be good to do. I think. I feel like she's just, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
That's so good that you have one another that way.
Yeah. Yeah. I was wearing them too. She says you were wearing them too, Krisha. Gosh, Angie. You were too. Just picking. Yeah, I know. But that's my mom right there. She dressed me, you see. Couldn't get me to, I mean, I don't care how good I looked or how thin I was or whatever. I was not about to put no hoochie mama shorts on. I never was like that. Well, except when I was little. You know how it was in the 80s. And I will contact you, Brenda Louvier. I sure will. Thank you so much for being here. All right, y'all. All right, we're going to shut it down. Do you want to shut it down or you want us to shut it together or what?
I'll get down and I'll let you shut it down.
Okay. All right. All right, y'all. I'm going to have to go back and watch it and like absorb it again and just be with Jason. And I don't know what to think. So thank y'all so much for being here. And yeah, it was really good to hear Mom. I'm so proud of her. Uncle Jerry, Aunt Susan, Aunt Terry, Uncle Bobby. I know this has been hard, but it's worth it. So anyways, all right. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. And you saw it happen here today. Thank you.